Hey everybody, I hope you had a fantastic weekend. I'm down here in Austin, Texas, getting ready to jump on somebody else's podcast, which I'm super stoked about. I don't get to do that very often. And I can't tell you who it is, because I don't know when they're going to release it yet. But hey, next up, we've got Cody Alford. This man becomes the best at anything he puts his mind to. He was the honor man of his boot camp class. He was the honor man of his MARSOC training class. He was the fastest man and the youngest man to ever put on E8 in the United States Marine Corps. That's a huge deal. I'm a huge fan of Cody. I love what this man's all about. He's living his life to the fullest, which is something we all should be doing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Cody Alford. Head over to iTunes or Spotify, leave us a review, sign up for Patreon. I love you all. Enjoy this show, take something from it, and apply that to your life. One last thing, everybody, I want to give a huge shout out to my friend Jake Tran. Jake made an entire full-length documentary off of our Mark P episode, the CIA operative that got hit with a microwave weapon. It's also known as Havana Syndrome. Jake, thank you for the exposure, and well done. That documentary is awesome. Thank you. Links in the description. Check out Jake Tran.
I remember going back behind the window, I reload another magazine, and as soon as I pop out to shoot, it all goes black. The brutality of it all and really what we were up against, I had no left or right lateral limit to even comprehend that.
Body mutilations, the beheadings, the dismemberment,
the human shields,
all that.
But the night prior, my platoon commander comes in and he's like, everyone's gonna write their death letter.
Jesus Christ.
And then you hear stories of your friends that you went to boot camp with, the School of Infantry with, that are in Ramadi, that are fighting for their life at the same time that you're fighting for your life in Fallujah, just to find out half those dudes are dead. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I remember the feeling. And I have never been able to shake it ever since. That's when I had this out-of-body experience. At the time, I had no idea what happened. I thought I was dead. I saw this top-down view of what was going on. I could see my body. I could see my point man still shooting. I could see my other teammates on the ground. We were stacking so many bodies that we had to send patrols out to move the bodies because there was interrupting our fields of fire.
Holy shit.
There were so many bodies being stacked that the locals were driving up their ambulances and picking up bodies also.
I don't know much, but what I do know is my audience. And I know a lot of you are similar to me, and you probably chew tobacco. I used to chew tobacco too. I chewed it in Afghanistan, I chewed it in Iraq, I chewed it in the sniper hide, I chewed it out of the sniper hide. I chewed it before the op, I chewed it after the op. I chewed it on night vision, I chewed it while I was shooting, I chewed it pretty much all the time. And then I realized it was becoming a problem. My blood pressure started rising. What I really noticed was I started getting lightheaded when I would do strenuous activities. Now, I've come a long way since those days and I've quit chewing tobacco, but it wasn't easy. You see, I totally get it. The ritual that goes behind putting that beautiful, tasty dip in your mouth when you're doing whatever it is you like doing when you're chewing tobacco. Now there's an easier way to do it than doing it cold turkey. You see, there's this company out there called Black Buffalo. It's a chewing tobacco alternative. They have cans with nicotine, without nicotine, long cut, and pouches, and they have all of our favorite flavors that we as chewers love, like Black Buffalo Wintergreen, Black Buffalo Straight, Black Buffalo Mint, and For you foo-foo types, they have those flavors too. Blood orange and even peach. Black Buffalo is also a proud supporter of active duty military personnel, U.S. veterans, law enforcement, and first responders. Black Buffalo is also made 100% right here in the US of A. Black Buffalo is not recommended for anybody under 21, or if you do not chew tobacco, it's not recommended for you either. Black Buffalo products do not contain tobacco leaf or stem. Go to blackbuffalo.com, use the code SRS to save 15%. That's blackbuffalo.com, use the promo code SRS to save 15%. Cody Alford, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks for having me.
I'm glad you made it.
Me too.
I've been watching your Instagram for a couple years now, and what really got me, your military service, I'm sure, is impeccable. I've reached out to some buddies of mine that are MARSOC and asked around about you, and everybody just had phenomenal things to say. But what really caught me was kind of your philosophy on life and how you live free of all the bullshit. At least it appears that way. And so I thought you'd make a great guest, and I can't wait to dive into that. We're going to hit your childhood, we're going to hit your military career really heavy, and what you're doing now, and in your journey after the military, which I personally think is very inspiring. So thank you for making it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm really excited. Big fan.
My pleasure. But everybody starts with a gift. There you go.
Awesome.
Any guesses?
It's going to be hard. Let's see.
Nobody ever guesses it.
I never guess, and I should have not guessed because I would have got it wrong. This is sick. Bro. I have deployment stories of gummy bears. I love them.
Those are legal in all 50 states.
I'm all about that.
Right on.
Dude,
Got some merch.
I love it.
You're an XL?
Yes, I am.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, you're welcome. Thanks for making it.
Dude, I'm super stoked.
But, we generally start the show with a question from Patreon. So
Okay.
patrons, that's what enables this whole thing to happen. They support the show. They support my team, me. That's why you're sitting here. That's why I'm sitting here. And so I try to get them a question, at least one question. And they actually, man, when I told them you were coming, they were all fired up. We got more questions from you coming on than most guests. So I would like to do another segment, if that's possible, that's only on Patreon, answering all their questions.
Awesome.
They got a lot of good questions. But this one is from Kemba Williams. I thought this was a good question because it directly is related to kind of your mantra or your philosophy on life, your company. And he's basically asking, in a world full of fantasies, which we see on social media all the time, people pretending to be what they're not, or hiding certain aspects of their life, or what I'm talking about. What is defying the norm?
That is a really good question.
What is normal?
Normal is what you accept as truth. Normal is what makes you stay in the haze and days of life, wondering and dreaming of something else, a different venture you can be on, but still doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Norm is listening to the society. Norm is knowing that you have a call inside for more in your life, whatever that may or may not be, and not listening to it. Norm is going through the motions and buying into the whole go to education, go into debt, get a job, get married, get the white picket fence, save some money, buy your dream stuff when you're 65, just to be reminded that you don't have enough money to live, and then to die old age full of regret. And I told myself I wasn't going to live that life. So in a world full of fake and fallacies and not so much authenticity out there. Defying the norm is finding your voice, finding you, and literally paving a path on however you want to and whatever that means to you. So if this is the path you want to be on, do it, but believe in it. If that's not the path you want to do something different and believe in it. To me, that's what defying the norm is.
That's a good answer. Well, I got my own question too.
Okay.
So we at dinner last night, we're both new parents. We had some good new parent advice. So, but I didn't ask you this question on purpose because this is what I texted myself in the middle of dinner. But I don't know about you, but when my son came, it changed everything, and way more than I thought it would actually change my life. And I have a few rules that I've made myself, and those rules continue to be more rules as time goes on. But do you have a number one rule that you follow as a new father? It doesn't have to be like a whole philosophy. It could be one just specific rule. Like my number one rule to keep myself in check for my son is when he is in my arms, I do not get on my phone. No social media, no texts, no checking things, no checking email, nothing. No phone while my son's in my arms. And I think that's going to go into no phone when he's looking at me. Maybe even no phone when he's in the room. I don't want my son to wind up living on his phone like I see everybody else. You know, you go to a restaurant, you see married couples, they don't even fucking look at each other. They're looking at their phone the whole time. Or you go to a family dinner and you see half the family, you know, on their phone in the middle of dinner. And I never want that to happen. So that's my number one rule. Do you have one?
I think I have a view which transpires into rules. And that view is this: I'm the way. You know, that dude looks at me, and you know, when he was first born, I was scared. You know, I have a 7-year-old son that lives overseas with his mother that I don't get as much contact as I want to. And that makes it difficult. And so for 7 years, I've beat myself up for like not being a good dad, you know, not being a good man. And being in my son's life now, my 6-month-old, his first 2 months, I was still waiting for permission to be a dad. I was holding myself back because of all these insecurities and fears and just stories I've told myself for 7 years, feeling inadequate, always thinking about my son, but not being able to do anything about it. And so when I stopped feeling sorry and waiting for permission, I just started to engage myself with him. Everything changed because I found myself not being really interactive with him. I found myself easily distracted. I found myself needed to do or wanting to do things, and having to watch him or hold him was keeping me from those things. I was very selfish. And I realized that no matter how I want to shake a stick at it, I'm the way. This dude is going to model me. And if I don't show up as my best self, even with my hurdles, my hardships, my truth, you know, that kid is going to grow up in a lie. And one thing that I've struggled really hard in the past 4 years is being present. And I think that's kind of what you're saying too about being on your phone. Mm-hmm. I can now pick up my son and like he's there. I'm smiling. If he goes to sleep, my wife's like, get him up. I'm like, no, this dude is sleeping, and I want to take advantage of this. I really want to enjoy it because people say like, oh, you watch your kid be born, it'll change your life. And my life didn't magically change when he popped out. But my life did change. I just didn't know it because I was still battling things, and knowing that I am the way, that I'm the vessel for him to watch and observe. I'm the lighthouse for him to see when times are tough and times are dark. Putting that responsibility on life in itself, and that my role as a father and as a mentor and as a leader of the family, it helped shift me into gear that I wasn't already in. I had the capability of being in that gear, but I just needed to like make it happen. So I'd say my rule is ever changing, but realizing that I'm the lighthouse for him. And if I can't be that for myself, if I can't be present for myself, if I can't be working on myself, if I can't be bettering myself or pushing myself forward, how can I ever lead him to do the same for himself? And being present has really helped that. And when I looked in that dude's eyes, I'm just like, I fucking love you, and I mean it. And it's helped shift my perspective on, I hear stories, oh, I do anything for my kids. I'm like, but you won't even do anything for yourself. I would do anything for my kids. I'm like, you hate your fucking job. You make no money and you pawn off your insecurities on your children. And I had that as like this like guiding principles going into being a father and actually being able to be here and be involved. And to me, it just didn't make sense. And so I like stopped putting the blame or stopped projecting what needs to happen and start being what must happen. And through changing myself and giving myself permission to be like, yo, bro, step up, be a dad, be a man, be present, stop doing this shit that you know is not enhancing your quality of life. And, you know, that really changed it all. And when I look at him and I see him and or I'm running late, but I'm spending time with him, I'm with him. And so now my whole view of life has completely changed even more. I'm doing whatever I got to do to maximize my time with my son and my family, because that is what matters to me. Where before all these other goals and dreams mattered to me, the distractions mattered to me, but those were because I had no rules. So when I meet men like you and dads like you, and we share these conversations and I hear what's important to you, I add that to my Rolodex, because I want to be the best dad, you know, and I want my kid to be around strong men. I want other men to help raise my son. I want a tribe to help raise my son. And the only way I'm going to do that, I might be able to do it in the physical space, but I can take these other key points and key rules from these other great men that I admire and look up to and bring that into my life. It's challenging to me, but it's going to benefit him, because he's only going to see what right looks like through my own actions. And so if I can't get my shits together, how can I expect to say I'm setting him up for success and that I love him if I don't love myself enough to put the work in, to do the hard shit, to put down the phone, which is hard to do. You know, guys like you and I, our businesses are from this phone. And at least for me, it can be very overwhelming at times. I can definitely fall down those rabbit holes and miss out on what's right in front of me. And that's really been the season of just stopping all the noise and focusing on what matters and being present, because I definitely was not like that before.
So it's almost the same.
It's the same
rule. Be present.
Same rule. Just 15 minutes of explanation.
Yeah, right. Right. You got any other ones off the top of your head? What do you want your son, it's not your choice, but what do you want your son to be involved in? What's one thing that you want to teach him, that you want to relate with him on? Maybe it's jiu-jitsu, maybe it's business, maybe it's shooting, maybe it's building forts. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to him becoming an individual.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing in my life that I enjoy so much that I ever want to put on anybody else. Yeah. Because it's taken me long to even find interest in those things. And knowing what I think I know about the mind and how we evolve and how we grow and how we expand and how we heal and how we do all these things, there's a version of him that I want him to be able to have that space where he can find that version, uninterrupted by outside influence, especially by us. I just want him to see mom and dad crushing their goals and dreams, because you can't say, hey son, I believe in you, go out and do big things, but if you don't do that for yourself. So it's like a commitment to life. So I have no expectations for him other than to set him up for success. And what does that mean? By showing him.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can do. If I try to, I will never get him to the sports. I will never make him do anything. But I will encourage him to do more. And as he grows and as he evolves and as a leader and as a mentor for him, I will utilize my experience to see those gaps and offer guidance. Because if he doesn't have a buy-in, he's going to be resentful in whatever he's doing at such a young age. And that's only going to push him potentially further away from his true path and calling. So I'm kind of open. And it's all new and it's absolutely scary. And I have really no fucking clue what I'm doing. So it's exciting.
Yeah. I don't think anybody does. I want to introduce my son to as many things as possible. And one thing that I worry about a little bit is, and I don't know, maybe you worry about it too, but you've got 15 years as a Marine Raider in Special Operations. That's a lot to live up to for a son, you know, and your entire career was in a wartime environment. I don't want my son to I'm hoping he doesn't try to do what I did to live up to whatever he thinks that I've accomplished, you know, and what I want to do is introduce him to as many things as possible and hope that he finds what interests him, not what he thinks I want him to be interested in, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. You know, I think I believe my dad was a good man, but I didn't get a lot of like guidance and praise growing up as a kid. And so I think that was a lot of like, I was always trying to like crush it to like win dad's approval. And so reverse engineering that whole phase of my life, you know, and applying that to how I view my son and how I, at least right now, feel like I'm going to go into that season of evolution is I'm going to treat him like a teammate. I'm going to treat him like a team member. I'm going to hold him accountable. You know, I'm going to give him rules and expectations, tasks, conditions, and standards. And like you said, interact. I want him to meet these other great, amazing men that they might have been superheroes back in the day, but right now they're supermen. They're doing real things. They find passion in what they do. They're educated. They have their own 2 cents. They think for themselves. And, you know, not a lot of people see that side of especially veterans, especially our tribe of veterans, our group of people that we worked with. And obviously not everyone's the same. But there's so much more to life, and I think we learned so much more about life after all the suffering and the pain and the fucking misery and hardships we've gone through, willingly or not, that can help expand the way you view things and work on things. And if I can introduce my son to that circle of people that are just living, growing, evolving, that might be all he needs. And if he wants to go do that other thing, then that's fine, but, you know, my job is to give him a well-rounded foundation so he can build any empire he wants to, not a single-track mind. I'll never raise my kid military. I'll never do any of that type of stuff. I didn't grow up that way. I was given the opportunity. But at the end of the day, that flame inside, you can't tame that. You know, you can't. You can only nurture it. You can only encourage it. And you can only hope that you did good enough, right? You set the example enough, so no matter what decision they make, they're going to go with their own philosophy into that unknown, into that fray. Because the military is not a bad place. The military is just as dangerous place as a 9-to-5 job. It's the complacency of the mindset. It's what you're willing to do, what you're willing to accept, what truths do you have going into it, what vulnerability are you going to show yourself, what openness and willingness are you going to have. You know, those are the things that I want my kid to understand and be open to. These words, these terms, these feelings, these emotions, to weaponize his mind so he can literally do anything he wants to, and have enough courage to be like, I'm done, and have enough respect for himself to be like, I need help. That's my main focus for him.
That's awesome. Well said. But, well, let's move into you.
Okay.
So let's start, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Duncanville, Texas. It's just south of Dallas, Texas, right smack dab in the center. And yeah, I did that for 18 years till before I moved out and went to the military.
Well, what were you into as a kid? Hold on. Let's go back.
Yeah, let's go back.
What were you into as a kid?
I was into art. I loved to draw. I was painting and drawing as a little kid, drawing spaceships, spacemen. I was in a lot of art competitions. I think a lot of kids are, but I really enjoyed it. And then the computer came out. And then I got into like, you remember Paint? I used to draw on Paint all the time. I used to draw like James Bond, like video game characters and very pixelated art back in the day. And I had this like talent for like blowing up like small stamps. My parents collected stamps, and I would like blow up these stamps into like big drawings and paintings. I could just like, that's what I was really good at, enhancing the size of something and kind of bringing it to life. And that's what I was into. Then I got into playing video games, like computer games, mainly war shit, because I saw this Ranger poster once, and it kickstarted everything for me. This whole like fantasy of like this supreme commando, premier operating, you know, disciplined lifestyle. I'm like, oh my God, this is awesome. And so then I got into like kind of fantasizing about like, well, what would that life look like? Then I saw the movie Sniper with Tom Berenger, and that just fucking solidified everything for me. So then what I got into was paintball, I was like making my ghillie suit at like 8 years old, crawling around my backyard. You know, there's no YouTube back then, but there was VHS tape, and I recorded every like SEAL documentary that was on the Discovery Channel, every Special Forces sniper thing that I could see. Dude, I'd wake up, you remember back in the day there was like the TV Guide pamphlets?
Yeah.
I would like flip through there and be like, oh, this movie's playing at 3 o'clock in the morning, so I'd get up and like record over like our Christmas fucking VHS tape, you know, because I needed some space to like get this documentary so I can watch it. Like I just started to nerd out on those things because it looked hard, and I was really turned on by the aspect of like, not everyone passes, and you know, there's a 60% failure rate, and I'm just like, those things were interesting to me. So I was really into like that mindset of like, that's where I'm going to go. You know?
So you really wanted to test yourself at a very young age.
Yeah, I was into it. I knew my dad was in the military. He was a Marine also. Never talked about it. Every now and then, stories would come up when we was around friends, but it was very few and far between. I was never influenced by word of mouth, to ever seek that stuff. I think my parents just kind of knew that's what I wanted to do. I was always playing G.I. Joe. I mean, shit, I had one of those like toy Rambo knives, those plastic ones with the compass in the handle.
Oh, nice.
And I grew up in a kind of small home, and I would low crawl from my bedroom into the kitchen area. I remember like my mom would like, she would like put the comforters and laundry in the kitchen. She's like washing the clothes in the garage, and I would like low crawl underneath like the pile of like clothes, and I would like hide out there. Sometimes it'd be for hours waiting for my mom to like lift it up, and I'm like, I'd surprise her. I'd sneak up behind my cats. I'm like, dude, if I could sneak up behind a cat, I could sneak up behind anybody. And I think my cats just felt sorry for me, probably. They're just like, this fucking guy. So, but I felt cool, you know. It was like, that was it. I was into it. I was always trying to think like, if we got attacked in my house, I'm gonna hide behind my dresser drawers, and I have like my rubber band guns, and you know, I just had that mindset of like, I don't really know what it was. It was just in me, and I wasn't like possessed with it. It was just like, and it was my vision board. I had a vision board ever since I was a child.
Really?
Yeah. Never even heard about a vision board until my 30s. And my vision board, I actually posted on my Instagram, I had this like cork board. And on there I had like 1 shot, 1 kill. I was always drawing like sniper stuff in high school. Like I was always dueling. Dude, teacher's talking, Cody's drawing. You know, I'm fantasizing. I'm drawing a sniper rifle. I'm drawing a skull with a boonie cover on it. I'm drawing like all sorts of shit. Like just, I didn't know at the time what I was actually doing until now, later in life. I started to research and read more books and educate myself on these anomalies that have happened in my life, but they all started from a belief system and a mindset as a child. And my vision board had a classic truck. It had my Scout Sniper. It had like a Marine patch on there. It basically had military and classic vehicles. That was it. And I grew up with classic vehicles. That's what I wanted. That was my dream. Join the military. You know, I'm creating all these things, but little did I know it all started from a vision board, being a kid, flipping through a TV channel, you know? My parents never talked about, what do you want to do when you grow up? That wasn't even a thing. I was still worried about the next birthday, the next Christmas. You know, I couldn't wait for like when I was in high school and like there's a high school party. Like I wasn't thinking too far down the lifeline, not being present or not enjoying the childhood that I was having. But for some reason, I was really into that stuff, dude. I was going to go be a commando, and nothing was going to stop me. And I kind of took that mindset with everything else. I wasn't really good at much things. I played soccer. Every kid plays soccer. I think I kind of sucked. I'm not even sure. But I played for a few years, and I enjoyed it because it was fun. I liked the whole team aspect. Then I played football, and I grew up in a 5A, very large football team. Like Texas football, that's it.
Yeah.
That's what you do. And I was so good at football, I made varsity my senior year. You know, like I was not good. I was a small, skinny white guy, but my dreams were huge. I was the best player. You know, my dreams are huge. You couldn't stop me. My dreams are huge. I was going to go make that play. And I don't really know how all that was instilled into me. But because I got knocked down a lot. I got put on the sideline a lot. I didn't really suck, but I couldn't match up to 300-pound defensive linemen and offensive linemen. When you're building your intimidation stack, because a football team is nothing but intimidation stacks, skill and intimidation. You're not going to put the string being on there. That's not going to intimidate anybody. That's not going to get psychological in someone's head. Even though I could break through the system. So at the time, the high school, the football team, they had this view on what their starting line looked like. But I had that fighting spirit, and what that showed me at a young age was just like a lot of things. I got beat up a lot. I ran from gangs a lot. I lived in a very, a lot of projects and apartments like were around the area that I lived in, and a lot of street gangs. And I was that skinny white kid. I didn't know. I grew up independent. I could do anything I wanted to do. My parents didn't really restrict me on much. They also didn't give me free reign. I had some like guiding principles to like come home, eat your dinner, do these things, spend time with your mom. But I kind of had free reign to explore any adventure that I wanted to do within reason. But I realized that life is hard at a young age. My parents worked all the time. My dad was a cop. My dad was a cop for 42 years. Not in an easy town. He worked in Dallas, Texas, or the Dallas County, which was just insane. There's so much crime out there. And a lot of his fears and a lot of the youth that he saw, that he's either, dealing with their dead bodies, knocking on doors to family members. I think that really put some fear into him to like kind of put me in a box when it comes to like, hey, you're going to fuck around and find out. The world is not gumdrops and lollipops. Like, the world is very dangerous out there. But he also told me like, dude, you got to stand up for yourself, because it's very violent, it's dangerous. And so those subliminal messages, which maybe he didn't know what he was really doing at the time, but it like ingrained into me to persevere, to push forward. I got beat up by this gang today. Well, I'm just going to ride my bike faster tomorrow. Or I'm going to go a different route tomorrow. I'm going to remove myself from that environment. Oh, I sucked today at this play. Well, I'm going to go find the players that are good and ask them like, hey, how could I do better for this? Or how are you doing that? Because I need to do that. Oh, you also run track too? Well, that looks hard and scary. Well, let me go try to run track. Let me go try to do these things, because I realized I thrived in a team environment. I thrived even more when it was bigger than myself. And then I found a way to, not manipulate my environment, but to adapt to my environment. I got tired of getting beat up, so I find new ways. I started rolling with a crew. Now I got 5 guys rolling on their little huffies to school, vice me riding solo. I don't go through in this time, because this time is the loitering, lingering time, and I'm bound to get hemmed up this way, and I didn't look at it. I didn't know what fear was. I wasn't scared of things back in the day to how I understand they're very severe nowadays. But I was just kind of set up for this like weird success where I had to figure it out. And my parents both worked, and so I spent my summers, or I spent my time off, at home. Jerry Springer was my like homeschooler at times, these sitcoms. Then I'm like, well, these are boring. This sucks. So I draw. I soothe myself with drawing, or I go outside and shoot my BB gun at like my little G.I. Joe guys. And I just kept busy. And somehow it all kind of worked out, because at that point in time in my life, I was really just buying time. Because once I decided that I wanted to go into the military at a very young age, I was just waiting my turn. So everything up to that point, the football, the track, the chicks, the cars, the parties, all these things as an evolution of growing from a young kid, making it to high school, where you're figuring out who you are, learning what you believe in at a very entry level stuff. I was just waiting my turn, because I couldn't speed it up, but I was also trying to maximize it. My dad was really big on like, hey, you're about to be gone. You better like start spending time with your mom. I'm like, oh, I got all these parties. I want to go do these things. And there's like, you need to start worrying about your mother. And I did not like that. I did not like to hear that as a kid. I wanted to go party. I wanted to go do what these other kids did, where their parents may or may not have cared. And, my dad told me one time, he's like, you might not come back one day. He's like, so spend time with your mother, because you mean a lot to her. And I'm like, oh shit. Okay. And I was always like a mama's boy growing up. I love my mom. My mom, she was a fighter. She had breast cancer at a very young age for me, and I lived with another family for quite some time while my mom was going through the whole process. And I remember we went to the mall one day. My mom, she's bald, she's wearing a wig, and she's walking, she's holding my hand, and this mall is like extremely fucking ghetto, very ghetto. And they're like, look at this ugly bitch with no hair. And I'm a kid. At the time, I didn't even know what to do. This is a new interaction for me. And my mom, she fucking gripped my hand, she fucking lifted her fucking chin, and she kept on walking. I'm like, holy fuck. That lesson didn't hit me back then. But that determination, that perseverance to fucking keep on pushing, to like, yo, bro, we're not gonna let words break us in this family. We're not gonna let some fucking chump fucking bring us down because they hate themselves. She said all this without ever saying a word. She led by example. My dad was the type of guy who he worked his ass off. That dude did not have an easy childhood. My dad was really big into like family lineage, and able to trace Alfords all the way back to the Revolutionary War. Like this dude was like deep into like the family tree stuff. And when I found out a little bit about his childhood, I mean, both my parents were born, they were like 6 and 7 around World War II. My dad lived a completely opposite life of my mother, very hard life, very abusive dad. And seeing what my dad did, he was an entrepreneur, then he like full-time police officer, work his ass off all the time. He would get shot. My dad was on cops. It was so bad where his area was, they made it on the TV show, and my dad's, drugged behind cars. He's got shot in his vest, shot in his leg. And this dude never complained once. He would come home, he would eat food, and he's like, hey, we gotta go do this. And I fucking hated that. Because this dude was a machine. I just wanted to sit and just like imagine stuff, dragons in my mind, and sit on the couch and like be a kid.
Yeah. Because
I knew a hard life was coming my way, so I really wanted to maximize not living a hard life when I could. And that just didn't really fly. But yeah, I was shown from a very young age of maybe not what right looks like, but hey, this is the best that I know, and this is what right looks like based on that information, those facts. And both my parents were strong, and my mom is still strong. She's a trooper. Just no stop. And that just trickled on to me. Then my dad being hard, I wanted to impress my dad. I wanted to do things that make him proud. I didn't want to be a wuss. I remember this one particular time, I was in high school, and there was someone accusing me of something at a party that I wasn't even at. They thought it would be funny if so-and-so's older brother would like call me out and like try to fight me. And I wasn't a big scrapper back in the day. There was a point where I was, but I didn't seek it. A lot of my friends did. So luckily I was guilty by association, so that kept me out of a lot of stuff. I learned that early on in life too. If you can't do it yourself or you're not into that stuff, have a bubble. Have a bubble that people don't want to mess with, and that can probably keep you out of a lot of shit. And you can infiltrate that bubble with a different view and perspective, and now you're truly powerful and forceful, violent all the time. And this dude comes up to me one day in the common area in the high school, and he's like, hey, I heard you're talking shit about my brother. I'm like, what the fuck do you say? Like, it just reacted. I just like stood up for myself. And he's like, okay. He's like, Friday. And it just like, they set it this like time and day to like whoop my ass. And this dude was like a straight scrapper. This dude was like the real McCoy. And I remember telling my dad this, and I'm like, I don't want to fight this guy, man. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't even believe in this stupid confrontation. And I think it took my dad by surprise. I don't know if he thought I was like a pussy or what it was, because I'm like sharing emotion and like thought process at a young age. And I reflect back on that a lot because I still have that same vision today. Like, without belief, why am I doing it? And at a young age, I'm not trying to just go fight to get fight. It's not about getting beat up. It's about the principle of like, why am I even showing up to this? And at a young age, I didn't know what that was helping me shape in my life, 20 years down the road, how that discernment of like, I don't believe in this, so why would I do that? This doesn't make sense to me, so why would I fucking risk my life for it? And I valued me at a very young age because no one else is going to do it but me. My parents kind of taught me tough love. You know, they didn't disrespect me. They loved me the best they could. But in all that process, I had to like find me at a very young age to like, yo, bro, you got to start fucking fighting for yourself, picking your own battles, fighting on your terms, and stop just being a fucking victim because somebody wants to make an example out of you. And I got tired of being an example. So instead of me just like duking it out, trying to use my mind. Long story short, and I share that because it was so uncomfortable as a kid to say that to your dad, who is this like manly man, this dude that everyone knew in his industry, his niche, his environment, this brave guy, this tough guy, to tell my dad, like, I don't want to fight this guy. You know, like, what do I do? And him not really having the advice to give me, that was hard. And I don't blame him for it. But conversations like that, I couldn't imagine were really prevalent back in the day. This is like 2001, 2002 timeframe. Emotions, depression, anxiety, PTSD, these things weren't conversation things.
Yeah.
You know, standing up for yourself, investing in yourself, using your mind. These weren't mainstream things. These weren't family table, you know, dinner conversations. And I think I kind of took him by surprise a bit. But in doing so, being extremely uncomfortable telling him, yeah, I took that uncomfortableness and I like applied it more to my life. I'm like, okay, well, this is uncomfortable because he's not sure how to answer me. And he like, I don't even remember the advice. It was very basic. But I applied that to the rest of my life. I'm like, dude, clearly no one knows the answers to everything. So you're going to have to fucking figure it out. And so I stuck to my guns. Like, I didn't want to fucking fight this guy. I ended up resolving it all. We figured it out. I mean, dude, we're friends now. This is years later. But at the time, it was really hard for me, challenging as a kid growing up with these big dreams to be a commando, but I wasn't willing just to go fucking duke it out with this guy. You know, whether I'm going to get risk getting an ass beating or not. It was just that I didn't have belief in it. It wasn't even my fight. Now, if it was my fight, if it was my doing, it would have been different. But it wasn't. And that, like, implanted into my DNA, into my mind, like how I would live the rest of my life. I didn't know it at the time, but I would live my life and I would make decisions even, you know, as a senior in high school, as a new person in the military. I'd utilize that same concept, like, this doesn't make sense. So I'd ask questions. And that set me on a completely different path. That little did I know that standing up for myself in a time where I could have buckled, just went with the flow, did the norm. Oh, this guy wants to fight me, I'll fight him. This guy is mad, I'll just show up because I don't want to like lose any street cred. I didn't care about that shit. Because where I was going, this basic level street cred means nothing. But the lessons that I can learn from this foundation that I'm building, this foundation that I'm experiencing, and the complete unknown and discomfort that I'm going through, is going to set me up for success. I just didn't know it at the time, but I did those things at the time. I didn't know what I was doing was actually going to help me out. So, yeah, growing up was fun, but at a certain time in my life, I was just waiting my turn. Because all I wanted to do was join the military. That's it. All I wanted to do was become a scout sniper. That was it. You know? Nothing else. My Ranger dream got replaced because I saw that stupid Marine Corps Slaying Dragon commercial. And then I got introduced to Tom Berenger.
That's what did it, huh?
Yeah, that's
the
what did it.
Dragon commercial.
Yeah, I don't know why.
That was a damn good commercial.
You know, actually that guy, he was actually in my platoon later on down the life in my military career. It's crazy.
Are you serious?
Dead serious.
The Dragon Slayer?
The Dragon Slayer himself.
Did he get an award for that?
I don't know, but he got a lot of smack talk. And when we found out, because he was an enabler in my job. And when people found out he was a Dragon Slayer, I thought it was sick. I'm like, bro, you should own that thing, bro. Like, you're the Dragon Slayer.
Like, we're all here because
of you
killed
dude.
the dragon.
You killed the dragon?
You're the Dragon Slayer.
You are the Dragon Slayer.
Everybody in the Marine Corps passed what year?
Yeah, that.
Like, 95 is here because you killed the dragon.
Because of you, I'm here.
I'm just kidding, but
it's crazy. I mean, that's what it was. Because it was different.
Yeah.
It wasn't the same. And then sniper with Tom Berenger, I'm like, oh shit, you could be a scout sniper, because Army, you couldn't be a scout sniper.
Yeah.
In the Navy, you couldn't be a scout sniper. You could be a sniper, but that scout was premier. That scout was what set that sniper environment different from all the other branches of service. And I remember one day, because I wanted all the military shit, dude. I would sew Marine Corps patches on my shirt, dude. I was like straight nerd about it. Like, there was no denying what my vision was in life. Absolutely undeniable. And I remember there was this Army commercial, very basic, very generic, but like, hey, if you call, you'll get this like VHS like information tape, and you'll get this camouflage boonie cover. And I'm like, dude, I want the boonie cover. This is sick. And all I gotta do is call this number. Psh, done. So one day my mom's like, you got some explaining to do, mister. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, probably in 10th grade. And she's like, 11th grade actually. And she's like, what is this package? And it was like from the United States Army. And I'm like, she's like, what are you gonna tell your dad? I'm like, I just did it for the boonie cover, man. Like, cause I told them I'm gonna be a Marine, and they never encouraged me, but they were like, oh yeah, we didn't expect anything different. Like, they knew it.
No kidding.
It was weird. They knew it. I mean, ever since I was a kid, like at a very young age, I wanted to do that. And like I said, I wanted to be a scout sniper ever since a little kid, and all these synchronicities. I've been packing groceries. That's what kids do, right? Well, back in my day, we worked at grocery stores. And I remember this one kind of weird fella, but it was, now when I look back at my life, all the weird things or all the weird coincidences just helped reinforce the path that I was on. I remember this one guy in particular, he's like, you have really deep set eyes. I bet you're a great shot. Weird as fuck. I'm like 16 years old. I'm like, this dude is creeping me out a little bit. But I'm like, I do want to go in the Marine Corps, be a sniper. Like, you know, I'm just like, it's just the path is being lit. Little did I know. Just like bit by bit, piece by piece, vision board by vision board. Like I'm building the reality. I'm building the life that I want. And that was it, dude. You couldn't sway me otherwise. I remember being like my counselor, she's talking about, because I guess in your senior year, you could take like classes to help you get ready for college classes. And I didn't have the grades for that stuff. But they're like, you could like take some college classes while you were in high school. And she's like, so Cody, what do you want to do when you graduate? I'm like, I'm going to the Marines. And she's like, psh, she throws her packet behind her, like my stack of shit. She's like, okay, so what do you want to talk about? We have 15 minutes. And we just started rapping, just like rambling about stuff, because that was it. I want to be a doctor, kind of like, there was no plan B for me. It was, that was it. And I remember being in Spanish class, and I don't know if you remember, but you remember those box TVs they used to have in the corner? Like I was in Spanish class, screwing off, flirting with chicks. And that's when we all saw it. The Twin Towers fall. And I was like, fuck. So now my vision of wanting to join the military, I didn't want to go kill people. I wasn't joining for like America. My vision was because I felt called to do it, and I wanted to do it ever since a fucking kid. And then I see this shit on TV. And I'm like, this is real. Without a doubt, I know whatever the path and career that I'm going to is going to lead me to harm's way. Like, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. At this time, I had a bunch of friends that were in the reservists. That was like what people did. They say, I'm gonna go to the military. Then they join the reserves, and they come back and do the same high school shit they were doing. I keep getting older, but they still stay the same age. That's exactly what was happening.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, shit, I'm going active duty. And I'm going to be this. I'm going to be a scout sniper. Like, that's it. I'm definitely going to have to answer for what I just saw on TV. I'm going to have to pay that price. Like, that's going to come my way. Like, I know it. And obviously it did. So my childhood growing up was cut and dry. It was just waiting my time.
So did you go right in? You were able to go right into being a scout sniper?
No. I went to boot camp.
How did you pick the Marine Corps? I know it was, you said you saw Tom Berenger, but
yeah,
there are a lot of programs out there.
Like specialized programs?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had this vision. I wanted to go work for the agency at a very young age too. I wanted to be the James Bond spy, super ninja, mercenary. I was into all that stuff because I was into the French Foreign Legion. I was into everything that people were most likely not to pass. And I just had this like warrior calling. Those guys are risking it on a daily basis, disregard their belief system, their actions. You have to be aligned to that job, to that environment, to even show your face. And I thought it was cool to have a different name and to have a passport that wasn't from your own home country, and to live this off-grid life where you can literally be a ghost and do anything. I was into that. I was just very attracted to it. The Marine Corps, I don't know, like I said, it was the scout sniper aspect. That was it for me. If there was a scout sniper in the Navy, I might have considered it.
So it was just you
title.
had the potential to become a scout sniper. There was no contract.
No contract at all.
It was a gamble.
It was a gamble. The only way you can do that is, at the time, there was definitely no shortage of infantryman slots. I mean, at this point in time, I signed up at 17, so it was 2002. Signed up. I signed my name, yeah. I enlisted at 17, and I'm like, I want to be a scout sniper. They're like, well, you have to go to the infantry. I'm like, okay. 0311. So that's what I did. Get the boot camp, go through that whole thing, and I'm smiling, and I'm enjoying every moment of it, because now it's my time. I've watched all the movies. I fantasized all the fantasies. I fucking G.I. Joe'd all the G.I. Joes, and now I'm getting to live it out. So I'm like cheesing in boot camp the entire time. It sucked. It was very hard, very challenging, but like I wanted to embrace that suck. I wanted to be there, so it made it completely different, because my mindset and my belief systems were aligned to the path that I wanted to walk, even though it sucked and was miserable the entire time. I graduate boot camp. I do the School of Infantry, which in the Marine Corps, you go to the School of Infantry if you're an infantryman, or you go to MCT, Marine Combat Training. So if you're a non-infantry person, you go learn like basic infantry shit, and then you learn your career field. School of Infantry, you learn if you're a rifleman, machine gunner, mortarman, assaultman, all these things, you learn those career fields, and then you bring it all together. And I made my intentions known. I went to one of the sergeants. I graduated boot camp as a Lance Corporal. I was an honor graduate. So I was like the #1 graduating recruit there. So I left boot camp 3 ranks higher than 99% of my peers. And that caught the eye of some of my instructors for the School of Infantry, which were, in retrospect, only 2 ranks higher than me at the time. So I found myself in leadership position. I found myself with a lot more mentorship from these corporals or these E4s and these E5s, because I was now being tasked with the word to go spread it to the men. I found myself in these leadership positions at an early, very young age. And in doing so, we had do man bro conversation times. I got to ask questions like, hey, how do I become a good leader? How do I manage this? How do I do this? How do I become a scout sniper? What do I do after this? And one of them found interest in me, and he's like, hey, the battalion you're going to, which is 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, he's like, the battalion you're going to, I have a buddy there, and they're running a sniper indoctrination in 2 months. He's like, so when you get there, sign up for it. And this dude believed in me. I'm a nobody. I'm a student like everyone else. I'm going through the funnel system of like, but where I was going was someplace where these other men have not gone before. Even in boot camp. Boot camp was, all my drill instructors knew that we were going to war. Mm-hmm. It was inevitable. And none of them experienced what we were about to face. And back in the day, I didn't know anything about ribbons. If I saw a dude that had like 2 ribbons, that meant nothing to me. I didn't know what that was. Even as a recruit, even, in boot camp, even at a young Marine age, like I didn't really know until I started to learn and then know. And a lot of these guys are peacocking because they're drill instructors. They're tough guys, They're trained to get inside your head. They're trained to build you in capacities that you never even thought were capable. But they also knew that we were going to go to war. And they made it very clear. He's like, you guys want to fuck around? He's like, you guys are going to war. All the ones going to the infantry battalions after this, or the School of Infantry, you're going to war. And I don't think any of us really knew what the magnitude of those words, because you don't. You can only fantasize so much until you get punched in the face. You can only fantasize what it's like to get punched in the face until you realize you get punched in the face. You're like, fuck, I was not expecting that. And my School of Infantry class, everyone there's an infantryman of some shape or size. And we went to 2-4, 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, and then we went to 2-1, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, which is the battalion that I went to. And both those units were very in the mix in OIF2, in Ramadi and Fallujah. And literally half my SOI class didn't fucking make it out of their first deployment because they're fucking killed. And we didn't know that at that age. Even our instructors didn't know. No one knew my first deployment was Fallujah. No one knew what Fallujah was about. But they did their best to give us that mindset, butter jam, push the fight, do these things, don't suck, don't quit on yourself, don't quit on your teammate, you know what I'm saying? It's not about you, that's true suffer in silence. And looking back, I'm just grateful because they did the best they could with what they had and what they knew. And obviously training has significantly changed a lot since then. Because there's a lot more experience now. There's a lot more wisdom. And those people are now in these positions where they're able to instruct. But these instructors did a phenomenal job. And this dude that believed in me really kind of set me up for success. I'm like, damn, because it was not normal to find people to believe in you when you're just a boot being a nobody. And so I smoke SOI. They were thinking about promoting me to corporal, but they said that the colonel there said I was too young.
What's SOI?
School of Infantry.
Okay.
So it's the first 3-month course you go to after Marine Corps boot camp, and it's only for infantrymen. So combat arms, and so I didn't get promoted to corporal, but they're like, hey, we're going to give you this other leadership award. And it's going to set you up for success when you go to the infantry. So I left boot camp stacked. I left my School of Infantry stacked. And more importantly, with documents that said, hey, this guy's not too bad, I was stacked with knowledge. This dude gave me this whole Marine Corps planning leadership book, these TNR manuals, these things that no one had access to. None of my peers had access to. So I was given knowledge. I was given true tangible things to help me be successful. At the time, I didn't really see all the value in it, but I was also told hey, do this shit that nobody wants to do and you'll always fucking win. I'm like, okay. So this whole time in School of Infantry, I'm doing all my online, they called it MCIs, Marine Combat Institute. It's all these online education. You needed those to get promoted back in the day or to be eligible for promotion because it was a scoring system up to a certain rank. And you needed to meet that score, so you needed to have all these check in the box to be eligible for the next promotion. I'm like, well, fuck. I didn't come here to play small, bro. This is on my vision board. I'm here to win. I didn't know what winning means, but I just didn't want to suck. And I remember being told, do what other people aren't doing, and you'll fucking win. I'm like, okay, well, none of my friends, they're all getting drunk out in Oceanside, California. I'm staying on base doing these stupid little MCIs because when I got to the fleet, when I got to my first unit, I didn't want to do this shit. Because I was going to be focused on my next chapter, my next checkpoint, which is to become a scout sniper. So I was doing the work that needed to happen to get me to where I wanted to be at an early age. I took advantage of that because I had goals. And I knew where we were going. I didn't know I was going to Iraq in fucking 8 months. But I knew I was going to go overseas soon enough. And my goal was to be a sniper, so that needed to be my main focus. So I check into my battalion, and I remember getting off the bus, and they're telling us all these fear-mongering, fear-porn stories, they called it a sea bag drag, because my battalion that I was checking into was just a couple miles down the road from the School of Infantry. And they were telling us, they're gonna make you run down there in your alphas, which is our green suit, and drag in your sea bag. And I'm like, are you serious? Because I'm in California. I'm looking at Camp Pendleton. I'm looking at all these big mountains. I'm like, I got to go up those things? All these new hurdles in life. I've never seen a mountain. My first plane was flying to boot camp, And so I'm getting at SOI. I see this big-ass mountain. The first thing I do in reception is my buddy and we go up to the top of that mountain because it was scary as shit. We're like, let's just get this out of the way. Because if I can go up that fucking mountain, I can go up 100 times and it not bother me. Like, that was the caliber of men that I was around at a very young age. And just looking back on that life, man, how fortunate to be around winners that weren't losers. And I check into my unit. Bus pulls up in the quarter decks of the big parade field, this big, concrete slab outside all the headquarters buildings, all these things. And there was a few of these senior guys that are receiving all of us boots. They're like, hey, if you're a golf company, so-and-so, 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 get off the bus. And they're like yelling at them. I'm like, oh my God, this thing is real. This thing is real. And I knew I was checking into headquarters company. I don't even know what the fuck that was. I was supposed to go to trailers platoon. I'm like, what is a trailer platoon? I literally thought I was going to be in a trailer. Like, I had no clue what this was. And I'm in headquarters. All my friends are in, an alphanumeric thing. I'm in golf. I'm in Fox. I'm in Echo. I'm in Kilo. I'm in all these things. And I'm like, I'm in HQ. I'm a headquarters guy. Okay. And I just see all my boot friends just getting thrashed. Just pushing up. Getting yelled at. Just first sergeant smoking cigarettes, and these dudes are doing 8-count bodybuilders. I'm like, dude, this thing is real. Because we are straight fresh meat. And these guys are all OIF-1 veterans. And they know that we're going to war. And, this is 2003 now. War is already happening. But they know that we are the fresh meat going with them into harm's way. And so they're taking it very seriously. So they're kind of bringing that boot camp, school of infantry vibe and mindset. Because you're a boot. You only know the shit you were taught. You know nothing else. And so now you're about to learn your trade in these platoons. Well, I was one of the first few boot camps to have the digital camouflage.
Yeah.
Where everyone in the fleet, all the senior guys, had the woodland camis and black boots. So I quickly looked around and realized that I did not want to get my ass beat or have to do like random 8 counts for no reason. So I quickly did what I do best. I blended in. And I made it my priority. I found some camouflage. I shoe glued my name tape on there. I traded digis because you had so many from boot camp. I traded digis with my roommate who was a motor pool guy, and I blended in. And I was an E3, so it looked like I was a senior guy. I'm like, bro, I'm setting myself up for success. I'm not going to be a target, dude, because all my friends were targets.
Yeah.
And targets get hit. Targets get the shitty details. Targets get the crap into the stick. And I didn't want that. And I'm in headquarters, and I'm in headquarters, and I really contemplated to go UA. My dream come true, and I fucking hated it.
Really?
Yep. My battalion was in 29 Palms doing a big training exercise called CAX, Combined Armed Exercise. Big training event back in the day. And so there was a very skeleton crew back at home. Well, the fella in charge of the headquarters guys, being me, he was in charge of the suicide crazy watch people also. They had they were wearing white t-shirts underneath their woollen camis. They had white lace. Dude, it was a shit show. And they were goofy. I'm like, dude, I don't want to emulate you. And I'm 18 years old at this point. I'm like, you're not inspiring to me. This is the Marine Corps. I was painting rocks. I was putting non-skid on steps. I'm like, what the hell am I getting into? With no signs of a brighter future. And it was like that for 2 weeks. And I literally was contemplating I got to get out of here. This is not for me. This is not what I signed up for. This is stupid. Stupid without a purpose. Stupid with a purpose is different. Stupid without a purpose is just plain stupid.
Yeah.
And so I'm back in our very condemned flat top buildings that had rats the size of my feet rolling around in them. This is before nice barracks happened and AC was a thing. And this one sergeant comes in there, and I swear he smoked probably 5 cigarettes the whole time he was talking to us. He's like, hey, my name's Tommy. I'm from a sniper platoon. We're doing this NDOC in a week. So-and-so, you're in the platoon. If you don't pass the NDOC, you're out. If anybody else wants to sign up for the NDOC, here's the list, sign up. Here's the date and time to be there. I'm like, and all my friends that's in headquarters with, they all made it because they're all expert shooters. In boot camp, I left as a sharpshooter, so one step down. It's a true story. Doesn't sound real, but it is. I shot on another dude's target so he could pass, because he was a pizza box. He was like not even going to pass the qualification course. And I shot on his target so he'd get his like one score that he needed to pass. That took me from my one shot that I needed to be an expert. And so I go to infantry as a sharpshooter, which whatever. It is what it was. But that's also why my name wasn't on this like pick list. But I was able to sign up for it. So I signed up for this NDoc, and I'm like just excited. I'm super excited. It's coming true. And then I realized, oh my God, I did not know the things I was gonna have to do to do this. And I remember us showing up, and one of the first events we did was the pool. And I'm going back into my repository inside my mind. I'm like, none of the videos that I watched were these motherfuckers in pools.
So you're in NDoc now?
I'm in NDoc. Like, right. I signed my name up.
So what is NDoc? Is NDoc a tryout?
Yep. It's a
tryout to get into sniper school.
It's an it's indoctrination to get into the platoon. And then from the platoon, you're under observation. And then once you're in the platoon, you're basically earning your keep. And then you're earning your keep to get a chance to go to sniper school, because not everyone got a chance to go.
So how long is this pipeline? From NDoc to sniper school?
That's a big time gap difference. NDoc's anywhere between like 2 to 3 weeks. But then you realize and you learn at a very young age, you're constantly always under observation. So just because you passed the indoctrination, you did all the hard things, you met the requirements that, okay, this guy he can shoot, move, communicate, he won't quit, he can do land navigation, he's a candidate, and we can teach him everything else he needs to know, because back in the day, the purpose of a sniper platoon was to train you how to be a scout sniper. Because then you go to sniper school to get your certification, to fine tune your adjustments. But in the sniper platoon, you're learning everything that they learn in sniper school. And 90% of it has nothing to do with shooting. Mm-hmm. It's knowledge. It's verbatim. It's attention to detail. Missing a period or a comma in a sentence when you're reciting what the definition of a Marine Corps Scout Sniper is. What does reconnaissance mean? What does surveillance mean? What does target acquisition mean? What does a hide site mean? And if you miss a comma or a period, you're paying for that. You miss an item on your observation game, you're paying for that. And so you're basically in a school the entire time. So for me, that was like a year and a half before I got to go to sniper school, because I deployed in between this time period. But I get to the sniper platoon and...
Hold on.
Oh yeah, bring me back.
Let's go back. So NDoc.
NDoc.
Yeah, let's go back to NDoc.
Yeah, so NDoc, I find myself in this pool and I'm like sweating bullets because I wasn't a good swimmer. Marine Corps boot camp, you're either a swimmer or you're not a swimmer. They don't really teach you how to swim. It's like, hey, here's this Vietnam era flak vest and this big old brain bucket that's surely not to save your life, and I want you to fucking jump in the water from this tall tower. And I haven't showed you how to do any of these side strokes, how to do anything. Figure it out. You're like, what the fuck? And you're just like, go. And that's how it was. And I just made the bare minimum to like pass the swim call because it was a meat grinder. Because when I was in School of Infantry, there was an opportunity to go to Recon. And you could sign up for Recon back in the day. You could not sign up to be a scout sniper.
Okay.
So in a School of Infantry, you would come and you would confirm that you can do the recon screening, right? Which consisted of, some swims, treading water, underwater crossover, and physical fitness tests. Well, I signed up for that, and they told me to go pound sand because I had like the lowest swim qualification you could possibly have and still be a Marine. And so I'm like, okay. So thank God that happened, because I would have deviated from this great life that I have and the opportunities that I have. And so I get to the NDoc, and the first thing we do is swimming. And I learned from that age and that very young point that the water is the equalizer for all men. You find out who wants to be there in the water. And you might not, and I learned also, you might not pass everything, but you can't fake heart. You can't fake determination. You can't fake fucking discipline. You have it or you don't. And I was the poorest swimmer at the NDoc, the poorest one, but you could not get me to stop. And so the chief instructor for the platoon, he took me aside and he started to teach me things. He's like, dude, you have no idea what you're doing, but you clearly aren't quitting anytime soon. So let me show you how to do this. So he actually taught me how to swim. And I realized that that was just a way to shed the fat instantly before we got to the fun stuff. And that really wasn't fun to me. Neither was the things that are coming my way, but it was like the entry level because the water's scary. They tell you to hold your breath in the water and swim wearing your full camouflage utilities. That's not easy to do. They tell you to wear your full camouflage utilities after you've been swimming for 30 minutes and they tell you to tread water for 30 minutes. You're like, you want me to tread water for 30 minutes? Are you serious? And I was never exposed to these things because you don't do any of that in boot camp. You do none of that in School of Infantry. So these are all new phases and experiences of life that none of us have experienced. And to be honest, we're just crushing it. I suffered, swimming-wise. And they were like, okay, well, I can either give up on you or you're a Lance Corporal from boot camp. You left School of Infantry with this leadership award. There's clearly something about you. You clearly just need to be trained on the things you don't know. And that is exactly how this staff sergeant took me in. And I'm very grateful for that opportunity because that has been a role in my life. I'm not the great at a lot of things, but I don't know what I don't know. And when I get put in those situations, people see that like, bro, I am the real McCoy. But I just need the opportunity. I just need that shot, you know, because I want it and I'm willing to do anything for it. Even drown, you know, even suffer, even know that I can't do that shit, but I'll still jump in the pool when I don't want to. When I want to fucking quit, but I'm not going to. When he told me not to touch the bottom and I want to step up and breathe, but I'm not going to because he told me fucking not to. And this means more to me than my comfort or the discomfort that I'm in. And this dude saw that and he took me in at a young age and mentored me mainly how to swim. And then after that, we did a lot of ruck running. There was this thing called Recon Ridge outside of Camp Horno, which is 2nd Battalion 1st Marines on Camp Pendleton. That's our base at the camp at the time. And there's this thing called Recon Ridge, and it starts off very basic. You're like, oh, I could walk, run up that. Like 20 feet into that thing, your calves and ankles are done. You're just smoked. And it just keeps on going up and up and up and up and up until you hit the ridge line. And then you find yourself traversing all these mountains and ridges. They call it the Alpha Shelf. It's the first layer of mountains in Camp Pendleton. Very distinctful. You can see them from the highway. They're very massive, large terrain features. And we're just up and down these things every day for like 2 weeks. Doing land navigation all over Camp Pendleton with like hard timelines. And your timelines where if you don't come back with your points, you're out of the platoon. Those odds I loved. Because none of us had a handout there. Even my friends that were on the list to go to the platoon, they had to earn their keep just like me and a few other guys that weren't on the list to go. You know, there was no handouts there. And these guys were already used to working in like 2-man sniper teams, but we had 4-man teams, and that's what we were working towards. But they didn't care if they had to go back to 2-man teams because there was a standard. So it was so fun because all my friends were cleaning guns, the armory, they're marching, doing dumb shit, and like, I got my collar popped to avoid getting chafed by my rucksack. My fucking pants are unbloused. I have a heavy ass pack on. I got like drippy mascara paint, you know, just like like running down my face, and I was a king of the world because we were told you will run everywhere you go. You will not walk anywhere. I'm like, okay. And instantly, you're already standing out from the pack. So all of us in the sniper platoon, they're called pigs, professionally instructed gunmen. So a professionally instructed gunman or a pig, you're the boot in the sniper platoon. You're not a school-trained sniper. You can do the job, but that's not your main thing. You're a point man, you're a radio man, you're an assistant team leader potentially, maybe, but you're not the sniper. And a hog is a hunter.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
We'll pick back up at Hog, but so in the sniper platoon, everybody is in the Marine Corps. Everybody's there to support the sniper. Is that correct?
In a sniper platoon?
Yeah.
Yeah. The sniper is the main focus, but the team is the main focus because you're not doing sniper missions. You can't do a sniper mission without the team. Mm-hmm. And so the main thing is like everyone working as a 4-man team, a small element. That's the main thing.
So out of the 4-man team, how many snipers are there?
One?
It varies. My first sniper team had 2 snipers. My team
Okay.
leader and my assistant team leader were scout snipers. School trained snipers, and the radio operator and myself as a point man, we were not.
But you're a candidate.
I am in the
that
sniper
point.
platoon. I've earned my keep to be in the platoon. I'm a platoon member. And now I'm just waiting my time to go to sniper school.
Okay.
So, because back in the day, hey, we got 1 seat. Well, there's 8 guys. We got 2 seats, but there's 12 guys. It's just different how to work to like get your chance to go to school. But every one of us were instructed on the sniper rifle. We all knew how to do observation. We all knew how to do everything because it was their job and their invested interest to make sure we knew how to do it all. Mm-hmm. Because we're going to war, and we're a team. I got to know what happens to them if they don't make it. So being in this platoon, and these guys were like Somalia vets, OIF-1 vets, and I'm like, whoa, they're like, I was walking around Mogadishu with my sniper rifle. I'm like, what? Like, just these crazy stories I've never even heard of before. And unreal that I'm even in the platoon in the first place. To look back at my vision board where I have this like skull with 2 cross sniper rifles, now I'm actually in this platoon, and our t-shirt was, it had the dead man's hand, but it had it had a skull with 2 cross rifles on it. That was like our sniper platoon logo. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And so your school trained snipers are called Hogs, Hunter of Gunmen, and that's the title. That's the certification you get once you complete Scout Sniper School, Scout Sniper Basic Course, SSBC. So the whole time I'm in this platoon, we're just learning skills. Land navigation. Dude, land nav. Observation, surveillance techniques, patrolling, all the things to like make you a weapon. But at the same time, we're training for this upcoming deployment we all hear about. We're going to Iraq. We're going to this place called Fallujah. Not a big deal. No one's bells were ringing. No one's butts were tight. We're going to Iraq. So all the OAF-1 guys, all the invasion guys were like, oh, you guys better get ready. But hearing their stories, OAF-1 was different. It was different. It's a different type of violence. No one knew what we were getting into.
Yeah.
Nobody. To the point where the training that my battalion was doing in preparation was called SASO. Have you ever heard of SASO?
I haven't.
I forget the exact acronym. I'll try my best. It's basically stability operations. So we're doing this training.
Stability
operations. And
you're going to Fallujah.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
And so all these scenarios, we're doing checkpoints, we're doing sergeant of the guards, we're basically doing this like martial law. That's basically what we're practicing. It's really what it was. Martial law. We're practicing martial law. Show, shout, shove, shoot. These are the things that we must say. These are the things that we must do. Hugs and kisses. We're the professionals. Open hearts, open minds.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, there was a lot of that, but just not in the same context. But we did what we did best. We trained. And the cool thing about the sniper platoon was that we were part of a headquarters company back in the day. And what that means is that headquarters is like your motor pool people, your cooks, your supply people, your radio people, all these things. And then from there, they get dispatched to the companies, the line companies, the infantry companies. Well, infantry shoots a lot of ammunition. Headquarters does not shoot a lot of ammunition. So we had a lot of ammunition, but we did not have a lot of sniper ammo, which is weird. We're shooting like 10, 20 rounds at a time, and that was a training evolution. So we're making every one of these shots count. Oh yeah, it was very sparse. But we did get a lot of 50 cal, and we got a lot of 5.56. So break contact drills, small unit tactics, all the things that you would imagine being a 4-man team, that's what we were doing. Well, on top of that, we would run missions for Border Patrol on Camp Pendleton. We would basically do a bunch of BOLO missions. And so we would pack up our gear, and we would navigate the valleys and the crest inside Camp Pendleton, working our way towards like the Border Patrol checkpoints. And we're like, they get a BOLO and like, hey, we're looking for a white van. So we're like looking for white vans all night, we're just reporting back. And it's like drill, we're just drilling. We're not going to do anything crazy, but we're utilizing a real world scenario to provide us real world mission training. And so we found ourselves doing that a lot.
That's smart. I think that's smart.
Yeah, and because money was an extreme thing back then, meaning that it didn't exist.
But I mean, it's a real mission.
It's a real mission.
Correct.
Yeah, real mission. We are planning, we're briefing. Hell, we would even set up vehicle hide sites in the officer neighborhood because there was thieves taking place. There was people breaking into shit. Well, guess what? We'll do a training mission out there.
So you guys are sniping thieves on base.
With observations.
I'm just kidding.
I remember being in the back of one of those Chevy Avalanches, sweating my balls off. You know, I got the vehicle hide drape. I'm wearing the mock up, the Reaper hood. And I'm like just leaning back, and like this dude didn't even empty out his car all the way. And I'm like, breaker 19. I'm passing reports, but it was fun.
Yeah.
Because when everyone else is sleeping or playing Xbox or getting drunk, and Marines are crazy, dude. Like barracks parties and like barracks brawls are a real thing. Like it's straight gangland there. Like no rules. People flying off of second story balconies, taped to mattresses. Like the horrible stories you hear, like there's no way those are real. Those were really real, and those were really real back then. Like those are a real thing. Well, we were doing a real thing too. We were fine tuning our craft. We were learning how to do vehicle surveillance, Trojan horse operations. We were learning how to do all these things that weren't done at the time, especially in the conventional side of things. But we had a commander who had a belief. We had a commander who was very outside the box and pushed us to train in that capacity also. Because it was really easy, because the standard for Marine back in the day was go to the armory, clean your guns, hurry up and wait. Well, we didn't do that. One, cleaning your guns for hours on end, you're just destroying them. Two, the training is not in the armory. The training's out in the bush. And I don't even need a gun for that. I just need a map, a compass, and an objective. And that's what we did. So we would just do STAR courses all the time, land navigation courses all the time. So it was like a continuous indoctrination because none of it got easier and it only got harder. But that's what set us up for success. That was a hard training that nobody wanted to do, but you took pride in it because there's only 12 of you. I think, 12 of us at the time. And, when you're doing observations, as you know, it's 3:00 in the morning and you're just looking at an area that's got no movement. That takes discipline. Mm-hmm. It takes discipline not to go to sleep. It takes discipline not to drift your mind. It takes discipline not to screw your buddy over. And it takes discipline to be like, hey, dude, I'm really tired. I need you to cover down in 10 minutes for me. All these things take discipline. And so we're learning at a very young age something that we never got exposed to from the military in that capacity, the warfighting capacity, what it's truly going to take to make it happen. So we're doing all this cool training for the sniper platoon. We're integrating with the infantry companies. We're doing sniper overwatch, guardian angel missions. Basically, we're like, they're conducting their martial law stuff, and we are, doing observation, running reconnaissance surveillance for them. Sitting back, because back in the day, snipers were actually employed as snipers. You were the eyes and ears of the battalion. You were directly reporting to the commander information of all things pertinent to surveillance and observation of the battlefield. And because you were the first line of defense, because there was no recon elements in an infantry battalion. There's sniper elements. And back in the day, before we called sniper platoons, we were called stay platoons, surveillance target acquisition. And that sums up exactly what we did. We were a stay platoon, and that's how I grew up in the community. And that's what we did. We did this great training for SASO, and we're like, hey guys, we're going to Iraq in a couple months, and we're like, all right. Meant nothing. Because it was so vanilla down. We did combat drills, we did combat scenarios in the SASO training, but the main thing was martial law. You're just policing up, spreading love and joy. That fucking changed very quickly. A different type of love and joy. And so I found myself going on leave, pre-deployment leave. I go home to Texas. I see my family, and I tell my parents I'm going to Iraq. And my mom was super sad, and my dad was proud, but not because I'm going to war. My dad was proud of who I become. And I wanted to selfishly just go party, chase chicks. Cause in my head, I'm like, I'm going to fucking war, bro. I wasn't a tough guy, but I didn't know what was going to happen. So I wanted to go be an 18-year-old kid. I wanted to go do 18-year-old kid things. And that's when my dad's like, hey, you better spend time with your mother. And I'm like, all right, I'll spend time with my mom. I'll spend time with you. I'll stay at home. I'll do these things. So I did. And then I come back to Pendleton, and we flew commercial air to Iraq, my first deployment. And I was a Lance Corporal, so I'm still on the working party committee, you know, doing all this shitty job still. And even our platoon, we had to give up bodies to go support these things. We got out a lot of things, but we still needed to support and be team players. So I find myself loading these sea bags. You know, that's where we learned the whole like conveyor belt system, where you're just like, you're just a fine oiled machine, you know. And we're loading this civilian aircraft, sea bags in the bottom. None of us know what the fuck's gonna happen. None of us have a clue what we're going into. None of us, at least I did not. I knew it was gonna be war. I knew it was Iraq. That was it. But my mindset was stability operations. My mindset was the information that I was told and trained upon, that that's what I was going to execute and perform. Mm-hmm. And that didn't mean complacent. That just means that my mindset was on what my tasks were assigned to me.
I mean, what else would it be on?
Exactly.
You know, that's what you just spent however long training to do. That's what they told you were going to do. Why would you think anything else?
Yeah, exactly.
Did you want to go to Iraq, or did you want to go to Afghanistan? Or did you care?
I didn't care, but at the time, Afghanistan wasn't even on my radar. Iraq was. I think Afghanistan might have been for like the East Coast Marines, but
Okay.
It wasn't for the West Coast. We were all Iraq, to my knowledge, at this time of life. So in Afghanistan wasn't even a thing, you know, because you hear Iraq. They did it. Weapons of mass destruction. That's not in Afghanistan. That's in Iraq, right? And so I really only saw that as like the potential reality that I would face, you know, in this phase of life in my career.
Yeah, I guess at that time, Afghanistan was a strictly
Very low
special
key,
operations
very
war.
special operations. Now we have Marine units doing it. You know, our Detachment 1, which is our very first Marine Special Operations asset, they were operating in Afghanistan around this time. They were doing a lot of missions at the time. But big general purpose Marine Corps, no,
Okay.
Iraq. So we fly to Kuwait. And we're drinking beer. Oh, you know, we're on this plane. I'm excited. I'm like, this is crazy, dude. I'm flying this comfy plane, civilian plane. These stewardess are like super kind, and we got our guns in there, and we're just like, they're like feeding us beer. And I'm 18 years old, bro. I'm living it up. This is fun. This is awesome. This is the real McCoy. We get to Kuwait, and I'm just like, what is this? And as my eyes open up to the scene, it's just like this crazy, massive monstrosity of things happening. You know, there's troops moving here, there's vehicles moving here. It's just like, whoa! It's like you see those old World War II films where it's like a staging area, and you're like, oh my God, this is it. And we did some training there. We did a lot of shooting there. We had obviously way more ammunition. We started to link up with other assets like human exploitation teams, EOD teams, because these things weren't, they were not organic to an infantry battalion. And so now we're getting introduced to them. We're doing collective training with them. And since we were snipers, we were like the tier guys of our battalion. You know, we're getting, because their information, their sole purpose is based off an actionable intelligence and gaining information. Ours is the same thing. We provide information, and intelligence is formed off that information. That's our main focus. Shooting is 10% of the job, so they say. And, you know, a lot of lessons still there. It was very airy, fun. People were excited. We're getting ready to go do our job. Why else would you join? You know, why else? You're getting to go put all those hard things to test. And Still, no one knew what was coming our way. No one was complacent with like, oh, this can be a cake in the walk. There was that mindset that never existed. But the true brutality of what Fallujah brought, I think if someone told you, you would have been like, no way. Telling stories of Fallujah still to this day for me, it sounds fake. It sounds made up.
Well, before we get into Fallujah, because that's where we're going,
That's where we're going.
let's take a quick break.
Let's do it.
Serious question. Who wants to take the best shit of their entire life? Right here, I do. How do you do that? You go with Bubs Naturals Collagen Protein. You rip the thing open, you put it in your coffee, you stir it up, and you're on your way. Now, if taking the best shit of your entire life doesn't interest you, collagen will also give you beautiful hair, great skin, and nails to die for. So, and you'll recover a lot quicker in between workouts if that's your thing. So now that we got the good shit out of the way, get it? Let me tell you a little bit about Bubs the company. Bubs is a tribute company to Glenn Bubs Doherty, who was a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor who died defending American freedom in Benghazi, Libya. Bubs donates 10% of all proceeds to veteran organizations like the Glenn Doherty Foundation and 100% of all proceeds on Veterans Day. Let me tell you about Bubs' latest product that helps with energy, healthy digestion, your immune system, and your metabolism. Bubs Naturals Apple Cider Vinegar Gummies, which actually taste so damn good that I ate all 60 of them the first night I got them. They taste amazing, and man, I got a lot of energy now. Anyways, go to bubsnaturals.com, use promo code Shawn to take 20% off your order. Thank you, Bubs Naturals, for being a sponsor of the Shawn Ryan Show.
All right, it's 2004. You're going to Fallujah. You have no idea what you're in for. Fallujah is probably the most well-known battle throughout the entire war. The bloodiest. We'll just leave it at that. It was indescribable. And you were there.
I was there. The first one was Inherent Resolve. That was the operation leading up to Phantom Fury, which most people hear about. That was the concluding of Fallujah. That was like the last battle. We were there for Inherent Resolve. So we arrive, we convoy from Kuwait to Iraq. We go to our fire base. It's called Bahariya. It was one of Saddam's old resorts. He had like some little go-kart places. He had a place where he had caged lions, a little lake in the center. Right next to this place called the Mech, this big facility that housed aircraft, medical, reconnaissance, and various other entities. In our base, we replaced the 101st Airborne and the Air Force. And these guys were battered. They didn't have much. And so we showed up into what you would think as a pretty austere environment. We had hard structures that were team houses because it was just like this big resort area. So there's multiple houses. Our kitchen was a big general purpose tent. And operations were getting pretty feisty there. We haven't gone out at this point. A couple leadership are doing left and rights with the outgoing entities, the recce guys with the 101st, they're snipers. And, you know, day one, not even day one into the city, but day one on the left seat, right seat, two of our guys from our platoon come back with grenade wounds.
On day one?
Day one. And essentially what happened, there was this like weekly tribal council essentially that happened at this district center. And the sniper recce guys from the 101st would set up Overwatch, relay stuff, and provide Overwatch. We had a few members of our sniper platoon go out there, and I was kind of butthurt. I wanted to go, but it was the senior guys. Which at the time, I'm still new to this whole thing, but it makes sense. They're doing leaders reconnaissance. I just wanted to go out and do stuff. I'm here to work. Well, they come back eating grenades. The 101st, as they were leaving, they did not leave with their heads held high. They were still getting killed and wounded all the way up to the point they left. Our kitchen, our dining area, which is a tent, took a direct mortar round. Mortar rounds were really happening a lot, impacting all over the fire base constantly, just harassing fire. And once again, we didn't really know what we were getting into. We did not have armor on our vehicles. All of our Humvees were soft skin. We still using the Mercedes IFAB vehicles. You remember those Jeeps with the roll cages? We were using those, which are cool until they're not.
Not in Fallujah.
Not in fucking Fallujah. And so we started to really pillage what the Air Force had and what the Army had. We started to take all their blast blankets. The Air Force had armor on their Humvees. We're taking their armor, ghetto rigging it to our rigs. And we had no optics.
You had no optics?
We had iron sights. And ACOGs were not a real thing back then. ACOGs were in the fielding process. They were not. ACOG is the, I think, 3x magnified optic. They were in the fielding process. They were not in our hands, not in our possessions. Night vision, good luck. Radios, personal radios, good luck. In the sniper platoon, it's completely different. Sniper platoon, we all had, 148s. We all had team communication. We all had 7 Bravos. So we were pretty stacked. We had some pretty outdated at the time, very dated thermals. But the infantry, maybe 3 guys had squad systems, squad communication systems. Maybe 8 guys out of 30 had night vision. And would be conducting full spectrum operations through all hours of the day and night. But at the time, no one knew what was coming. So when our guys came back with holes in their bodies and already out of the fight, they didn't go home. They stayed there. It was pretty crazy because we're just day one on our fire base on this camp, and 2 of our guys are already out of commission. 2 guys.
Damn. 2 leaders.
2 leaders, and we're a 12-man team. We're a 12-man platoon. And, 4, my math is wrong. 16. We had 4 teams of 4. And then we had a residual headquarters aspect element that could fill and go. Still pretty small. A lot of responsibility. Very small outfit. And they're like, oh, it's crazy. And you're just hearing stories. And then you start hearing the booms. And then you're like, oh shit. Then you see the booms, the mortars that are coming in. And like all of this now becoming very real to me. Like it was always real to me, but it wasn't, I never had the perspective of something I never experienced. Hearing men fucking cry out for help. Never heard that shit before. Hearing fear has a sound. And hearing that sound, I've never heard that before. And it was a culture shock a bit. And by the time, we still had no mission, we had no plan. We were doing, some of the guys from our sniper platoon were doing Trojan horse missions, so low vis operations. But because you're a Marine, they won't let you grow out your beard because of discipline. Mm-hmm. And so they're like painting their face, wearing local garb as much as they can, making themselves look like they have a 5 o'clock shadow and doing the best they can with what they had back in the day. Well, those missions started to quickly shut down. That's around the whole time the Blackwater thing happened. A lot of people are dying. And it started to stir up a hornet's nest. Because I don't think the commanders knew exactly what their subordinate commands were actually getting into. And so,
Which Blackwater thing are you talking about? Are you talking about when the contractors
The
were
bridge.
hung upside down on the bridge?
Yeah.
Burned alive?
And so you hear all these tales and stories of things going on, and you're like, shit's real. This is when like the orange jumpsuit guy, remember that it was like an 18-wheeler driver getting beheaded?
Yeah.
Do you remember that video was going around everywhere? And there's a lot of these things, you're like, what is this, dude? It's like, I couldn't comprehend.
Yeah.
War is war, sure, you can probably comprehend that a bit, but the brutality of it all and really what we were up against, I had no left or right lateral limit to even comprehend that.
The body mutilations, the beheadings, the dismemberment,
The human shields,
all that.
it was crazy. And I remember one day, we stopped getting stuff delivered to our fire base. It wasn't a fire base, it was a base. Camp. And all the workers we had coming to help us, local nationals, their heads arrived in a bag outside of our gate. And so getting people to come help the Americans was extremely difficult.
They sent all the heads of your local workers to your front gate? Holy shit. How many heads? Did you know these guys?
Did not. I'm just a dude. I'm still like living in La La Land because we're waiting for the mission. I'm just wondering why we're not getting a water supply. I'm wondering why, this thing hasn't been delivered. I'm just a dude. I'm waiting with my scratch off phone card, waiting in line for an hour and a half to use the fucking morale phone. Because I'm still living in a reality that I don't even know where I'm in and where I'm at. Mm-hmm. I'm just waiting for tasking. But all these big things are happening. And at the time, I was a low-level guy. I wasn't really involved. You just hear the stories. Then you start...
What the fuck does that brief look like? Hey, if you guys are wondering where our local workers are, their heads have all been chopped off and they're in packages at the front door.
Well, back then, dissemination of information wasn't really a thing. And that's my perspective. That's my view on things. And I say that because when we finally got the green light to go in, it was March 26, 2004. And we are tasked with, we are pushing through the city of Fallujah and we're clearing it.
With how many people?
Our entire battalion. So 4 companies. My Marine math is not that great when it comes to the breakdown of all those outfits.
100.
Hundreds.
200?
Multiple battalions. So there's other units. Because I believe Fallujah was a 4x4 grid square. Or 2x2, something of that nature. And my battalion was the main effort. So other adjacent battalions were doing other combat missions to support our push through the city. So they were more on the outskirts, kind of like funneling people towards us. So the plan was. And so we stage at like 02, 03 in the morning on our camp. But the night prior, my platoon commander comes in and he's like, everyone's going to write their death letter.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I got goosebumps even thinking about that. Because at the time, I didn't know. I saw some guys get shrapnel wounds. I heard the stories of the heads. I seen and hear the explosions. But then I'm told to write my own death letter. And I'm like, what do you say? What do I do? And I had a girlfriend at the time, so I wrote a letter to her. My parents were in my life. I wrote a letter to my parents. And we all turned our letters over to our platoon commander. And that's when I knew shit was fucking real.
Do you still have those letters?
I don't.
What'd you write?
I really don't remember. I wrote what an 18-year-old kid probably would. I was motivated at the time, so I probably wrote some shit like, I'm dying for, I fought for my country, I fought for my team. I love you guys, I miss you.
You think your parents still have that letter?
No, my parents got more than a letter. later.
Okay. We'll wait for that.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Right on. I mean, that's fucking demoralizing.
Yeah, it was pretty demoralizing, but at the same time, I didn't know any different. None of us knew. No one knew. And I get it. Some people might be thinking, "Oh, dude, it's war. What did you expect?" But no, I've been to war. This was hell. This was something that shaped my life for the rest of my life. As long as I live, I will never forget that. I won't remember all the details. I still don't remember all the details. I don't remember all the phase lines. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I remember the feeling. And I have never been able to shake it ever since. So we load up in these trucks. I'm in a 7-ton, those big, very clunky, non-quiet diesel, 18th military tactical vehicles. And we're all smoking cigarettes. Light discipline. We're still on base because the drive is only like 10 minutes. The drive from your DVD player, your shitty fucking food, and the thing you call a bed, you're 10 minutes away from hell. And it's just outside your gate. And the drive was that 10 minutes. 10 minutes of fucking silence and pure fucking darkness. And I just remember feeling like the rumbles of the truck. I smell the JP8, the fuel. You can feel that energy for all those fucking souls that are there. These fucking dudes, you can feel it. The silence, that bonding that speaks no words. That mindset that has no category. It just is what it is. And only situations can bring that about. And we stopped right outside the city. It's the Cloverleaf. It was like this highway. There's a highway right outside of it. And there's this Cloverleaf of a highway, like entrance points, on-ramps, off-ramps. And we park outside of that and we unload. And it's just dead quiet. It's pitch black. But there's these street lights. And we're all like, what's going on? What are we doing here? Like, what's the next phase? What's the next step? And you hear gunshots. And a few of us, to include myself, we duck. Well, it's our guys shooting out these streetlights, which it's not as easy as movies make, especially with 5.56. And it took a couple shots to make these things happen. And then it got super quiet. And then my team leader comes up and he's like, "Hey, we're tasked to do Overwatch and push forward." I'm like, okay. I was a point man. That was my fucking job. I was good at it. So not only am I navigating to a destination, which we didn't have one, my head's on the swivel. I have to see everything and relay that back. Because it's our mission to provide information to our battalion, to our commanders, our subordinate commanders, so they can create and determine what's intelligence and what needs to be action and what needs to happen. And right on the outskirts of the city was this unconstructed building. And I remember making my way up there. And it's beautiful. The sun's peaking. There's that smell of unknown, a new country. And it was so peaceful and quiet. It was insane. Saw nobody. We slowly start to push up. We're still remaining in an Overwatch position. And the IFABs come up, these small Mercedes Jeeps, and our weapons guys, our weapons company guys, the guys with the Mark 19s, the 50 cal, the 240s were mounting on these little things. And I remember they push up in an L shape to provide support so the infantrymen can continue to push up and bound as they were trained to do. Bound from one place to the next place, and we're gonna clear this village, this city. And then, like that, an IFAB just disappears. And it blew up, literally right in front of us. And I was like, holy fuck, this is real. I always knew it was real. I heard the stories. I saw the explosions. I fucking saw the holes in the bodies. But now I'm there in the thick of it. There's no chow time. There's no break. There's no pee break. This is it. And it's like, maybe 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning. The day has just begun. And that doesn't stop anybody. We push the fight. We continue to push. Now sporadic gunshots start happening. Now we have ground elements that are maneuvering. Now we're in this hustle and bustle. There was no martial law. There was no stability operations. This is a fight now. And still not to the full capacity of what was awaiting us in Fallujah. And at the time, to me, as a point man on a sniper team, I didn't think there was a lot of planning. I'm not saying I was a master planner back in the day, but I learned about phase lines later in life. And there was no phase lines during this. There was no limits of advance. There was no real plan. It was, hey, go here, move forward. It was kind of like throwing spaghetti at the wall, see what stuck. And so we get tasked again. We're like, hey, you guys push forward, establish overwatch. You guys push forward, relay back to us, and the grunts will push forward also. We're like, okay. So that's what we did. And now we're getting targeted. I find myself on another rooftop. And as a point man, I'm holding rear security, baby. I'm watching that door leading up to the stairwell. Not a fun job. My friends are shooting. They're engaging. They're seeing people with guns. They're doing their job. And I'm like, watching this door. And then I realized watching this door became very interesting because I started to get shots all around my head, pew, 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 hitting the wall. So I'm like ducking. I'm like, shit. So now I put that in perspective, like, yo, bro, you might be holding security in the rear, dude, but like, you can't just hold security in the rear. You got to hold security all over the place. You have to be observant. Is your head past that ledge? What is your guys doing? Have you looked back to see what they're doing? And like, I'm learning all these things that I've never learned in training.
Damn.
And not like I was not trained properly, but there's only one way to learn certain things, and you have to collectively put it together. That's why, investing in training is extremely important. Well, back in the day, we trained the best we could with the funds we had and the knowledge and experience that we had. Well, I can't tell you how many TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures came out of, and SOP, standard operating procedures, came out of Fallujah alone.
Yeah. Because
tactics that you thought you were going to do, you were still doing this Cold War era tactics. Well, that shit does not work in an urban environment like that, where that has been waiting for you, waiting to dominate your soul, literally waiting to kill you. There was kill houses set up all over the place. There was tunnel systems. There was rat lines. There were loopholes. There were channel walls knocked down to basically shoot in one house, and they could run through all these other walls. So no overhead aerial platform was going to see them. You weren't going to see these guys. You were going to hear shots, and they were going to disperse because you're fighting a guerrilla warfare. You're fighting a true adversary. And these people knew we were coming. They knew that the war was coming. They saw it with the 101st. They saw it with the Air Force. They knew that it was about to get thick. So these dudes made their last stand. And they prepared that battlefield as such. Because at this point, they weren't really going, they were going the aspects of Fallujah. No one said, hey, we're clearing Fallujah. We're going to own it. This didn't happen up to this point until we got there. And that's what this mission was. That's what our overarching mission was, inherent resolve was to do, to take Fallujah. And we find ourselves maneuvering to another building, and it's probably like lunchtime. And there's this 2-story building. It's kind of under construction, pretty incomplete. And I go in there, see the 2-story building. We clear the bottom deck. I work my way up the stairwell, go into the room. We secure it. We set up our hide site. And a hide site back then, being very mobile and agile as we were, our hide site really just meant depth. We needed depth. We'd stand off depth into the room. We weren't setting up blinds. We weren't doing any of that. These windows were unconstructed. Some of them were like massive. So we did the best we could with what we had. And so we got 2 M16s, 2 Berettas, and then 2 sniper rifles. That was all the weapons we had. 2 M16s, 2 pistols, and 2 sniper rifles.
Wow.
The snipers had a sniper rifle and a pistol, and the radio operator and myself, we had the M16s. And around this time, it's still early in the day. You hear some pop shots here and there, you hear some radio traffic, but nothing's really crazy. I mean, we saw some shit get blown up. That's crazy. But it wasn't this constant flow of craziness. It was a calm before the storm. Afternoon prayer happens. Once afternoon prayer happens, I'm by the window. That's where we had a radio set up at. And I see movement across the street on the rooftop. I call it like it was like a muffler. It was like a car place. There was a bunch of like car bodies up top and like mufflers, and they were obviously doing like oil and shit at the bottom. You had the big cutouts. It was like a Pep Boys type of place, what I called it. I see these guys run across, armed dudes. And I get the heads up to my crew. Next thing you know, I find myself in a gunfight. And I'm on the left side of this window, and I'm engaging these two dudes with guns. They're shooting at us. And then we're just getting fucked up with machine gun fire. Like, it's just spraying down, like, to the point where, like, we're not even engaging the window anymore. We're just gonna eat it. So we're backed off in the window, waiting to hear gaps and lulls in the fire so we can pop back out and engage. And how we started doing it was... the radio operator, he would go shoot, and when he would go dry, that's when I would come in. We were playing that whole tag you're it game. Meanwhile, the two snipers in my team, they're in the prone position on the ground, because when we're not actively engaging, very accurate sporadic fire is coming through our window, and it's like literally just like mowing on top of us. So if you stick your head up, you're done. And these guys are just like, oh shit, did you guys get them? Like they're kind of like laughing. They're like, fuck, they've been here, done that. They've been to the invasion of Iraq. They were in one of them was in Somalia, but it was real. It was a real deal. It was really happening. And we were not participating. We were it. And I remember going back behind the window. I reload another magazine. And as soon as I pop out to shoot, it all goes black. And I remember this like profound exhale that came out of me, and I ended up on the ground. And that's when I had this out-of-body experience. At the time, I had no idea what happened. I thought I was dead. I could see, if you ever play a game or if you ever seen a game where there's like a glitch where you can kind of see like a top-down view, I saw this top-down view of what was going on. I could see the fighters across the street. I could see my body. I could see my point man still shooting. I could see my other teammates on the ground. Like, what the fuck's going on? I just saw
had a fucking out-of-body experience in the middle of combat?
Yeah.
Holy shit. I've never heard of that.
Yeah. And what happened was I see this fucking light. I see all these things going on. I'm like, dude, I'm fucking dead. And I just get sucked back into this life. And then I snap, and I'm in this fetal position. My body went into this fetal position. And I start to move. And I didn't know if I was convulsing or if it was from my friend kicking me. He's kicking me with his foot. He's in the prone position. Just, hey, wake up. They're like, dude, we thought you were dead. We didn't see any blood. I'm like, what happened? I'm like crying and laughing at the same time. I have no idea what's going on. I got shot right in the helmet. And I didn't know this. And I'm completely out of it. Well, my body was down, fell at the radio, near the radio. They're like, get on the radio and call in support. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what's going on? You know, I'm trying to figure out where I'm at. And they're like, get on the fucking radio and call for support. I'm like, okay. I'm like, I pick up this fucking handset. And I give like the worst radio transmissions ever. Every other word was break. Warhammer break. This is break. Grim Reaper break. We need break. I'm fucking out of it. And I get it out. I muster it out. I would call him like, hey, here's our fucking location. This is what's going on. And I'm getting broken comm. And we're still under fucking fire, under attack. And so my team leader's like, we got to get out of here. So we pack up the radio and we work our way downstairs. And I find myself with a radio operator holding, basically being a shield for him so he can set up the antenna, get communication, and we can get fucking contact. Because we're like, dude, shit's about to get real. And my team leader and my assistant team leader, they're trailing their sniper rifle and they got their pistol out. And I can see kind of the doorway of the building we're in, and then I see this window right in front of me as I'm like peeking out of this bathroom. And it's a very tall window, and I see this head, the top of this head, walk by. I see this turban and everything walk by. I'm like, fuck. Because this is the real fucking thing. So I'm like, fucking tell everyone, shut the fuck up. There's people coming. So my guy stops on the radio communication because it's loud as fuck. We didn't have the best radios and antennas back there, and we're in a concrete building. We're not in a favorable position to achieve communication superiority. And we're somewhat locked down, so we're not even in a true defensive posture. We're almost just waiting for it. And I see this shadow get bigger and bigger into this room. I couldn't see anymore because I wasn't peeking out anymore, but I just saw this shadow figure get bigger and bigger and bigger until this fucking man's face, this adult face, crests the corner, and I just jam my fucking gun into his face. He's got no weapon. I fucking hit him. I'm looking at him, and I'm like, what the fuck do we do? And they're like, oh, he's trying to come in and fucking look at body counts. You know, he's a fucking spy. He's on the lookout. And I'm like, I'm still like semi-throwing up. I'm dizzy. I don't know what the fuck's going on still. I'm semi-conscious to this, but like, I'm trying to process a whole bunch of stuff. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that I need to give that my priority than my own feelings and concerns and thoughts and emotions. One person ends up turning into 7 people. People started to come to our house. No weapons. And we did not know what to do. And I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking kill these people that have no guns. Like, at that point in time, I made that decision. Like, I'm not gonna, anyone can kill. And at a fucking young age, before I really learned what that life was about, they weren't a threat to me. And you can't just, I don't know, at the time I didn't do it. So it is what it was. But we didn't have any stuff to hog tie them. We didn't have anything to secure them. All we had was fucking our weapons drawn at them. And we're like, dude, we are so fucked. We got to get the fuck out of here. Because they make a jump on us, we're done. Yeah, we'll take care of a few, but dude, we're outnumbered. Almost 2-1 at this point. Just males. And it was so random. And instead of them walking by, I'm like ushering them in. I'm grabbing them, forcibly bringing them in. Because the last thing I wanted them to do is run away and tell people that these 4 gringos are inside this house and they have no idea what's going on. And my team was like, dude, we gotta make a bail for it. We gotta make a run for this thing. And our only option was to hit the road, skirt the fucking town, and just run until we made contact with friendlies. Because we're still getting fucking shot at. It's not as violent now. It's sporadic at this point. But now we have these guys come in and do quality checks. And we have no idea what they are, what they're about, what they represent, who they work for. It's just a lot of weird things that are happening all at once. And so we work ourselves out of this house, and we just started to bound. And we just kept on bounding until we ran into an infantry squad. And we tell them what's going on. We're like, yo, dude, we're in this building over here. We got in contact from across the street. And they're like, oh yeah, we heard that shit. So we showed up and we just started fucking blasting both buildings. We didn't know anything. I'm like, not really putting 2 and 2 together. And I'm like, oh, y'all are blasting that fucking building too. They're like, oh yeah, we're fucking blasting that building. We're blasting that building. And this is new, you know? They didn't know shit. We didn't know shit until we started to like piecemeal these stories together. At the time while that's taking place, I'm throwing up. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? I get a Motrin and a cigarette. And the doc looks me over, does that little eye sensory check, and he's like, okay. TBI wasn't a thing back then.
Yeah.
No one knew what that shit was. And as we're basically teaming up, sharing stories, they're telling us, oh yeah, so-and-so got shot through and through the ass. Well, little did we know his OIF-1 deployment, he got shot through and through the ass again. So this is now the ass guy. So there's some laughter going on in this like very chaotic place, which is still kindergarten compared to the varsity that Fallujah was truly about. We're like 6-7 hours into the first day in this thing. It's nothing. It's all a cakewalk. And we get tasked that we're like, hey, Delta is doing a mission down the road. we need to go provide sniper support for them. We're providing basically a cordon for them, outer support. And I tell my assistant team leader, I'm like, dude, I'm fucking done, bro. He's like, suck it the fuck up. I'm like, roger that. So we go on this like baton death march to link up, to set up this outer cordon. And I am walking left and right. I'm dragging my fucking gun. He's like, pick up your fucking rifle. I'm like, dude, I am fucking trying. I'm toast at this point. I'm hitting all the dopamine, the adrenaline's wearing off, and like, I just got shot in the helmet. Hell, I don't even know who I got shot in the helmet by at this point, and I don't feel good. I'm getting to the point where I'm physically incapable of actually performing my job. We set up the railroad tracks, and they're like, all right, you're good. We're here. And the next thing you know, I passed out. Passed out these railroad tracks. I remember Delta doing their mission. They're like, yeah, we're good, we appreciate it. They do their shit, obviously super fast, very calculated, very inspiring. And we're there on, squirter control, providing powder in his life. We're there for a little bit, waiting for the next tasking order. Because now we're probably 7 o'clock in the evening. We haven't accomplished shit. We haven't cleared through anything. We've reacted to stuff. And we come back to where we started at the very beginning of the phase line, and my commander's like, hey, I'm gonna send you back. I'm like, I don't wanna fucking go. He's like, no, you're gonna go back and get checked out. I'm like, no, I wanna stay here with the team. He's like, listen, all we're doing is setting up mortars for the night, and then we're all pulling out in the morning. You have my word. I'm like, okay. So I go back, I get checked out. Eyes around the camper like this. Because now we're like, wait a second. We heard the stories, we saw the wounds, we hear the fucking explosions. Now we experienced it all. And, half this unit is full of new guys. And even the old guys were like, fuck, this is intense. Even for this entry-level stuff that happened, this was nothing. Nothing. This was a drop in the bucket compared to the fucking storm that was coming. And so we're back in the rear. I get checked out. Basically, we had 2.5 weeks before we went back in the city. And this time the plan was to go back in the city and establish a stronghold. So my team was to support, 2 teams, sniper teams were to support Echo Company, and Echo Company was going to be the anvil of the main element, the main effort. Basically meaning we were going to take over these few buildings, and the other companies, other companies in their battalion were going to start pushing fighters towards us. And so the thought process and the objective was, we'll go firm. We'll use all these adjacent units to basically just like push the hornet's nest vector them into one area, to one kill zone, and then we'll do what must be done. And leading up to this, I'm like, no idea what to think. So we load up again, and this is when I see my first dead guy, like right in front of me. I pull up in a Humvee and I'm eating strawberry applesauce. And I'm like, bro, I love to eat. And I'm definitely gonna get my food in before I gotta go do God knows what I gotta do. And so I'm pulling up because the grunts came in, because at this point we've established overwatch across this bridge. The grunts go in, they clear the strongholds, they get in a fight, and they basically secure these objectives, the main element of this whole operation. And what we're doing is we're just eating rockets, we're eating mortars. I'm dealing with, human shields. I'm dealing with calling in airstrikes. I'm doing all these things, fighting from an Amtrak, basically, while all this is taking place. So this is a very quick evolution, but it seems forever. We link up, and I'm shoving strawberry applesauce in my mouth. And then I see Frank the Fallujah laying outside, bloated as shit, guts and glory. And he was a fighter as the Marines pushed in to clear these strongholds. And I'm just like, looking at this fucking dude's brains. I'm like, I finished my food. I'll leave it in the fucking truck. I grab my pack and I go inside. And it is just like a bunch of ants moving around. Grunts are good at 3 things: cleaning weapons, filling sandbags, and killing shit. And they are cleaning weapons and filling sandbags. That's the phase of life we're all in. Luckily for me, my sniper team, we make our way up to the rooftop, and I'm on Overwatch. And that's basically how I found myself into this next phase of fighting and combat, was this Overwatch aspect. And it changed. Everything fucking changed after that. April 26th, so exactly 30 days after I got dinged in the helmet. For weeks now, we're taking sniper fire from this one building. And at this point, we made so much noise. We were stacking so many bodies that we had to send patrols out to move the fucking bodies because there was interrupting our fields of fire.
Holy shit.
And there were so many bodies being stacked that the locals were driving up their ambulances and picking up bodies also. And our main fight was the sniper alley. And we would see fighters in black man jammas, running left to right, and they were pushing our max ranges for our max velocity for our sniper rifles. Our 308s were not fast enough to see them on the right side to hit them on the left side. We had no time to lead them in a very small window. So we were getting our paydays closer. So we basically stopped shooting at them, or we would shoot and purposely harass them. We would miss. We would just let you know we're there, because what we wanted to do is draw them in more. We wanted them to get comfortable and complacent. And so then we found out they were leaving telltale signs. They were leaving markings. They would leave rocks. They would have a runner that would come leave a rock by an edge and says, "Don't cross here. This is only for lookout." And they'd leave a can over here, and this is where you run. Because fighters, they're not on ICOMs. At the time, they're not on iPhones chatting to everybody. They're getting a very small brief, and they're going to fight.
How'd you guys figure that out?
Observation.
How long did that take?
3 days.
3 days to figure out a rock is
Yep, because
a no-go and a can is go.
Because up to that point, we just looked at it as, at this point, we were looking at weeks, right? A couple weeks of what's happening. And then we're like, wait a second. They have a system in place that we're not seeing. So then we focused all of our efforts on specific observation. And it just kind of worked out that way.
But that's a good fucking pickup. Especially if you're talking, you're far enough away to where you can't kill these guys because the rounds aren't fast enough. They're too far away, and you're picking up cans and rocks. Is a go, no go.
Because when you're complacent, your enemy is complacent. You're a product of your environment. And the more harsh we were, the more fucking harsh these guys were. The more gray space we gave them, the more gray space they took advantage of. And so we just stopped. We changed it up a little bit. And we were like, hey, don't shoot. We let them fucking get some wins. Because I got an infantry platoon over here. They're gonna smoke these guys. But we don't wanna keep on smoking them right here. We want to figure out what the fuck's going on. And so now we bring in our Mark 19s to our rooftops, and we just dial this shit in.
So real quick for the audience, a Mark 19 is a grenade launcher and basically a fully automatic
grenade launcher. Very heavy. Looks like a fucking turtle with a big old unicorn spout. And little eggs come out of it. And those eggs go boom. And the machine gunners got super smart. Machine gunners were like, oh, bro, we're doing this. So we're bringing Mark 19s up there. We're revectoring our machine guns on there. And we're just dealing death. And it was crazy. It was literally fish in the barrel almost. Because one guy would poke out here and 3 guys would run that way. One guy would poke here and then 2 guys would run this way. So now we're like, okay, you take the left side, this phase line, you take the right side, this phase line, and that's how we're picking up. So now instead of trying to lead them, we're holding on these places. So as soon as we hear an audible or we see it in the peripheral, then that is our trigger to engage. Because now we have someone in observation that's seen the whole thing, a little further zoomed out. We have guys on these 10 power fixed Johnny Nerdle scopes from Vietnam with silk webbing, right? Old school fixed power, in an urban environment is not ideal. Very, very scary. At least I thought it was, because you're instantly tunnel vision. And when you're tunnel vision down a tunnel vision channel, that's even scarier. Because there's a bunch of doors and windows and moving things and all sorts of things happening. And You have to have your head in a swivel. That's why we worked really well as a team. It sucked to not be on the sniper rifle, but being on observation was just important because it was a team thing, right? The only way we were going to win, the only way we were going to come out of this thing alive is we work together. And that's what I really enjoyed a lot about all that hell that we experienced. So we basically wrapped this up. We replaced our sniper rifles with machine guns, and the machine gunners, they took care of the rest. We had a new point of friction, was this house across the Joe Lawn Cemetery. And this is a really big cemetery, very ancient looking. And across the cemetery was a mosque, and right to the right of the mosque was this building with a blue satellite dish on top. This blue satellite dish house, we were always receiving pretty effective sniper fire from. And our commander, and at this time, we're in so much shit. We're calling in airstrikes on a nightly basis, to the point where our whole house, Spooky was really big back in the day, Spooky, the C-130 gunship, our house was yawing. So much danger close fucking fire missions happening, 105s, 40 Mike, fucking you name it, it was happening. If it could come out of the sky and out of a plane and kill shit, it was coming. And that's how I attribute I could sleep through anything right now. Because you had to, you couldn't always fight. Every time there was a fight going on, you could run up, grab your shit, run to the rooftop, but you have to be smarter because the fight's going to continue tomorrow. And that's where that discipline of the warrior comes in, where, it's if I'm needed, they will call me. And that's hard to do because you want to be involved, you want to participate, but fuck, man, you can't run yourself ragged. You're in a deployment for 6 months. We've been here 4 weeks. There's a lot of shit. If this is 4 weeks into this thing, I couldn't imagine what many more months is going to be like. And so we draw so much attention, making headlines. Delta shows up to our position. And they're like, hey, we heard you guys were in the shit. And we're like, every fucking day. And they're like, well, hopefully we can help. They brought a bunch of experimental shit out there. They were a sniper element. And so it was super cool to be around these guys and see a completely new version of professionalism. It's different aspect, different mindset of everything. And working alongside them, we're sharing hide sites together. We're sharing bunkers together. They're fucking teaching us how to shoot their 300 Win Mag, teaching us how to use their they had the horse vision back in the day. All these reticle options and optics, and just learning so much information. And these dudes were down to earth. And we were kids. These are fucking men. These are old. That was an older breed back then. We're 18, 19-year-old fucking googly eyes. Oh my God, look at their gear. Their gear's so cool. And listen to their stories. Well, now that we had them with us, our commander's you ever heard the name Doug Zimbak?
No, I haven't.
Major Zimbak he was a man amongst men, right? He was called the Lion of Fallujah. Before we went into the city, he stood upon a tank and he said that the dogs of Fallujah will go fat off of feasting up the dead bodies we lay to waste. And that's exactly what happened. I actually have a dog with a hand in its mouth on my kneecap from that deployment. There were so many bodies that they weren't whole after a couple days. Legs, limbs, chunks were missing. You just see dogs running with fucking arms in their mouth, and you're desensitized. And you're like, you can't even make this shit up. And then so we start dropping bodies. Now there's bodies coming up from the fucking graves. And you're just like, this is hell. And around this time, we started getting filled at ACOGs. So now everyone is pretty outfitted with ACOGs. At this point in time, there's a lot of casualties that are taking place. So now even our corpsmen have M16s, because before the corpsmen had pistols in fucking Fallujah.
Holy shit.
I still have the same helmet that's got a fucking hole in it. And, what's his name? Maddox. General Maddox. Before we went to the city again, I was holding security on this fucking bridge, and he's like, I was a big deal. I was one of the very few cases I got shot in the helmet and lived. He had me come over there. He's like, let me see this fucking helmet. And I show him as I'm fucking a little kid wearing this helmet still that's completely useless now. It has zero stoppage capability, but I'm wearing it. That's all I got. And he's like, he says something witty and told me to get back to my fighting position. And So I got this fucking helmet. I got all these doubts, these fears, these unknowns, these things, because my whole life has changed in a matter of months. My experiences, my outlooks, my perspective, the realities. I mean, fuck, I just got shot in the helmet on day one in the city, and I'm dodging bullets every day. So I'm constantly battling that fear of don't be a bitch. You know, I was to the point where like, dude, you have to just keep on moving. You can't stop and worry about you're gonna get shot in the fucking head again. So I started to expose a little bit more of my body here and there to give myself an option, give myself a chance, because I was still dealing with that shit. And our Doug Zimbach, he's like, hey, I want to do a sniper kill mission. We have Delta here. I want you guys to go there and fucking stack bodies. That was his main mission. That was it. It was the simplest fucking mission I've ever given in my life. And so obviously with the Grunt's help, we roll out super early. The Salt Men launch a rocket through this fence, and we take over this fucking house. No conflict. Back in the day, you had 7 Bravos, which were not that great. You know, it's a 2-into-1, big old PEC 15s, big ass laser, and these big old muskets, these Civil War muskets that weren't very conducive for a CQB environment. And pitch black, and you're just making all the ruckus. There is no sound discipline because you can't even see where you're walking. So you know they had those metal doors that were really flimsy.
Yeah.
We were hitting those, and they had them on steps. They had early warning devices everywhere. And we're like, bro, this house was set up for success. So when they're upstairs shooting, you have to make a ruckus to go get them. But granted, this house was empty by the time we're there. But what we found there in this house confirmed all our suspicions. A big spider hole, big loophole, done extremely well, very professional. Small to big, done like textbook. Gave them all the angles they needed, and the window they were burning was exactly to our house. And we could see the rooftop line. We could see Marine's head bobble here and there. We had to use some planks and ladders to cross to get to other rooftops on our strongholds, and you can just see them move. And how we didn't take more casualties, I'm fucking grateful. But like they had a great fucking vantage spot on us. Chest rigs, weapon cache, everything was in this house. Basically, you show up there, you fight, you move on, you go back to your family for fucking tea time. And so we set up on the rooftop. One of the Delta guys is like, hey, I kind of got a weird feeling from this one. I'm gonna go back support from the stronghold because we had 2 other sniper teams back there with the other grunt platoon. And so we go up to the rooftop. I make my loophole. I set my team leader up for success. I build him a fucking stand for his shit. You know, some mattresses and pillows. I chisel out his loophole. I get observation up, and it's hot as fuck. We got machine gunners up there. We got grenadiers up there, grenade launcher guys, grenade launchers. All of our sniper ammunition is up there. All my crypto is up there in my day pack. And my night vision, everything. And my team leader's like, hey, it's really hot. How about you and the radio operator, how about you guys go down and take a fucking hour? If we need you, we'll come get you. If not, come back in an hour and replace us. We're like, okay. So I'm like, hey, do you want my rifle? And he's like, no, you might need that. The radio operator gave his rifle to my ATL because he's like, fuck yeah, I'll take this. We go downstairs to this big like mattress room. You remember those like big family rooms where there's mattresses up to the wall?
Yeah.
We're in this room. My rifle's next to the door. The grunts have the same secured. Delta's kind of like in and out, different floors, and they have other half their element at our stronghold position. They're communicating. They're doing observation. They're participating. Silence. And I light up this fucking cigarette, and I'm just smoking and joking with my friend. We're talking about some dumb shit. I don't even fucking know what it was. And then the fucking house starts to fucking shake. And we started to get a volley of RPGs and grenades and machine gun fire, fucking all simultaneous. The room that I was in, I was sitting next to this window, and across from this window was another fucking building with the window there. And machine gun fire just blasts our fucking window. And I find myself again in the prone position saying, what the fuck? And it's loud. It's dusty, and it's fucking scary because then the screams started coming. And then the yelling started to happen. And then the fucking fire inside started to fucking occur, like machine gun fire picking up, the grenade, like everything was happening all at once. At the same time, we had this complex ambush. Basically, they set us up. The adjacent house wasn't fucking clear as it was thought to be cleared. And have you ever seen that footage where there's like a fucking bunch of people coming on ISR feed and there's like this pilot that drops a bomb? Remember that footage from back in the day?
Yeah.
That was us.
No shit.
That was this day. And so we are low crawling. I get to the fucking door. I grab my fucking rifle and I see fear. I see people freeze. I see people fucking shake. I see fucking blood. And I see straight like, but no cowardness. I just see what fucking brutality brings. And you hear, we need a stretcher, corpsman, medic. We hear all these things. We're taking fucking casualties upon casualties. Doors are gonna knock down to provide gurneys for people. But here's the kicker, we can't get out. We're pinned the fuck down. We got guys jumping on our rooftop. We got guys fucking running to our front door. We got dudes trying to jump into our fucking windows. Pistols were running dry, killing people that day. And we were literally going Winchester on ammunition. We're running out of ammunition. On the rooftop, as my friend and I make it out of this room and we kind of see what's going on, we see them just fucking bloody and mangled. My friend, he's a machine gunner, comes down, his fucking arm is gone. Another dude, his leg comes down, he's fucking goddamn Swiss cheese. My team leader, my ATL, they're fucked up. They ate all sorts of grenades. And you just hear screaming, and you hear support, you hear help, and you just hear the volleys continue. And it's fucking traumatizing. You're like, you can't even imagine what something like that is. You can't even comprehend what something like that is. And hearing the story, it doesn't even seem real. And it just was never ending. And the only way we were staying alive was what was happening on the rooftop. And at this point in time, so many grenades and rockets hit our rooftop, our ammunition's gone. Our fucking 240 is destroyed. Our fucking grenades are fucking exploding up there because there's just a mass fucking fire. And it's just a fight for your life up top. We got guys just getting fucking blasted, getting fucking wounded, killed. It's just happening, and it's happening right now. And they're like, we need support up there. And I remember hearing one of my good friends, he befriended me. He was a machine gunner. His name was Aaron Austin. They're like, Aaron's hit. We need to get him down. And so I run up there, and I see my fucking friend, white as fuck, and he's fading very fast. And everything stops. And it's just that Saving Private Ryan scene where just hell is breaking loose, but you hear no sounds. You're just looking the fuck around. We're taking fire from the minaret. So they got the elevation on us. We're taking fire from adjacent buildings. We're taking fucking grenades from various floors. Like we're tossing grenades back. We're literally surviving. We're not even fighting. We're surviving. And we can't make a fucking run for it because we're fucking pinned down up front. So we're calling in airstrikes. We're calling in fucking support. We're calling in medevacs. And we're told that our medevacs aren't coming. Because at the time, we're in the shit. We're in the OK Corral. So our command is doing battlefield circulations. So they're going around and see what's going on. They're taking assets that we fucking need. And here I am on this rooftop and I see my fucking friend shot. Multiple times. And we fight. We do what we got to do. The fella downstairs that I saw freezed up, I saw him on the fucking rooftop fighting next to me moments later. And then I see my friend, and we carry him down, and one of the medics from Delta, he like jams him in an IV, and my radio operator and I, we're at this fucking point now where the Abrams pulled up, the tanks pulled up, and they're outside of our house just getting fucked up. They're just providing a shield so we can make the Mogadishu Mile run back home. Cobras in the overhead. By this time, the minaret's fucking toast. You know, those things had like the mosque were off limits. But it was fucking gone. Rockets were exploding everywhere, and all we're just getting told is we gotta get the fuck out of here. And we just start fucking exfilling bodies. now that the tanks are here. And so the Delta medic, myself, and my radio operator were basically like iron crossing my friend Aaron, like doing this fucking mile, this run for our fucking lives back to our stronghold, and everyone's bounding. My commander's fucking shot. One of the Delta guys, his fucking carbine was shot, so he's got a fucking pistol. He was shot in the fucking ear. My company commander, he was fucking shot in the dick protector. Like, dudes are bloody. Dudes are fucking dead. And we get back, and the fight continues. It doesn't end. It doesn't end till it does, to the point we ran out of sniper ammo. And one of the guys from the infantry, because now my platoon commander, my team leader is fucking out of commission. My ATL, both my snipers are out of commission. And so I took his rifle, and I went to the rooftop, and I started getting to work. Well, I ran out of ammo very quickly, because all I had was in his gun, and he didn't fire any shots. I mean, you're not going to fire shots in a fight like that, not from a sniper rifle, not from a bolt gun at least. And the grunts that weren't supporting the fight, they're delinking 7.62 rounds to feed me, so I can fucking put them inside. And every now and then I get a fucking tracer that I could see, so I know I'm not shooting match grade ammo. I'm shooting fucking machine gun ammo, which is designed to graze, and I'm just working with what I got. And I'm fucking crying, and I'm sad, and I'm still fighting. Everyone's fucking fighting, and it ends that night. And these Delta guys say, like, dude, we have never. And I was on a team, these guys, one of them was on the team that got Saddam. You know, one of them was on the team that killed Uday. He was the one that killed Uday. And these fucking guys are telling me, dude, I've never, ever been in anything like this. And my mind is fucking blown. I'm like, how do you Titans have never experienced this shit before? They were doing different missions. Very violent, very dangerous, different. And that night they fly out because they're still conducting combat operations. Their little birds are coming in. And the medic, he gives me his fucking patch. Because Aaron, I found out, died like just outside the mech, like 5 minutes outside the mech, because we're waiting on the resupply to happen. We're waiting on the vehicles to show up. But my battalion commander and my sergeant major wanted to go get in the mix. They were holding up assets. And to hear my fucking friend die is 5 fucking minutes from like a roll 1 unit where there's a real medical facility there. It fucking sucked.
Yeah.
And then I started getting introduced to the chaplain. And then they would come, they'd say some prayer shit. We do like a little ceremony for our brothers in arms. And that became a constant fucking thing. That was like a repeating cycle that never ended, that deployment. I'm always seeing the fucking chaplain. The chaplain's always coming, someone's always dying. You know, IEDs weren't a really big thing back then, but vehicle-borne IEDs were. Suicide vest and suicide-led vehicle-borne IEDs were a really big thing at that time. Squad gone. This fucking fire team gone. And then you hear stories of your friends that you went to boot camp with and school of infantry with that are in Ramadi, that are fighting for their life at the same time that you're fighting for your life in Fallujah, just to find out half those fucking dudes are dead. Most of my friends that I had in boot camp and school of infantry fucking gone, dead as shit. And I became empty. And this was it. This is what no one knew. You know, you could train for the fight, but no one trains to fucking lose their soul. No one trains to fucking feel empty. No one trains to like, you can't train for what must be done. You only must execute when the opportunity and the situation presents itself. And I had never seen so much heroism come from a group of men in my entire life. These dudes were dads, they were fathers and brothers, they were young men, they were leaders. These dudes had dreams. These dudes were on their last deployment, getting ready to roll out. Half those dudes didn't fucking make it. And I get it, it's war, what do you expect? But what the fuck do you expect? And, you know, this deployment went on, these conflicts went on, I mean, to the point where we are getting combat replacements. To the point where our cooks are on missions. our fire bases are fucking empty because we're sending everyone out there. And I remember one particular day, I'm still out there in the stronghold position, and our first sergeant comes up, and he's like, hey, when's the last time you called home? I'm like, I don't fucking know. And he's like, here, call home. You have 5 minutes. I'm like, okay. So I pick up the sat phone, and I call home. And I'm like, hey, Mom. She's like, hey, who's this? Well, I found out why I wasn't getting fucking letters, why I wasn't getting fucking mail, because somehow I got put on the KIA list when I got shot in the helmet a month prior. And that phone call made it to my family. So my parents thought I was fucking dead, but they never got a follow-up phone call with, where's your ceremony? You know, what's the next fucking step? My parents thought I was fucking dead.
For a month?
For a month. And I was like, fuck, dude, I put these motherfuckers through that shit too? Are you serious? And I'm like waving it off, you know. I'm emotional now because I'm grateful to be alive, but at the time I was just surviving, so I was just happy that I had a cigarette that day and had a cold coffee that I made. You know, my little MRE package. I was happy with the simple shit. The beef jerky that my friend shared that he got sent from home because his family is avid hunters. And then I hear that they thought I was fucking dead. I'm just like, you can't make this up. But it happened. And that just introduced me to war that was the standard for the rest of my life. I ended up, that deployment was pretty hectic. We switched from staying in the city to rolling missions on the outside, doing remain behind missions, doing a lot more shit, seeing a lot of bad leadership, a lot of bad tactics, a lot of fucking egos, costing men their fucking lives. And I saw a lot of standards of what I wasn't going to accept or allow, even from my team. My team leader was a turd. He sucked. He was horrible. So I learned a lot from all this hell. I learned a lot of what right looks like, what bad looks like, what's good, what's not good. And I was able to form what kind of leader and Marine do I want to be? Because I saw it all there. I saw some in the rear, but you never see someone's true colors like you do when they're faced with adversity. And this adversity was costing motherfuckers their lives. And so I'd say that's the best kind of adversity that you can pick and pull tangible things from. And so all the younger guys in that platoon, to include myself, we ended up leaving 30 days early from that deployment to all go to sniper school. And missions were dying down. And to be honest, I was so fucking stoked. I'm like, dude, I might make it out of this motherfucker alive. And that's what I did. I made it out that bitch. And so did the rest of my team. Missions definitely slowed down. That's how we were afforded to start sending guys back home. Because we took so many combat replacements that were just dying on the regular. It was a scene straight from like Band of Brothers where like, I don't even want to know your name. You're not going to be here long.
Jesus.
These motherfuckers would be at these patrol bases, minding their own business, eating an MRE, telling us what the civilian life is like because they got reactivated. Mortar rounds landing in their fucking lap. Taking his shit, fucking dead. Sitting outside smoking a cigarette, dead, telling us about his fucking kid. And it was just nonstop death. And it was nonstop fucking chaplains. It was nonstop memorial services. It was nonstop helmets on rifles. It was nonstop. It was the same shit on repeat. And I asked myself, like, what the fuck is this for? We didn't clear that fucking city. We had strongholds that we pulled out of. I remember being on these fucking rooftops that we fucking bled and sweat on, and they're telling us that we're pulling out. And it was a glorious moment to hear those words, because you're like, I might fucking survive. But then it was like, what the fuck was all this worth? They're like, hey, we're leaving this position, we're pulling back to base, and we're gonna start doing these other things. It was very vague, it wasn't as detailed as that, but that was the main gist. So we're slashing sandbags. What we called home for months, we're slashing sandbags. We're emptying it out. We're breaking everything that could be used against us. Anything that we use to fortify position for us, we're fucking destroying it. Just to be told, hey, the trucks aren't coming. 72 more hours. And we're like, fuck you. We have no morale. We have no nothing. We have nothing. And so we stayed there and we fought for 72 more hours. Not as bad, not as crazy as it was previously. Because after that day of being ambushed and after a lot of bombs were dropped, it changed a little bit. They learned that they're going to get fucked up if they fight in the cities, and their best tactic is to go back to guerrilla style tactics, hit and run shit, and not fighting the bull head on, which obviously makes complete sense. So they started to fuck up surrounding villages. They started to fuck up surrounding citizens, civilians. They started to terrorize, do exactly what they were there to do. And so I get this call, hey, you guys are going back home to go to sniper school, and I was like stoked. Because I'm like, dude, I'm getting to like in this chapter of my life, I'm getting to live, and I'm getting to go do something that I came here to do in the first place. And that's what closed out that chapter, but not before more deaths. More fucking vehicle IEDs, kamikazes, just ripping apart a 7-ton, killing 7 fucking people. And you're just like, and it was calmer. But it was just so natural to fucking happen there. It was just disgusting. You're over it. I wanted to go home. I was fucking done. So I find myself home on base. I just get back. I feel fucking empty. There's signs at the airport. Thank y'all. Insert typical support shit. And I had no pulse for any of it. No one was there to meet me. No family. No girlfriend. No nobody. Me and my buddies, we get bussed back to our command. We get sent back to the same shitty flat tops that we left from. The condemned building, rats the size of your feet, water that's toxic and poisonous. And that night was a night that the nearby camp, the artillery camp, does their fire missions. Their quarterly, monthly, whatever fire missions. We're doing Illum missions for training. And I remember being grateful that I'm back at home. And then I just hear these fucking 105s go off, and I roll underneath my rack. And I just like ponder what I just went through. And I had to remind myself that I'm home and that this shit was this is what it was. This is normal. They shoot fucking artillery. That's what they do. But I forgot, because when that shit happened there, you take cover. Because you think you're smoking a cigarette in your food, but really what's happening is you're a fucking target about to get vaporized. You don't even know it. And so I kind of started looking at things completely different. I looked at things completely different when I got shot in the helmet. I'm like, holy fuck, I just died, or at least I felt like I died, and I came back. I had the second chance. And then I kept on pushing that cat of 9 lives, this whole deployment, just to come back to hide underneath the bed when I hear this explosion happen. But that's the price you pay, I think. That's what's required. Sacrifices are required for things that you want. I didn't ask for those sacrifices, but those were the cards that I was dealt. And I found myself going to sniper school, fucking crushed it. I was trained. My platoon trained me extremely well. And we went there with this, we were those guys. People knew all about us. People knew that we stacked bodies. They knew that, and half the sniper instructors came from my sniper platoon. They were senior guys doing their school time. And so we had a shit ton of snipers. We had so much experience. So we went to sniper school humble and eager, but fine-tuning things. It wasn't something new. I lived that life. And to professionally learn it all, to learn the things I didn't know, it was really just, I found myself checking the boxes because I got first-hand experience on how to do all this hard shit. So I went to sniper school to suffer. I went there to suffer and to graduate. I got educated in some things. Mission planning was a big one. We did a lot of more in-depth mission planning than I did. 5-paragraph orders were really big back in the day, where you're handwriting 50 fucking plus pages for a mission. I'm carrying 1 tube of green cami paint. Nat's ass detail. I learned a lot of that. But sniper school was just fun because I was alive. And I was getting to do the cool shit that I didn't get to do. I was stalking, ghillie suit breaking. I was doing all the things that I really didn't get to do overseas. So I got educated, and I got to participate in things that were challenging, overwhelming, and helped forge me into an even better sniper. I had a lot of experience. I had a lot of training, informal training. And the experience now I had the formal aspect that just fucking propelled me. Because I realized that anyone can shoot fucking good. But now it's about getting missions. Now it's about, are you the best team? Are you the best sniper, right? Because, like I said, anyone can shoot. You can train a monkey to shoot. But you can't train a monkey to use his mind. Mission plan, brief with confidence, know what the fuck's going on, tell your people what's going on, inspect what you expect. You know, all these aspects that I was gaining, and I was taking all these invaluable lessons and turning them into wisdom. So all that hell that I fucking went through and all my homies went through, because we all were there together, we're now taking those aspects and like, this is who we want to be. And we're molding ourselves as we go along. So the mindset from the high school, the mindset from getting my ass kicked, the mindset from, you know, boot camp and school of infantry and then my deployments, all these things, it's just all stacking up. And it's all kind of coming together now. And that's kind of what I realized, you know, life, or at least the military, is just a series of events. It's up to you to determine what's wisdom, what's logic. It's up to you to determine if it's good or bad. It's up to you to really put thought and effort into the life that you're experiencing, or you can just exist in it and be in pain, be in hell, not change your life, change your situation. And, you know, being in that sniper platoon, that's all about that. So I go to sniper platoon, I go to sniper school, I graduate, great. I take out another now I'm back with the same battalion. Now I'm going to Operation Steel Curtain. You heard of that one?
No, I haven't.
This is a 2005 time frame. Steel Curtain was where we went through, like, I swear it was like 5 or 6 cities. Big fucking pushes, big missions. This was like a big fucking ordeal. Didn't know it at the time. Did not know it. But this time I'm on a MEU. So now I'm training with force reconnaissance guys. I'm a sniper team for them. I'm super excited because that's just my natural progression. I want to go to force reconnaissance after this. Like, that's just all these different tiers, these different elevations of things to change and to get uncomfortable with. So we're on this MEU, on these boats, this MEU, Marine Expeditionary Unit. So I'm on this LHA-1. Don't even ask me what the fuck that means. It was a big deck. It had like a carriers. It wasn't a carrier, but it had like a top for like planes and shit to fly off. It wasn't like the big carrier boat. Maybe a mid-size. They're all massive. And we're floating over. We hit like Hawaii. We hit Australia, do some training. We hit the Singapore, all these things, Hong Kong, all these great things. Get back to Kuwait, convoy to Iraq. Now I'm in Iraq. I'm telling my younger guys, I'm like, bro, I get the Fallujah mindset. Mm-hmm. Everything's a fucking threat. Everything's dangerous. And it was completely different. It was all different. And our mission was kind of different. I realized what the true force and power of a mobilization unit can do. When you're not pigeonholed to one place and you say, I'm going to clear this fucking city, I'm going to clear it, and that's what you put your might behind, oh, you clear shit. And our MEU, our 13th MEU, was the main effort again. The main effort switched companies, switched roles. So last rotation it was this company, this rotation is this company. But, you know, I found myself doing different missions that I wasn't doing before. I was clearing landmines or landfills by myself with my team because we had no EOD guys. I'm fucking throwing day packs with water bottles and rocks with 550 cord attached to them and slowly pulling them because I had to mark a route for the battalion to come through. That was our job. Push ahead, gain eyes on the objective area, report back. Well, as I'm pushing back, we had all these reports that, you know, all these different cities had different fucking minefields, landmines, all these things around. And there's like 2 EOD guys, 2 bomb guys for like a regiment. So like thousands of people, there's only 2 dudes. So like back in the day, if you found an unexploded ordnance or an IED, you stopped and you were on a knee for a very long time, sometimes days, because you never knew what one bomb was going to do. And it was never that one that you see that gets you. It's the fucking daisy chain that you have no idea about. That's 3 stacks back and 3 stacks in front of you. You saw what they wanted you to see. And so clearly we held a lot of operations. Well, for this particular operation, we had a timeline associated with it. And I think our first city we'd go through was this place called Usaba. It was right outside the 440 district near, maybe it was Karbala. I don't even know. They're all the same to me. But I just told like, hey, Cody, come in here. My platoon commander talks to me and he gives me this like fucking dad talk. He's like, I need you to clear this minefield. I'm like, what do you mean clear a minefield? He's like, I need your team to mark a route so the battalion can push through it. I'm like, how the fuck do you want me to do that? I have nothing. And they were talking about using like the grappling hook. You shoot like the 22 cartridge out your M16. I'm like, you want me to shoot a grappling hook at nighttime in bad guys' territory to scrape it? You think that's the best idea? My team's gonna get fucking murdered. And so the next best option was, let's be as quiet as possible and we'll just use a bag. So we did. I took my Eagle day pack, shoved water bottles and rocks in that motherfucker where it was manageable, towed a fucking line to it, toss it out, and I pull it back. And we would run lanes that way. We create a wide berth and we would mark IR-Chem lights. And we start marking fucking routes to the release point. And I remember linking up, I was supposed to link up with the reconnaissance platoon that was out there to get a data dump from them, what's going on in the battlefield. And we were supposed to move up to find hide sites, observation sites. So when the battalion comes in, we can provide accurate precision sniper fire and reporting at the same time. I'm also tasked with finding routes and lanes to send tanks and fucking packs through. There's a lot of responsibility. I'm 19 years old at this point. I had a fuck ton of responsibility. All of us have a shit ton of responsibility. And I remember my team all night, we were in and out of a ditch, reporting back, setting up comms, reporting back what we saw, setting the stage. And multiple times that night, my team walked through this one path that we thought would be a good route. We walked it multiple times. The recon platoon walked it multiple times. We deemed it safe. We fucking mark it. The next morning, the battalion landing team, the BLT, comes in. Abrams, fucking Cobras, LAR, troops. And my company commander that I'm supporting, his name is Ray Mendoza. Huge, just D1 football player, whatever that is called, and collegiate football. That was that guy, dude. He was he was a titan. And the company rotation before that, he was my headquarters company commander and still a savage. And now he's in the infantry. He's an infantry company commander, and he's the main effort. This dude had to be like 360 pounds with kit on. Dude was massive. He was big. I'm in my Overwatch position. I have my smock on. I'm like blending into my background. I'm in my glass. And I see the tanks and the troops come in. And there's Ray leading the pack. Leading from the front like a real fucking leader. Ray fucking disappeared moments later. He hit a fucking anti-tank mine. And the only thing, through a route that we were on, and the only thing that we could think of was that we weren't heavy enough to set it off.
Damn.
And I questioned everything up to that point. I'm like, did I fucking not do my job? And that just reminded me, like, no matter what you fucking do when you play with fire, someone is going to get burned. I can't tell you how many times on that deployment, multiple cities, I'm watching intersections all night, thermals, my teams, the recon platoon, we're all watching it just to see IEDs blow up on it the next day. I was almost convinced that insurgents were turning into fucking dogs and crawling around on all fours to plant fucking IEDs because I could not figure out how it was happening. And the only thing that really was there, they were probably just already laid. I mean, it's apparent. A big military force is gonna come and sweep in, so let's just backstack everything and fuck these dudes up. And I was psychologically getting fucked up because I was just seeing, no matter how hard you try to preserve life, you can't control shit. And you don't control a motherfucking thing. You can have all the guns, you can have all the security, you don't control anything. You think you do. You want to believe you do, but you don't control any of it. And that's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Especially when you're doing your job and you take pride in your job to the point where you're risking your fucking life. And to see something like that happen, boggles my mind. And so this whole deployment, we're just clearing city after city to the point where when we're done with one city, we're getting back in our Humvees and we're driving back to this big base we're staged out of, miles away, hours away. Just want to eat food. We're dirty as fuck. We're battered. Just to come find out we're getting yelled at. We can't eat in the fucking chow hall because there's some douchebag telling us that we don't have our cover on, our hat, or our uniform is dirty, so we can't go into his chow hall to eat. And the fuckery that can come from war, I should write a book just on that because it's unbelievable, and you know this. You can't even make it up. There was multiple wars going on out there, and not everyone was in the same war I was in.
Yeah.
And so just another layer of perspective and another layer of just like, you gotta be kidding me. I just scooped my fucking friend's teeth up off the fucking ground. I can't eat in this chow hall. Are you serious? I got yelled at because I was fucking bloody. My sleeves were rolled up. I was covered in head to toe in fucking blood. My rifle was fucking stained red from enemy's blood, my friend's blood, and my camis were going over my fucking hands because I'm just wet. I'm sweating and I'm just fucking all wet in blood. And I roll my shit up. My boots are unbloused. My boots are bloody. Everything about me is bloody. And I get fucking corrected because I was told to unroll my sleeves and to blouse my pants. And to be told that my friend, I'm like, is he gonna get put in for an award? Well, it won't be this because that's reserved for staff and COs and higher. And I'm trying to make reason of the hell I just experienced and all my friends just experienced, and most of them died and some of them lived. And then there's this other war, this other reality that's happening right now that I'm clearly not tuned into because it is not the one that I'm currently located at. And so I learned early on in my military career that there's endless perspectives and realities out there. And war is only fucking war to those who fucking claim it. And not everyone claimed that shit. They wanted to be part of it. They wanted the accolades, but they weren't about war. They weren't about what the fucking true cause and the toll was, the fee to even show up for that place was. They weren't about that life. They lived in another la la land. And that's hard on morale when you try to put perspective into your life. You're like, what am I doing here? I have fucking goal. I want to be a doctor one day. I want to read a book. I want to do this. I want to do that. And you're thinking you're not even going to make it to the next fucking mill. And if you do make it to the next mill, the chance of you doing that with ease is probably not going to be likely because there's someone out there that lives in a different alternative perspective and reality than you do. And, we finished at that rotation, just back-to-back cities, back-to-back cities, back-to-back fucking cities. It was never ending. But it was a part of history. There will never be I'm sure of it. There will never be another, or at least in the global war on terrorism, there was never a Fallujah, Battle of Fallujah. There was never another Operation Steel Curtain that took place. These things were iconic at best, and to survive those things, but more importantly to survive, because I have a lot of friends that survived that took their lives later down the road. So they didn't really survive it, they suffered through it, and they struggled through it. But to survive and extract that wisdom from those pain points, that's what I started to see in all the hell I was living. That's not how I justified loss of life, but that's what I started to, I can say, fuck this, fuck them, I'm a victim, or I can be like, what can I take away from this? What lesson do I have from all this hardship? What lesson do I have from this stupidity? How can I apply that to be a better person? How can I apply that to be a better fucking leader? How can I treat my men when I have a chance to be up top? How can I be better for them? How can I make sure that they know that I give a fuck about them, that I'm here to support them, and it's not the other way around, that I will lie, cheat, and steal to get them the awards and recognitions they need, not bend over backwards and crumble because I'm looking out for my own neck. I learned so much that this generation probably doesn't have that opportunity to do so.
Yeah, they do.
And, that deployment fucked me up too. I was, me and a bunch of guys, we were, you know what a miklet is?
No.
Miklet, if I'm saying this correctly, if my memory serves me correctly, it's a pod. It's a backpack pod. And you use it for clearing operations. So you take off this backpack, this Miklet pod, and it shoots this like rocket out, this projectile out, and it's a string of deck cord essentially. And you're just clearing routes. You're clearing lanes for tracks, for troops, for fucking everything. And they are APODs. I think that's what they were called, APODs. And they're loud. And if you're 50 meters, 100 meters behind them, they'll make you fucking throw up. And so I found myself in the last city that we would hit during this whole entire campaign. It was Karbala. And it was right next to the Euphrates. And there was this palm grove that we needed to clear through. And it was laced with IEDs. So the reporting happened. So the reporting was said. And this is when I started to understand very little about TBI. Because I didn't really have the residual effects from my, a year, not even a year prior to deployment experience. But this time, I'm like getting really rocked. We're just getting the wavelengths. We're just seeing the whiplash, the shock waves of all these rockets happening, and we're fucking dumb. We don't know any different. We're standing behind it, ready to push the fight. These things go off, we run forward. And then we do this. We do this more and more and more. We do this. This is a continuous thing. And we're just eating it for hours. And that's when something shifted in me. I didn't know it at the time, but that's when it really started to, this toll of like war fighting started to fuck me up. And we finished this mission. We finished this deployment. I get back home and I'm on the boat heading back home, and I could not wait to get back on the ship, because if I got back on the ship, I was gonna fucking live. My team was gonna live. We were safe. And I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of this platoon. I wanted more. I wanted a different mindset. Some of my newer guys I wasn't jiving with, the mindset of the battalion, of the vision, of the sniper platoon, the sniper community, all these things were happening at once. I'm like, dude, I gotta change my life, bro. I can't stay here. And
What was it?
What made
What was it? Was it
change?
Yeah, why did you want out?
The command.
You're a sniper now.
The command sucked. The command did not value you. The leadership did not value you.
Yeah.
And my sniper platoon that I worked my ass off to get into, it was going down the drain almost. Mindsets at that time, they were saying hazing was a big deal. People weren't getting hazed. People were getting trained. People were learning what discipline and respect is. Unviolently. Now, there was some violent shit happening before, this time. But at the time, like I said, there's a pig and a hog. As a hog, you wear your fucking sniper, your 550 cord loop with your necklace, with your sniper round. A pig doesn't have that shit. And I remember in training up, even for this deployment, our platoon sergeant was real stickler about like segregation. I'm like, dude, if we make these motherfuckers feel, they're part of the team, but if we give them everything, they won't want to go to sniper school. They'll just want to stay here. They want to stay here. They're not an asset. They're a liability now, because there's no evolution in their wheelhouse, their spectrum of growth in this platoon. Because I grew up in a sniper platoon or state platoon with honor and discipline. I was told exactly how it's going to fucking be, and this is why. And then I started to see phones started coming out, like internet was popping, Hot or Not was popping, MySpace was a thing, and I just saw this new generation of guys join my ranks, and that plus the leadership, I'm like, dude, this isn't for me. And it cost so many lives because there's so many egos tied to it. I remember this one particular time, I'm at this training event, and my platoon sergeant wanted us all to take off our sniper necklaces. And he's like, fucking take them off. When I see them again, you're out of the fucking platoon. And we're getting ready to deploy for this deployment I just talked about. And my guys are like, fuck you. And he's like, take them off. When I come back, they better be off or you're gone. He was that guy. One of our own. He was a trained sniper. But he was a drill instructor also. He forgot who he was in this concept. And really led by fear and intimidation instead of compassion and leadership. And I remember telling my guys, I'm like, dude, this guy's obviously a tool. Let's just fucking take it off for him to come back in 20 minutes. When he leaves, we'll put it back on. And I couldn't get my friends in my platoon to look at it that way. They're like, fuck that. And I get it. But there's a time and place. And some of my friends, they were so willing to die on their fucking sword right there. That battle that was it. They weren't crossing the line. That was it. I'm just like, guys, that's so small. That's so small. And 4 of them didn't fucking do it. As soon as this motherfucker left, I put my shit back on. Exactly what I said I was gonna do. I knew this guy was a tool bag. Little man syndrome. I knew that's what I needed to do to get over on this thing. Because I had a goal, I had a mission, I had a vision. How can I be the best sniper if I'm not a sniper? How can I take care of my team if I'm not here? Because I allow my ego to get in the fucking way. My necklace means something to me too. It means so much to me, I'm gonna preserve it. Not fucking relinquish what it all stands for. So 4 of my guys get kicked out of my fucking platoon that day. And on that deployment I just talked about, I'm on a rooftop, minding my own fucking business. You know, I'm engaging, and fighting stops, and this same dude comes over to me and he's like, hey, I want to let you know that John's dead. And I just said, fuck you, motherfucker. This is your fucking fault. And I was so pissed, I was hurt. Because John refused to take off his necklace, a fucking necklace that meant everything to him. And this fucking dude's like this tall. His name's John Longoria, little fucking homie. He was rolling around Fallujah with a fucking Sasser, twice his fucking size. It was funny as shit. We put him in a backpack, patrol with him at times, just fuck around. And they were clearing this house right adjacent to me. And John was one of the first ones to go in. Well, the insurgents had a machine gun position fortified in there. And so when the fire team went in there, because John got kicked out of the sniper platoon, got sent to the line company, John rushes in there. He gets fucking zipped in half. The rest of half his fucking team. And I'm just holding grudges. And I had to get out of that fucking environment. And I'm holding on to that for the rest of this deployment. I fucking hate this guy. I hate that my friends are dead. I hate even getting to fucking know any new people, because it seems to never end. And at that point, even one death is a fuck ton when you did everything. I did every boot camp, SOY, my first deployment, now my second deployment with the same guy, with multiple of those same guys, and they're gone. And they had dreams, they had hopes, they had all this shit. Because of fucking necklace and poor leadership, this fucking dude's dead. I mean, he could have died probably any other way, maybe. But that's what I was holding. I'm like, I gotta get out of this space. So we're fast forwarding to the conclusion of that deployment. I'm on boat, we're floating out, and I find out there's a recon, force reconnaissance indoctrination happening soon. And at this point, I'm still not a good swimmer. I needed to unfuck myself. So I go home, I bring my K-memes, I'm swimming at the YMCA, I'm making shit happen. They're like, don't put your head underwater. I'm like, fuck you. I got goals and dreams, I'm like, wait till they look away, and I go do it. And then that led me to showing up one morning at 5 o'clock at a pool deck with nervous shits 30 minutes prior, because I didn't want to eat too much, so I ate a banana to make sure I didn't cramp up. But I was nervous as fuck, because now all my friends that I worked with and deployed with that were force reconnaissance guys, now I'm saying, hey, I want to be one of you. I'm shifting lanes. I had homies in the recon community. I got homies in the force reconnaissance community. But now I'm saying, I want to earn what you have earned. So now it's time for me to pay. So now we're not friends. Now I'm a fucking student. I'm a roper. I'm a nobody. All over again. And I loved it. Because I learned that a lot of dudes talked a lot of shit in the military. A lot of shit. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. But when push comes to shove, the ones that say they're gonna do stuff, if they show up, then you know those dudes are the real McCoys. Because it's so hard to show up. It's so hard to sign your name on a list and be like, okay, I'll be there tomorrow. At least it was for me. None of this shit was easy. I was fucking mind-fucking myself. Never doubting myself, but questioning myself like, dude, are we doing this? Is this really happening? How exciting. You have no idea what you're getting into? Good luck, motherfucker. Hope you can swim. And that's when I started the next phase of my life, my next phase of my military career, the force reconnaissance, Marine Raider career. And that's where it changed. I put myself in a group of guys that gave a fuck about each other. The leadership cared about them. The training cared about them. The communication cared about them. The support system cared about not only them, but their families. I was like, dude, I'm where I'm supposed to be at. It's completely different. More money, different mission, different mindset, more hard gates to get through to get there. So you're earning your keep. Everyone there earns their keep. There's no handouts there. There's no poor leadership like that, or you're gone. This thing doesn't sit well. So I find myself doing this screening. Guess what? I sucked. I sucked at swimming. They're like, bro, get your chin up above water. I'm like, okay. You know, but I'm like not quitting. I'm suffering. And I am grateful of the suffer. Because I've dreamt about this moment for a long time. I dreamt about it the whole way on this fucking boat. And now I'm getting to do it. But just like the sniper shit, I'm suffering. I'm sucking. I'm not even good at it. I have all the reasons to say, fuck it, this is not for me. But I didn't quit. And however it happened, I passed everything else, but I didn't pass that portion. But I still got a phone call to show up. They're like, hey, we think this guy has something. We think he's trainable, and so we want him to come here. And so my platoon commander calls me in. My sniper platoon commander calls me in. He's like, hey, they called you. I felt like I let everyone down. They're like, hey, they saw something in you. They said you can't swim for shit. But they think that you're trainable, so you're going to go be a roper over force reconnaissance, and you're going to go try out. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So I checked out of my infantry unit. I checked in, temporary. And I start the suffer process.
Well, before we go into that, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
Many of you probably know by now, earlier this year, I did a psychedelic healing journey, and that changed many aspects of my life for the better. Two of them being I haven't had any alcohol or coffee in over 6 months. Another aspect that changed of mine is my morning ritual, and I want to tell you guys about my new addition to my morning ritual, mud water. It's a coffee replacement. In my opinion, the best thing about mud water is every single ingredient was added for a very specific purpose. Cacao and chai for mood and a microdose of caffeine. Lion's mane for alertness. Cordyceps to help support physical performance. Chaga and reishi to support your immune system. Turmeric for soreness, and cinnamon for antioxidants. Not only is mud water good for you, it also tastes incredible. My favorite ingredient is the lion's mane because it keeps my brain alert all hours of the day. Some people like to mix their mud water with milk. Some people like to put some honey in it. Personally, myself, I just dump it in a glass of water, stir it up, and throw it down the hatch. Mud water is Whole30 approved, 100% USDA organic, non-GMO, gluten-free, vegan, and kosher certified. Mud water also donates monthly to the Berkeley Center for the Science of Psychedelics, as Mud water believes the country is in a mental health epidemic, and so do I. Go to mudwater.com/Shawn to support the show and use code Shawn for 15% off. That's mudwater.com/Shawn. Use code Shawn for 15% off.
All right, we're back from the break. You're going to Force Recon.
Going to Force Recon, yep. And at this point, I passed the screening to get in there because we're swimming every day. I'm learning, getting educated. A lot of the same stuff that I was learning and doing in the sniper community. A lot of land navigation, a lot of ruck running all the time. And it was like never ending. And all the older guys at Force were getting ready, they're trying out for Delta, so they're doing nothing but pack runs. So as a new guy, I am just doing pack runs every fucking day, it seems like.
So are you in Force at this point, or are you training to go?
I'm training to go to school. I am a nobody. I'm a roper.
You made the tryout.
I made the tryout. So I'm there, and I'm earning my keep. But the next phase of your keep is you have to go to RIP, which is called the Recon Indoctrination Program. And then once you pass that, there is a force, at the time there was a force selection. So I had to go do that. And so there was like a screening to get in, earn your keep, got a chance to go to RIP. You have to pass that. That means, okay, now you're basically prepared to go to BRC, the recon school. Whether you're force reconnaissance or battalion reconnaissance, you all go to RIP, and then you all go to the same recon school, the baseline fundamental school. And then, so that's what I did. I went to RIP. That sucked. That was like, it was way different than my sniper experience. I was used to the ruck running. I was used to the land navigation, but they had the pool every fucking day, it seemed like. And I hated the pool. This pool in particular, they had no keys for the gate. So we always found ourselves jumping the fence to go swim in the pool. That told me that this wasn't planned. That told me that there was like no one there to come save me when I was feeling weak and wanted to quit inside. And every day of RIP, I wanted to quit. Every day. Every day, I'm like, dude, I'm going to quit today.
Why? Why'd you want to quit?
Because it was hard. And I told myself, it almost made it like a joke. If I can make fun of it now before I actually have to go out there and do it, I'll just laugh about when I'm doing it. And then
You wanted to quit because it was hard?
Dude, it was so fucking hard. The swim, I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to make this pool. I'm not going to make it in the pool today. They're like, oh, we're going to do all this fucking swimming and crossovers. I'm like, fuck, dude, I want to quit. I can't do this shit.
After all the shit that you'd been through on your previous 2 fucking deployments in Iraq, which is, by the way, I don't think I've ever heard any fucking shit like that. You're worried about the pool.
Dude, the pool was the equalizer of my soul.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, dude. The pool was unforgiving. I remember being on the pool deck. They split up to A and B. I was a B group because I was not a great swimmer. I'm passing things. I'm holding my own weight, but I'm also not a fish. And so I'm doing push-ups. We're doing push-ups and mountain climbers. And they're like, go! And they're just doing crossovers, and it's a 25-meter pool, so you're just underwater to the next edge, up for breath, underwater to the next edge, up for breath, and you're just repeating this nonstop. And you do not bring your head above the surface until you get to the edge. You just don't do it. And I remember doing push-ups. You're like, push up! And we're like counting off, and I hear, help! Help! And I look to my side, I'm like, oh shit! This dude popped up to catch breath mid-pool, and he just got swarmed. And they took his ass to the fucking bottom. And he disappeared. And they're like, fucking push. And we're pushing up. And we're like, dude, what the fuck? And then I just hear this large ruckus, help, help, help. And you're like, oh my God, this is crazy. And you hear, help, I quit. Just always taking him down. He's panicking. Panic is cancer, right? And it took me years to realize why you do all these hard things in the military, at least my own interpretation of them. But the panic like that is straight fucking cancer. And it spreads super fast in humans. And this dude was fucking done. And he just wanted to fucking quit. They're like, oh, fuck you. And this dude ended up quitting later on that day. But now it's my turn to get into the pool. I'm just like, oh my God, bro, this is going to be intense. Well, I learned from a very young age, even in boot camp, that if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I was very hungry. I was a hungry recruit. So I would like figure out ways to find food in boot camp. Well, I wasn't a good swimmer, so I found ways to swim how I needed to swim and breathe when I needed to breathe. So I would like see when these dudes were like not like looking, and I'd try to come up for air, because I learned that if I'm not trying to get over on the system now in training, then I'm never going to push the envelope in combat. And I understand what discipline is. I understand what doing a hard thing is, but there's something about pushing the envelope to me that I've always enjoyed. And that's what I've enjoyed about my entire career is I love making shit happen. And sometimes there's very unconventional ways to make shit happen. And so I can either get choked out or I can get over if I need to come up for air. And so I'm like, okay, that's my thing. If I have to come up for air, I'm just going to wait till they're not looking. I'm going to come up, breathe real quick, and go back down. Well, then it kind of made it like a game. So now instead of me looking at this opportunity as like straight hell, I'm like, how can I survive today? Because I'm not going to quit. I'm really not going to quit. I say it jokingly. I said it with my friends with smiles on their faces. because it was like coping mechanism. There's no difference in seeing your friends get fucking blown and be like, holy fuck, dude, this fucking sucks. I get the fuck out of here. Well, I'm not really leaving anywhere. I'm just saying what needs to be said, doing what needs to be fucking done so I can push the fight and continue on. Because I'm human. I have feelings. I have emotions. I have doubts. I have insecurities. I have fucking fears. I'm a real person. And the pool has a way of bringing that out of you. And you've ever heard of the ball of shit or the beehive?
I've heard a lot of balls of shit.
So they would take us, and we all had ropes. They're called ropers because we're always doing tying knots in the water. You know, everything's getting ready for dive school, tying notes, all this shit. Knots, not notes. And they took this water hose, and we're in the middle of the pool. It's all fucking deep, and they're like, "Get closer!" And you're doing the ball of shit. So you're like kind of like nut to butt, kind of treading water, just flailing. You're just trying to keep air in your lungs so you kind of stay afloat, but you're getting kicked, you're getting scratched. And they just take this water hose and they just wrap it around you, and they get closer and closer and fucking closer to the point where you're literally struggling to stay afloat. And they're trying to see who quits. They're trying to see who panics. They're trying to see who can't make it fucking survive this thing. And if you would dive down to like come to the back of the ball of shit, they'd be like, fuck you, get in the center. And you're like, fuck you. And you kind of like wait a second till they call your name again. Because you're like, man, they're going to have to jump in this fucking pool to grab me. But you're like, wait a second, they will actually do that. So I'll go in the middle, I'll make it happen. And you just play these games of survivability because everyone there is trying to survive, because no one's just like, oh, this is easy. Nothing's easy when you reach that point, that phase line of like, now we're trying to kill you. Now we're trying to see what you're really made of. Now we're trying to teach you what fucking training can't teach you and what combat won't teach you. We're trying to teach you what you and only you can teach yourself. And that's your determination to fucking persevere and push through it. And they didn't say it with their words, but hindsight being 2020, looking back at this whole evolution of life, I'm like, that had to be it. Or at least that's the shit that I'm telling myself, because those times are tough. A lot of running, a lot of swimming, a lot of things that I was uncomfortable with. But would you know, I got really fucking good at them because I sucked at them so much. It was so hard, but I was getting better. I was getting stronger. I was getting faster. To the point by the time I went to Recon school, I fucking smoked it. It was honor graduate. It was easy. Even the swimming.
You were the fucking honor graduate of Recon school too?
Yeah.
Jesus, dude.
And dive school.
And dive school.
And I sucked at swimming.
And boot camp.
And boot camp.
And?
Not sniper school. Not sniper school.
What about infantry school?
Yes, I was an undergraduate there.
Impressive.
It worked out. There's a lot of flack that comes with titles like that. A lot of shit talking. And so I finished RIP, and me and my friends, we had a guaranteed slot to go to BRC, Recon School. But before we could go, we had to go past the Force NDOC. So we were doing the screening to get in there, and then we did the Force NDOC, which was like another, 15 plus mile ruck run, double obstacle course, more swimming, more in-depth swimming, all sorts of unfun things, physical fitness tests. It was a real gut check. I think we started at like 6 a.m. and I finished at like maybe 11 or 12 in the afternoon, maybe 1. I don't even know. But we were told to go home afterwards. And then I lay on the floor, my pinkies cramped. It was like, you're done, you're depleted. But everything leading up to the point trained us and prepared us for that. And I was just so pumped to even be there because these were my friends and my mentors and my leaders that I worked with before in combat and in training. And now I'm one step closer to being in their tribe, one step closer to being part of this organization. And so I get my seat to go to the BRC reconnaissance course that was down in Coronado. And I remember checking in, and I'm driving across the bridge. Dude, I watched all the Navy SEAL documentaries as a kid growing up. All the Discovery Channel they had to offer, I watched it. And to find myself on that obstacle course, doing that SEAL O course, as a roper, it was like a fucking dream come true. That shit is not easy. That little spider wall fucked up my forearms. The little bitty.
Yeah.
But just to be there and seeing all these visualizations that I've had ever since I was a high schooler kind of come to fruition. I yearned to be wet and sandy. I enjoyed that shit. It sucked. But I really found this like fulfillment in like doing shit that was fucking hard. Doing shit that I wanted to quit, but not quitting fucking motivated me. I loved it. Being around dudes who wanted to quit but didn't quit, I fucking loved it. It motivated me. And that's what I found myself in. I found myself in a newer caliber of challenges, newer caliber of individuals, different fucking things. And, you know, a lot of similarities to the reconnaissance community. Like, you know, recon school was super easy for me. All you had to do is put out, not fuck anyone over, don't quit, and pass your test. That's it. Those are pretty simple. The requirements to do all those simple things were not so simple. But I knew how to patrol. I knew how to land nav. I knew how to do everything minus the amphibious stuff. Finning was new to me, minus RIP, when I learned it in RIP, learning how to become a reconnaissance marine or training to be a reconnaissance marine. And then nautical navigation, that was all new information to me. That was new uncharted territories. Small boats, all new shit to me. But other than that, everything else I kind of knew. And I was a pretty senior guy with a couple other senior guys there. So we were mentors to the younger classmates, the 18, 19-year-old guys.
How old are you at this point?
At this time, I just turned 21. And I spent many nights drinking out in town because I was just turned 21. And I could bounce back. I was super resilient. I would go study down in Pacific Beach, study my little flashcards for my test, getting hammered at happy hour, coming back to do a 4:30 beach run, you know, like unstoppable. I wasn't the greatest on the runs, but I never fell out, never quit, never failed the time, anything. But like, I was like this new journey of life. I'm like, bro, I am crushing it. This is so hard. It's not even hard. This is where I belong. You know, it was like this. I was so prideful to carry that rope. I was prideful to eat at the same chow hall the Buds guys were going to. It gave me so much. I felt so good about myself because I had so many friends like, I'm gonna be recon. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that, and they never made the moves. And here I am coming from a platoon, which I would have been in charge the next go around. I would have been in charge of that platoon, and I left that shit for a new tomorrow, a better tomorrow, bigger, better tomorrow, a new tribe, a new community, a new challenge in life, a new continuation of the progression that I determined I was going to go do in life, you know? Just my entry point was the sniper. That got me in the door. That's what I wanted to do, and that's led and involved to everything else that I've done in life. So I go to BRC. BRC was great. A lot of great lessons there. Very fun, very challenging at times too, but like I said, I've already experienced it, so they weren't new challenges to me. They were just repeat challenges, so I found myself having to repeat the same indocs, the same screenings. I'm like, fuck, another hard gate? And they just kept on coming, and I'm like, all right, well, this is what's required to get to where I want to in life. So I graduate BRC, I check into my company to Force Reconnaissance, and I'm just feeling like a king. Just newbie there, new guy, and just so many new opportunities ahead of me. Then I quickly realized that I'm just a boot all over again. You know, everything I've done in the past, none of that shit mattered. No one gave a fuck. People knew of me. I had those friends because some of my sniper buddies were now Force Reconnaissance guys. It was like kind of a natural progression. At this time, Detachment 1, the Marine Special Operations Organization, was still kind of around, but more of a training capacity, but they were quickly being dissolved. They were coming to the Force Reconnaissance because unbeknownst at the time, there was this grand scheme to create a special operations in the Marine Corps to call it MARSOC. And this is all happening in the background, which we weren't really privy to. At least I wasn't, and I was a new guy, so it makes sense. So one day I check up, and it was great, you know, and being in the unit, being a Force Reconnaissance guy was great. You show up, team huddle, you PT, there's no work to do, you go home. And if you're in a training phase, you do training. But if you're not in a training phase, you're in a downtime or a build-up, it was big boy rules. And I'm like, dude, this is great. I felt like an adult. I wasn't micromanaged. I was given a task condition standard and told to execute, and that was it. I'm like, this is brilliant. Everyone here is a senior guy. This is exactly where I need to be at. Then one day our commander comes in and he's like, hey, it's a huddle. So our company commander tells us that, you know, tomorrow, basically they gave us this big spiel like we're going to become special operations. And they're like, everyone's on relaxed screening standards. We have more funding coming in. Expect new weapon systems. Expect a very, you know, intense training regimen. And we're just like, bro, this is it. This shit escalated quickly. Well, we were still Marines. shit still wasn't hashed out by headquarters, so that lasted about a week. Dudes were wearing civilian clothes, growing out their fucking facial hair, getting ready for various training missions, downrange missions, and it felt fucking awesome. It felt awesome to be treated like an adult.
Yeah.
And it wasn't about the hair, it wasn't about the fucking facial hair, it was just about the trust and confidence in us to, you're big boys. Do what you need to do for the fucking mission. We're still Marines. We're going to stay within like common sense parameters, but go do what you're here to do. And I was like, holy shit, this is awesome. Well, that lasted like a week. Then they just stopped with us again. They put us right back into our little bubble or box and they said, nope, cut your hair, shave your face. Training is happening. This is happening. And you're just like, what's going on? And there's a lot of confusion going on at this time. And I found myself at Fort Benning doing jump school during like the last part of this, and jump school is 3 weeks long. Interesting place to be. And for people out there that don't know, jump school is 3 weeks long. You're there for 3 weeks it's like 5 days of jumping, 4 days of jumping, maybe 3 days of jumping. It's crazy. And you do only 5 jumps there. And you're there with a bunch of privates from the Army. And you're just treated like a fucking nobody. You're marching everywhere, you're singing these silly songs, and you're a recruit for 3 weeks. It was very difficult to do, but you do it, because that's what it takes. Now things have changed. But anyways, I find myself there. When I come back from jump school, that's when we officially lowered our first force reconnaissance guidon flag, and we hoisted the first Marine Special Operations Battalion flag, our guidon. So that's when we were called MSOB back in the day. Before Marine Raider was a thing, MSOB, we were Marine Special Operations Battalions. Our umbrella was called MARSOC, Marine Special Operations Command. So we were called MARSOC, but our units were called MSOBs. Where now they're called Marine Raider Battalions, so MRBs. So we've gone through some weird name changes throughout the years, because with the history and the lineage of the Marine Corps Raiders, the Marine Raiders, World War II, small build craft, small unit guys that really made a name for these specialized insertions that were taking place. Small boat crafts, small reconnaissance, hit and run, ambush style tactics, guerrilla warfare, other reconnaissance surveillance aspects of their mission. Well, that transpired into the big Marine Corps. That's why there's boat companies in the Marine Corps infantry units where they're doing raid missions on Zodiacs, inflatable boats. They're doing, hit and run missions. They're doing all these different type of things, but on infantry scale because the Raiders got disbanded. Well, reconnaissance community was the tip of the spear because that's all that existed at this point. Force reconnaissance was the premier one. Battalion reconnaissance was still freaking premier. Just force reconnaissance was your direct action and special reconnaissance realm, where battalion reconnaissance is focused on supporting general purpose force. They support the battalions, the infantry battalions. They are your green side surveillance. They're the long range reconnaissance patrolling and they also do CQB, but the real mission for CQB and VBSS fell under the force reconnaissance mission. And I'm new to all this at the time, and they're like, hey, we're now a MARSOC. I'm like, okay, dope. We kind of heard these things. Well, all these Detachment 1 guys started showing up in our units. They're now our leaders because they all went through their own series of selection process to even get to their unit. I think you had to be a ranger. You had to have all these schools, prereqs to even be considered for Detachment 1 before you even got to try out for it. They had this whole slew of superhero shit. You had to be a dual insert, jump and dive, free fall, all these things. Basic insert shit and basic leadership stuff, and from the Army side. And so we formed up and we found ourselves quickly deploying to Afghanistan. That was our main area of operation. But at the time, Iraq was our focus. That was what we were planning for. And I was part of the second company to roll out of the West Coast to deploy overseas. Well, we didn't have our own special operations insertion platforms. We're still using the Marine Corps and the Navy to do our inserts, whether that's to fly us or to transport us via boat. So since force reconnaissance went away, there was no one to cover down on that mission on the MEUs, the Marine Expeditionary Unit. So you had normally a SEAL platoon on every MEU, And then they were either on the submarine or a small frigate, doing the VBSS, doing the commanders. Hey, I have a special operations team with me. And now MARSOC took over. There was no force guys. So now we're seeing reconnaissance battalion getting a little bit more meat on their plate to like, hey, you need to go do these things. But we still have that requirement. So I'm still training VBSS. I'm still training on how to like, take over a helm, scale a boat. I was still a sniper. I was on a recce team. So I'm learning, I'm doing aerial sniping platforms, all this type of shit. And all fun stuff. I mean, I'm doing training I've never done before. I'm shooting sniper rifles I never had access to in the infantry. I'm using optics, night vision. I have all these things I never had before, and it was super awesome.
The golden Connex box showed up.
The golden Connex box showed up, and the carte blanche, budget came with it also, where we were doing great things. And at the time, we're so infant, SOCOM put so much money into us, Special Operations Command as a whole. They're coming down to evaluate our training, coming down to like ominous, clear us off. Can you meet these mission essential task lists? Are you meeting the special operations standard? Can you shoot, move, communicate, do direct action, do special reconnaissance? Can you do foreign internal defense? Can you do unconventional warfare? Can you do all these things? And can you do it to a standard? And so it was super cool to have all these experts come down from Delta, all these other organizations, and evaluate us, provide input, and then hold us accountable. It was super awesome to like experience all this shit. We're operating now. We're flying with 160th. The USOC aviation aspect, not Marine Air. I love some Marine pilots, mainly our Cobra pilots, but like there's a big difference between the SOAR and Marine Air Wing. How they fly, how they do everything, and we were actually being treated like fucking adults, and it was amazing. And so our first company rotates out to Afghanistan, and my company is on deck. I was a Bravo company, 1st Battalion, or 1st Marine Special Operations Battalion, and we were told we were going to Iraq. So we're planning for a very Iraq scenario. What does that mean? I don't fucking know. Shoot, move, communicate. More of the same shit. I'm doing it all. And we get on a boat to float over, and they're like, hey, we're going to Afghanistan. And we're like, it kind of felt really cool to be redirected, to have this mission, to think you're going to Iraq, but now we're getting fucking diverted to go to Afghanistan. And our main area of operation was the Helmand Province. And at this time, we had Second Force Reconnaissance, which is now 2nd Marine Special Operations Battalion, which is on the East Coast. We have 1st Marine Special Operations Battalion, which is on the West Coast. And we are both operating either in the Sangin area, the Helmand area. 2nd, mainly the Sangin area. 1st, mainly Helmand area. And Afghanistan was our main focus. We never sent any guys to Iraq till later on in the war. And it was awesome. So now I've been to Iraq 2 times at this point. I'm going to Afghanistan. Pretty excited. It's a new area. And completely different battle space. Completely different everything. The TTPs were different. The mindsets were different. How we were inserting were different. Our missions were different. I had more authority on these missions. I wasn't operating under a general purpose force mission. Now I'm operating under a Special Operations Command. I have a Joint Special Operations Task Force. I have a combined Joint Special Operations Task. I have all these different new tiers of leadership and layers of red tape I'd never even heard of before, and now I'm exposed to them. And with all that came different roles and responsibilities that we got to execute. And so I found myself as a special reconnaissance. I was SR team, and we're rolling around GMV gun trucks. I think I had like 3 sniper rifles on me. This is my first deployment to ever be in a truck. So I'm like, sleeping bag? Check. This nice comfort item? Check. But I was a trunk monkey, so I sat in the back of the gun truck just eating powder, eating all that nasty sand, gunking up my guns all the time. So like everything's in trash bags, but ready to get ripped off to engage. And it was a super interesting experience. Very kinetic, very different type of kinetic engagement. I did a lot more sniping in Afghanistan than I did in Iraq. Distance was definitely the advantage of the Taliban fighters. Some CQB, but a lot. We weren't doing raids like was taking place in Iraq. We were doing more under the scale of humanitarian assistance, L-shape. Watch pattern of life. Execute the task at hand, right? Do your mission. And it was awesome, you know, learning around a bunch of different enablers and support personnel that we never had access to before. So now our ability to influence the battle space has just like 10x itself. I'm like, dude, we're targeting people left and right. We're targeting things. I'm like, dude, we can do this. This is awesome. And at this point, I did a bunch of specialized training before that. I went overseas, worked with people across the pond. I'm exposed to all sorts of stuff in the low vis, high vis, special reconnaissance realm, and now being able to apply it overseas, it's pretty freaking awesome, right? Anytime you can like utilize all that hard time that you're away from home and training and sacrifice and the hardships and go actually execute it, you're like, bro, this is what's up. And that was just the beginning. That was just the tip. You know, that was a very kinetic Helmand, Afghanistan, Helmand Valley operation. But it was just different. Like I said, a lot of long distance type of stuff. A lot of new valuable learning lessons that I got to add to my toolbox to help prepare me for the future deployments that were to come. And I was still a young guy. I was a noob in this organization, noob in this platoon, in this company. And so we finished this rotation. I come back home, and there was an opportunity to go. They were looking for volunteers to go to our schoolhouse because now, I mean, we're deploying. We now deployed 4 companies to Afghanistan. Well, dude, we're taking casualties. We do not have the manpower. And so we're cycling guys from like our sister platoons, sister companies into our deploying companies. So like, you're not on this like rotation where you have 9 months to recoup. You might get like 4 or 5 months. We were breaking all the rules. All the waivers were going in for us because we were so young and the demand for us was so high. Mm-hmm. SOCOM's like, okay, you want to come play in this battle space? Well, this is what I need. So now, while we're focusing on Afghanistan, we have a 3rd battalion that was our FID, our Foreign Internal Defense battalion at the time. They were a group of various Marine infantry personnel that did like some type of selection, some type of specialized training, and they were the ones covering down all of our FID missions across the globe. We still, because we had those responsibilities, because you can't just play in the GWAT, you got to play in all aspects of the GWAT. Sometimes the ones that aren't kinetic, sometimes the ones that aren't the mainstream thing. And this battalion was covering down all of those tasks. And so they were like, hey, we had to create the schoolhouse because we have no way to increase new people. Because not every force reconnaissance guy got to stay in MARSOC. They went down this checklist. And you either met this checklist or you didn't meet this checklist. If you were a turd, they sent you gone. You know, you were a badass force reconnaissance guy, but not every force recon guy stayed. Just like not every reconnaissance battalion guy stayed in recon battalion. They're like, okay, we want that guy, we want that squad, we want that platoon, we'll bring them over. And so we were filling from the ranks that we had, from the most specialized units that we had, and they were going to execute the task. Well, now we're tasked with creating the foundation to make this reliable and repeatable. So I was part of the schoolhouse to do that. And we basically set up the whole, our selection process. We had guys come down from special mission units help us set that up. We were running our own indoctrination program, basically like our own OTC before the instructors to get us all qualified, get us all in the same sheet of music. So now we can go teach exactly what we expect. And so we called it IDC, Instructor Development Course. And it was a bunch of more, guess what, hard gates. It never ended. Time constraints, timelines, hard, left and right lateral limits, like, which is good because now we're all earning our keep here to be part of this big new machine that's moving forward. And so for the next, I was actually at the schoolhouse 4.5 years, and I put through the first 3 classes. I taught special reconnaissance, I taught observation. I was a MARSOC advanced sniper instructor, so I taught that stuff. I taught surveillance and reconnaissance, close target reconnaissance. I did all those things. That's what I taught. And then I had this opportunity to deploy from the schoolhouse. So I'm like, yes, let's do this. So I found myself at our selection. I was a cadre at our selection process, and I get a phone call like, hey, dude, you want to deploy? It's like not a cool gig. You can be working at the Siege of Soda, the Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force in Bagram. And it's a 6-month rotation. I'm like, yes, sign me up. Because I knew if I could get overseas with my guns, I could go to work. Because I make shit happen. Because I find a way to get what I want. I find a way to go find work. And because I never believed in face value stuff, right? And so my whole vision was like, bro, I'm going to take all my guns that I can get, Because they're like, most of these guys, they give them like a pistol. Because you're personal protection. I'm like, bro, I need my sniper rifle. I need my carbine. I need my pistol. I need my nods. I need a radio. And so I made all these connections while I was in my outfit, in my unit, by treating people nicely and being fucking not a douchebag. And so my armor hooked it up. I find myself overseas in Afghanistan, and I find myself at this desk job. And like, I'm like, this sucks. So many depressed people, seeing all the red tape. I'm like, how the fuck do operations even happen on the battlefield when this is the fuckery that takes place? These idiots are worried about what awards they're getting. They're pissed off that the ice cream is out in the chow hall. These losers are like worrying about TPS reports when these dudes are trying to get on the battle space. They're trying to get funding, to build something. They're trying to get resupplies. They're trying to get, mission critical, mission essential stuff, and they're getting red taped. And I'm seeing behind the scenes. I'm like, and I was a young guy. I was an E6 at this point. I was a young E6, and I was actually a pretty senior E6. But I'm seeing all this red tape. I'm like, dude, this is just full of inefficiencies. But that's how the system works. Doesn't mean it works the best way. It just works. Well, a fucking broken clock works too, twice a day. And that's what I found out. This is how this whole system was working out. So I got some like shitty task. I had to I was in charge of nothing I was above, nothing I was against. It was just kind of a not fun task. I was in charge of all of our Afghan Army Special Forces. I had to do a bunch of numbers and our commandos and basically all of our partner forces. I was just responsible for figuring out where they're all at, putting them on a map, talking to all my liaison officers from the different fire bases and different teams, and gaining a big picture so that could get briefed to the commander. So very important stuff, very crucial. It just was a different experience than I was used to. And then I found my gap. I found the fucking needle in the haystack. And I'm reading the reports, and I find out that there's this one team in the Hellman Raider team, MARSOC team, that is just getting fucked up. They're like constantly dealing with just enemy sniper. They're constantly dealing with fucking like just insider threat stuff, all sorts of issues. And so every day I made friends with the Siege Assotive commander, because I brief like I talk. Very interactive. I have a pulse, and this dude noticed it. And I was like in his back pocket. He loved me. And I asked him every day for like 3 weeks. I'm like, dude, here's the gap. I have experience in counter sniping. Let me go do this. And he's like, oh no, you can't do it. Every day. Until it's like probably 2.5 weeks into it. Every day I'm asking him. I'm talking to the command sergeant major. I'm like, hey dude, I can do this. I have a gap. Oh, by the way, I already replaced myself with this guy. Oh, and these other tasks and responsibilities I got are backfilled by this person. Like, I created all this stuff. And at the same time, I'm doing PSD, working with the BDOC there. I'm doing PSD runs to the capital, runs to Kabul, runs to the embassy, getting that driving experience, that personal security experience. I'm maximizing my time here because a lot of people are there kind of just for the ribbon, and that's just not who I am. And so they're like, all right, check it out. No. I keep on telling no. I'm like, okay. Well, I get on an airplane. I get on a C-130 to fly to one of my fire bases that I was managing, through email. I'm not like in charge of it by any means.
Yeah.
I'm just talking to a point of contact on the phone, and I'm going there to I want to see what's up, meet my friends, meet these people that I'm talking to on the radio and on the computer, and put a face to the name. It was a SEAL buddy in mine, SEAL buddy and me, because we worked in the same jock. We go over there, we do our business, and we take this trash flight back, basically late night red eye C-130 flight back to Bagram. It's just him, me, and a pallet of gear in the center of the C-130 and the crew. And we're over the airbase, and this fucking explosion happens. And essentially what happened, the hydraulic pump machine that does flaps, landing gear, controls the fucking aircraft, exploded in the fucking bay. And now there's all this hot, steamy, fucking fluid just being sprayed everywhere. Dude, we're fucking drenched in it. It's all over the fucking floor, and the pilot comes on the comm. He's like, dude, I can't lower fucking flaps. I can't get my gears down, and we're right outside the city. And we're in get shot the fuck down space. I instantly start fucking taking parachutes and throwing them toward the fucking ramp. Because the parachutes that were close to us were already getting drenched. I'm like, fuck this, dude. I ain't dying in a fucking airplane. Start throwing parachutes toward the ramp, get them away. So if we got to fucking bail out, we have parachutes that aren't fucking completely saturated. And then my SEAL buddy and I would just take our Gerbers and our knives and we start cranking open, because they had like a container full of hydraulic fluid. And we're just cranking cans and throwing them into this like broken, spewing, fucking hot, misting, choking yourself machine to get enough pressure in there. And the flight crew guys are throwing it to us. This plane's jumping up and down in the sky. We're like, dude, we're gonna fucking die. And dude, sure as shit, he gets his flaps going, he gets the wheels going, and we land. And the ambulance is there to meet us. It was a big deal. And they're like, they rush us right to the hospital. And they're like, oh, we got to get you guys checked out. Like, no, we're okay. Like ralphing all this shit. We're literally drenched in all this fluid. And it's so hot and steamy. And it's like burning your esophagus. And I get into this hospital and I'm like, I don't belong here. There's like real like combat wounded guys here. And I'm like getting rushed to, I'm like, oh, my lungs kind of fucking hurt. And I'm getting rushed to x-rays. I'm getting rushed to this. I'm just like, there's a fucking dude screaming over here. There's this guy missing a fucking leg. I'm like, maybe this isn't that bad. And, but I don't know about you, but we have a good way of playing things off that they're not a big deal. Well, word got around very quickly. And the next day, my SEAL buddy and I, we were presented awards for helping and saving the crew. And that's when he told me, yes, you can go. And so he told me I had 30 days to make a difference or I'm coming back. I was out there for 4 fucking months. And that was the rest of my deployment. And I get out there, their sniper for the team, he broke his arm back in the States. Great fucking guy, solid fucking friend, solid American. He wasn't coming back on deployment. And so I just seamlessly entered this fucking team. I knew half the guys. I put the officer through school. And I was fucking humbled. Because my mentors that I looked up to as a young scout sniper, force reconnaissance guy, they were the leaders of this special operations team. And in a matter of 2 years of being out of the loop and training guys, so much has changed on a team. How they're broken down, what they're doing, the missions they're doing, the fucking, everything has changed.
So you got welcomed, but
everyone knew me there. And I was super welcome. I was given a specific task and I had a role to do. And it was simple. Go do your fucking job. I'm like, roger that. But I'm finding out these guys are doing everything different. Inserting with 160th, we're doing nighttime raids, fucking ATVs, side-by-side, all these things, which I wasn't exposed to in my previous deployment. My previous deployment was still special, but it was more conventional in the execution of things, but our missions were the specialized missions. How we did it was, I would say, a little bit more advanced than I was kind of previously used to. This was completely different. Now I'm flying around doing aerial reconnaissance. Now I'm doing big wig shit that I'm trained to do. I just never got a chance to do it. Now I'm doing it on this team when I was really just supposed to fill a desk job. Well, by this time, MARSOC finds out that they have a guy who was supposed to be a desk guy on a fucking team, a very violent area that gets all the fucking press.
Where at?
Fod Robinson near Helmand Valley.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're right off the, right near this city called Pancalais, or this village called Pancalais, and the Helmand River's right there. And I think it's like Highway 1 that leads all the way up. And it's like all your little fire bases are right there, and it was super fucking kinetic. A few weeks before I got there, half an ODA got fucking zapped because there was a pressure plate inside one of the towers on our base, and the Taliban attacked that tower. SOP, you fly to the tower, do your fucking job. Well, they walked up there, hit this pressure plate, and they fucking got toast. We had insider threats all the time. It was definitely a sniper's haven in that area. And right outside of our base, we had this hill called the Ant Hill. And it was brilliant. I would just grab some food, grab fucking ammo, hop on a fucking four-wheeler, and take off to this base of this ant hill. I climb up there, and I would just get to work. And at this time, when I first started up, I was building target packages. So now I'm observing, figuring out what the space is about. I'm taking pictures. I'm building a pattern of life. Because I learned from previous deployments, you can shoot one person today or 10 tomorrow. And I knew I was gonna get more fish with more fucking bait than I would by just yanking or stabbing the first thing that I saw. And so because we were still sitting out patrols, but most importantly than just killing these guys, our partner force was always getting jacked up. They're always getting hemmed up outside of our camp. And so I needed to see how they were actually coming there and how they were setting up these IEDs, who was a defector that was part of our crew, what are all these things were happening and what was our limit of advance that I could see? Where did I think the Taliban didn't think that we could see? And that's where I was at. That's what I was trying to see. That was my main focus, because it's not what you can see that's gonna bite you, it's what you can't see that's gonna fucking kill you. And so, we're building all these target packs and we're all these bolo lists, and we're creating a lot of momentum down there to the point where, I got to stay out there past my 30-day limit. I'm doing my fucking job, find myself going on these missions. I'm like, this is epic. Nothing, you know the deal. There's something about flying on a fucking bird into no man's land, fucking taking off your fucking bungee and walking out to complete silence. There is not a fucking high out there like that. Not to me. And I enjoyed every aspect of it. I was being taught things that I never saw before. Their charges were different because the TTPs changed. Everything was different. And I'm just like, whoa. The wealth of knowledge is happening. And I'm just being blown away with how we're executing and how professional these guys are, because I'm producing the end result. But my friends, my homies that didn't go to the schoolhouse, they were still doing the mission, just to see their evolution and their professionalism change just for the better in a matter of a year and a half. That's insane. It was crazy. And it was so impressive, and it made me so proud to be part of that unit. Obvious reasons. They're fucking hitters, man. That's what they did. It's what we do. And yeah, that deployment was awesome. It was really fun. It was very enjoyable. But I learned a lot too. I learned a new aspect of working these joint gigs. And this is where mental expansion happened. And I learned something new that I thought was stupid, but now I realize that that's just another game that you have to play. You can play it how they tell you to, or you can reinvent it and make it better, which is what I did. I made it so much better. I found my way on a team. Then I get on a team, I find a gap, and and I'm learning from these guys that have learned more than me and that have more experience than me, and it's just this vortex of knowledge. And I just realized this is what's really fun about this job. No matter how much sucky stuff is out there, stupid Marine Corps shit I had to deal with, the evolution of the mind and the experience of your skill craft and your trade craft that is a rush. You're literally becoming a fine-tuned specimen. You're weaponizing everything in every aspect of your life. And that's the shit that kept on driving me for more and more and more and more. And, I learned a lot that rotation, more fucking crazy combat stories, crazy things happening. I'm just like, how are we surviving this? But, guess what? It worked out and I survived them. I come back from that rotation.
Well, let's hear it. What were you guys doing down there?
So what we were doing, our main mission was we were running disruption operations. So what that means and what that meant for us was that we would fly into no man's land, enemy-held occupied territory where the Taliban leaders live, where the fighter leaders live. We fly into the backyard because we limited our chances of, IEDs. We really, our main concern was, shit that was set off inside as a oh shit plan. That was our main thing. And what we would do, we would come in under darkness, patrol our 3K, 4K into our target site, breach our wall, establish our shit, and we set up an ambush. And the main thing was we were to disrupt this area of operation for the next 3 days. That was our mission. You will pick a fight for 3 fucking days, because after 3 days, we'll have every dude with a gun that doesn't like us on our position. Therefore, our commandos, our Afghan commandos, and our other special operations teams can come in and insert these guys into the villages to create a new fire base, to do all these types of things, because we were doing village stability operations was just now becoming a thing, where you go inside these villages and you establish fire base. You work with the villagers and you create your militia force, and you rinse, wash, repeat the textbook shit that works. right? We're creating an army, we're creating a militia, we're blending in the Afghan commandos, the Afghan army, and the Afghan special forces with their local populace, which they think they're sold out. You know, so we're combining the whole gyro, the government of I forget what the.
So you guys were essentially a diversion to get the
fighters to come to us.
Face in.
Yeah, because what they were doing before, when the commandos would go in to take over these villages, to clear out any fighters, and to bring a special operations team in there, plus an Afghan special operations team, there was so much hate and discontent because it was just fucking chaos and violence. They don't give a shit about your well or your school that you want to build at that point. You just fucked up everything. So they had this great idea, like, well, let's come up with these different missions where we can take a lot of the heat off the main effort, put these dudes to work. But now we're building up these Afghan commandos, these Afghan special forces. We're making them the go guys, not the pounders, the ground pounders, where the locals hate them. Because if the locals hate you, they're not going to tell you any information, Afghan or not.
Yeah.
And that's what this team's mission that I was a part of, that's what their mission was. I'm like, dude, this is epic. You literally just set up ambush positions, hoist your flag, dude, and then you just deal death. That was it. And I had a team commander. He's passed away now. His name was Matt Manukian. He died from an insider threat, a falling deployment. And dude, this fucking dude got it. He gave a fuck about his dudes. He cared about the mission. He wasn't your standard Marine Corps officer. He wasn't trying to win the war on terror in 6 months. He was trying to keep his guys alive and keep his guys employed. You know, he had their best interests. He had our best interest. He was a force multiplier. He was like everything you asked for. And to see that as a student, because I put him through school, to see him in that evolution and to hear these great things before I even get to the team, and get to witness it myself, you know what you're doing is working. And that's pretty good, especially when you're battling the bureaucracy of the Marine Corps, the bureaucracy of all the red tape you have to do for the military, to put all your energy and effort towards training, you know, someone in the special operations field, and instilling that fucking mindset of like, this is what's required of us. And so that was it. That was our main focus, was these disruption operations, and that continued on the rest of the deployment. And to the point where my MARSOC, my headquarters command, got pretty upset that I was out there doing these missions. Because I think their thing was that if they lost a roster number in combat when you were assigned to this desk job, that was going to raise a lot of questions. So I started to get benched. And I was told if I go out again, I'm going to get fucking yanked back. And so I had to stop going on these raid missions. And I just stayed around the fire base, do my anthill shit, you know, do my sniping stuff as I could, support the team as best I could. But I'm definitely not going to jeopardize their flow because I'm selfish. And I'd rather be with these quality of men, helping them move ammo, than being back in that fucking place, listen to another motherfucker tell me about ice cream that's not there. And so I finished my deployment there on this team. I got probably like 2.5, 3 weeks of that life, and it sucked, but I was there to support, and we did a lot of missions around the base. This captain was great, man. He like shifted missions so he could maximize his team to include myself, and I just felt so loved and appreciated and valued, and made me want to work harder. So I used all the point of contacts that I knew back in the rear to help these guys get what they needed, because they didn't know those point of contacts, because the people they're reaching out to, they're getting red tape. I'm like, bro, I know that. I've hugged that guy. I know this person. This dude loves me. And they're like, what? So now I changed my role to still be an asset in the team, but I was just using I was using this phone now. I was using my phone to do my bidding, and it worked out great, man. These guys got exactly what they needed. Dude, resupply of all the comfort shit, the good stuff they needed, the ammunition they needed, the weapons they needed, support they needed. I was having guys come out, do training with them.
Did you get them some ice cream?
Dude, there was no ice cream.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, there was no ice cream. But I did bring them, my thing was cookies. Those, what were those cookies called? Those big, soft, gooey, doesn't matter. There was these cookies out there in Afghanistan. I forget, Otis Spunkmeyer.
Oh, yeah.
You remember those things?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, pallets.
I was hoping you took the ice cream machine from the headquarters.
No, I just had like 7 pallets of Rippets, protein, and Otis Spunkmeyers airdropped in.
Nice.
Yeah, like we had a typical airdrop resupply because that's how we got resupplied. Airdrops go out there on our ATVs, grab all our chutes, burn them so they're not used against us, grab their shit, secure the area, load them up in trucks, bring it back to the base. Well, on this particular airdrop, I'm waiting because I have a surprise for these guys. I got like literally 7 pallets to Cody Alford, unincluded because we're getting diesel, we're getting fuel, we're getting ammo, we're getting basic boring shit. I'm like, that's peasant stuff. I'm bringing the good stuff, the shit that makes you fat, the shit that makes you feel good inside. The drinks, the sauces, the cookies, all of it. Comfort items, that was my role. And this airdrop comes in, dude, and I'm just, see their team get super stoked. I'm like, and I'm gonna do just like them, but I made a friend, and that relationship brought 7 pallets out of the sky into these dudes' bellies, into their fucking rooms. You know, those fed, because one thing I loved about MARSOC was that, A, we always left places better than we got there, and we always took care of our fucking own. We always took care of the Marines. Marines got treated like shit. General purpose Marines, treated like shit all the time. And we would, every time we go to their bases to do coordination missions or to give them intel briefs, and granted, we're rolling up in full multicam. You know, everyone's got beards, not me, babyface. But all the other adults have beards. We're all in multicam, completely foreign. When they find out we're Marines, they're like, what the fuck just happened? And we were like, hey, we brought you some ham. We brought you fucking a pallet of lobster for your fucking men. And dude, to see those young Marine faces that were getting treated like shit, you know, they're Marines. They're just, they're enjoying the fruits of what they have, and they didn't have much. So to be able to always get back in those capacities, I was like, dude, this is what it's about. This is fucking good. So we always took care of our own. We always took care of people, but you had to watch out because there's a thin line because Marines are like locusts. We had some engineers come onto our base once to help us move our ammo supply point and to build some new positions and bunkers. And we invited them into our chow hall, a very small chow hall, and that was a mistake. The Slurpee machine that no one drank from because we weren't unsure what's in there, gone. Mayonnaise packets, gone. Ketchup packets, gone. Like locusts, bro. It took us weeks to like restock our kitchen, restock our like the things that had like cobwebs on it, gone. Because we were scared. We're like, dude, we don't know what that is. How long has it been here? You know, Jesus, this shit was when Jesus was around. You know, this shit's old and ancient. And these dudes did not care. They were like, this is not an MRE. This is a roof over my head. They were happy. They're treated with respect. I could use your gym. We're like, no, you guys can't use our gym. We learned our fucking lesson. But yeah, we always took care of them, and that was the amazing aspect of combat that I really enjoyed because you can do so much more overseas than you can at home. Yeah. And you can give so much more overseas than you can at home because you have so much more there than you do here. And to be able to spread that love and to spread that gratitude and that appreciation and to maybe inspire one of those people to like do better at their job. You know, that's what it's all about. You know, I've been in gunfights with more women than most dudes have ever even comprehended in their life because, you know, when you see someone that's not part of your crew, you can keep them as an outcast or you can bring them into the fold and fucking lift them up. And so, dude, I was using this engineer because I had to stay on base. So I'm using these guys as like my fucking squad. I'm like, yo, my dudes are out here doing this. This is what we're gonna do. You needed you to do this, Lieutenant. I need you to take your truck over here. You people over here. And there's like dudes and chicks part of the engineer. And like, dude, just, it's amazing what people can do when they're respected and they're giving a task, a condition, and a standard. And that's what I learned from that deployment. I learned this whole new level of empowerment because before I got there, this team that I was a part of now, they're doing it. So I'm learning from them. And now I'm getting to participate in it. I'm like, this makes this hell a little bit more manageable. This makes all this other previous hell, all these other previous stories, all these other previous hardships and just what the fucks, it makes it a little bit more manageable now. Because I'm seeing this evolution of growth and fuck, the higher I move up, the more I can impact. The better unit I go to, the more cool shit I can do and the more cool shit I can help people with. So it's like, there's a lot of connecting dots in this deployment. And so that deployment ended. I rolled back home and that was kind of that. I finished my time at the schoolhouse. I ended up I took over a team at our 3rd battalion. I was a team chief now. I got called like, hey, do you want to be a team chief? I'm like, fuck yeah. And that was the number 1 guy in a team. I'm like, that was a big responsibility for me. I was a new E7. I was assigned to go to Africa. That was my area of operation. And I'm like, Africa? I'm like, let's do this. Never thought I'd go to Africa. Now I'm getting ready to go to Africa. I'm like, dude, this is a whole new field. I'm learning embassy stuff. I'm learning about money. I'm learning about different pots of money. I'm learning about all sorts of things that I never was exposed to. But there's all these other guys that have been exposed to this whole time. So I'm just learning more and more and more because this is all new. And because the education funnel is very quick in MARSOC when we first stood up, even the first like 4 or 5 years. Because what happened yesterday wasn't going to happen today. And maybe everyone else was smart, but I wasn't. And I only learned and knew what I was exposed to or what I could find information out about. And the battalion that I checked into at the time, our 3rd battalion, was kind of like our bastard battalion. I was like the 7th, prior reconnaissance guy to ever be there. So we were always instantly shipped out. And we were conducting missions all around the world.
What were you doing where'd you go in Africa?
I was actually in Senegal. Our main thing was human trafficking and counter narco.
Human trafficking.
Yeah, it was a very lucrative typed mission, very vanilla executed mission.
Tell me about the human trafficking. And you said narco trafficking? Drugs?
Yep. So apparently, intel reporting was that there was this jungle, this Casamance. They were the fighters there were transporting drugs and weapons, and they're also using prostitution, bringing people out there. Everything was for ransom. Everything was about money there. Everything was about drugs and guns. And these fighters, these Senegalese special forces guys, were like getting fucking ass pounded. They were completely unequipped for the training and the knowledge how to operate in their environment. They're receiving a lot of the TTPs that we were fighting in Afghanistan. So a lot of bomb type of stuff, Al-Shabaab, AQIM, all these other terrorist organizations, violent extremist organizations were all kind of spreading knowledge and love across the battle space. And Senegal was pretty vanilla. It's pretty basic. So we really had this cool mission on paper, but you have the embassy that's like, nah, players, this ain't for you. This just got you out here. Your focus is to train these guys up. And at the time, I'm like, shit, my team's gonna live in this deployment, and I'm wearing civilian clothes, and I'm driving around a dope-ass Land Rover. Like, okay, oopsie, I'm not gonna enjoy this. And so I got to maximize this completely new venue of deployment that I never experienced before. I'm learning, I'm dealing with, agency guys, I'm dealing with fucking State Department people, I'm dealing with, operation funds, I'm dealing with just learning this whole new aspect of being a special operator. And I'm also learning what a non-kinetic deployment's about. It can still go south at any time, but my mission was different. Now I'm training my partner force to go out and do the work, vice me go with them. So this is when advise, assist, and accompany was becoming this big thing, this AA missions, advise and assist, advise, assist, and accompany, this AAA, all these new catchphrases and catchwords that were coming out. But essentially, we train our partner force up, and they go do the work, and they come back, report to us, we debrief, and we, set up the next training venue. How can we prepare them? What did you run into? What are the IEDs like? So then my engineers would come up and recreate the scenario, recreate the training venue, and then we just kind of cycle through their guys through this pipeline. A lot of it was checks in the boxes because you kind of learn it's about money at this point, and you learn that some of these host nations don't really care about their training. They care about the funding. And so we're getting guys that weren't even part of the Special Forces crew. It was really weird, but very educational at the same time. Completely out of my comfort zone. It was weird. I was always in the red, navigating that battle space. But it helped shape me. It helped shape me for like future things, and that knowledge and experience of doing not necessarily. I wasn't doing the kinetic stuff. I was empowering the kinetic operations. I was training the kinetic operations. That part was cool, but I was really stoked that my team was going to live. That was the first deployment I've ever been on that I felt pretty confident that all my dudes were going to come home. And I don't give a fuck what anyone says. That I cared more about that than shooting a fucking gun. And I had a lot of young, eager guys in my team. A lot of them I put through school myself. And I'm like very grateful that wasn't our mission set. Well, we're in Africa for a couple months, and to rate a deployment ribbon, you have to be there for 90 days. I'm there at like 65, 70 days. And I get this secure call, and I get told to check my email. So I log into my laptop, and I check my email, and it says my team's getting retasked. And I'm like, it's told that I'm being redeployed within the next like 72 fucking hours. So my team leader and I, my officer of the team, we devise a plan. We brief our team, and we start breaking down shop. We fly back to the States, and I come back to the States, and I get told like, hey, you're flying overseas right now, and you're gonna go conduct the PDSS, and you're going to Afghanistan. I'm like, I just got back from Africa. Like, well, now you're going to fucking Afghanistan. I'm like, okay. So at this time, MARSOC was taking significant casualties, as well as just our manpower management wasn't on point. We were breaking all sorts of red line dates for like having our head to pillow, I believe is what they call it, where you have to be home so long from training and combat to meet a readiness requirement before you can fucking go out again. And go ahead.
But you just come home from Africa.
I just come home from Africa, but I didn't hit my I didn't hit my max time frame.
Oh.
So it's like it never happened.
Yeah. Okay.
So I come back and I find myself, I'm flying to California with my team leader. I fly to California, I link up with our 1st battalion, and I was to be the 3rd battalion to deploy with the 1st battalion to Afghanistan. And my team was chose because myself and a couple other guys had Afghanistan experience, and we were the most senior ones of the battalion, and my team was the most capable. So I get the mission. I'm being told, like, hey, we're deploying in like 4 months. I'm like, roger that. I come back to North Carolina. I brief my battalion. Hey, this is what's going on. This is my evolution of what I'm doing outside in the West Coast. And basically, I got this green light to fucking do whatever I wanted to do. Dude, it was great. I built my whole training plan off a fucking calendar. I didn't do any of these stupid reports I needed to do. If I said I needed some gear, all I had to do was set up a fucking meeting. And I didn't always get the gear that I needed. But there was so much high vis on my team, beyond high vis. We were like the 5th course of action that MARSOC as a whole chose. And to even be a by name in that course of action, I felt pretty fucking badass.
Yeah.
And, so I had all the support to do the training. Dude, my guys are just like, we're doing all sorts of badass shit, and we're doing it all ourselves. No one's helping us. We're super self-sufficient. We deployed ourselves to Africa. We redeployed ourselves to the States. We deployed ourselves to California. We fucking did everything, all of our training, everything ourselves. And now I'm getting new qualifications because now I have different requirements. I didn't take my whole team out to Africa because I had a capacity. I can only take so many people to Africa because I can only have so many soft people there. Afghanistan's a different story. Now my team fucking doubled. So now I'm rolling with a 24-man team almost. I got 14 operators. I have engineers. I got fucking dogs. I got bomb guys. I got JTACs. I got the whole kit and caboodle like I did on the previous Afghan teams, but now I'm getting it here, and we're setting the precedence of what right looks like for this mission set. Well, being a 3rd battalion guy, for a 3rd battalion team, we got hate, so much hate. And I came from this 1st battalion. That's where I started my career. And they were like, fuck you guys. You guys are just here for sympathy. Because we were deploying 4 teams now, because we were only deploying 3 teams at a time. Well, now we're deploying 4 teams at a time. And my team was creating that 4th team. My team crushed everybody. All of our training venues, my team fucking crushed it. I was not going to let my fucking guys go embarrass themselves. I was not going to let them be fucking bastardized because my battalion wasn't running a tight ship prior to all this. There was not a lot of standards that were being set there. That's why they're the bastards. At the time, it's completely different now. But at this time, this very early stages, it was very volatile. And you're getting all the hate, like MARSOC's getting hate. Who the fuck are you guys? Why are you getting missions? Well, we're fucking doing good, so we're getting missions. But then you have that tribalism inside the companies, the battalions. Fuck those guys. Those guys are from 3rd. Like, dude, my guys would whoop your dude's ass. Why are you tripping? Why are we hating each other? Why are we doing this? And that was another lesson of learning stuff. It's just never-ending learning. I was like, holy shit, you're never good enough, one, it seems like. And there's always room to learn and grow, and that's what we were experiencing. And, my team just did amazing. They crushed everything. We find ourselves in Afghanistan, a few months later, doing amazing things. I got sergeants that are, E5s, dealing millions of dollar deals, talking to generals, running missions. It was a not as kinetic deployment as I was used to. I was very far north. I was near this place called Kajaki, the dam. It was very, very far north. And we were at this point of time where it was still a kinetic battlefield, but we were really transitioning into the downsizing. This is 2011, maybe 12. We were downsizing not only our soft presence, but we're downsizing our involvement. So everything turned into like, train the Afghan special forces guys and make them go do missions. And that was a tough one to swallow because we're in the same helmet area. We're in the same stomping grounds that all of our homies got killed at, or all this shit that takes place at. And telling my younger guys in the team, like, hey, because I was not about to just go on some random ass missions, just to go on a combat patrol to get contact. That's how you die. There's no how can I justify your death? I have no mission. Walking around aimlessly is absolutely stupid. And I did a lot of that battle. I had a lot of those battles. One of my leadership counterpart in particular, he really wanted to do these things. And it was just a constant battle. I found myself, this deployment wasn't about combat for me. This deployment was about conflict. And I found myself spending my entire workup, my entire fucking deployment, protecting my guys from what I thought at the time was poor leadership, decision-making, and poor employment opportunities. Because it's really easy to allow cracks to happen in your mission planning. It's really easy to green light a mission that you don't truly believe in. And those missions you don't have true confidence in. Mm-hmm. And you never really you have as much confidence as you can in any mission planning. But if your team is not collectively visualizing themselves winning and coming home, that's not a good plan. And if it makes the youngest guy question shit, that's not a good plan. And I found this operation was a lot of those questionable plans. And I spent a lot of time on the phone, putting up resistance. I put a lot of time in conversations and meetings, putting up resistance. It was a lot of strange shit that was happening. And
what did your team want?
What did my team want?
Yeah.
They wanted to fucking fight.
How was that?
It's difficult. Luckily for me, I had very strong element leaders that were fucking true leaders that were combat vets that saw bigger than their ego and made sure their fucking dudes were employed and empowered. You know, like there was no easy task on my team. You know, my guys called them plenty of drone missions. But I tried to instill them, and my leaders helped try to instill them like, yo, dude, there's a different way to fight this war, man. This war is downsizing. You know, this is not being scared. It doesn't make fucking sense. You know, I can only send out so many soft guys per Afghan partner forces. So my odds aren't even in my fucking favor. So why am I going to put myself in that gunfight? And at this time, the Taliban realized, like, wait a second, if I just act like a mob, like a mafia, treat this shit like street crime, I don't get fucked with. When they treat the environment like a fucking terrorist playground, they get fucked with. So now they're running their guns, they're running their drugs, they're moving their things, shoot, move, communicating, doing their hustle. But on the fucking mafia side, I felt like, you know, they're doing completely different of how now it's tied to the government. It's tied to the fucking city council. It's tied to the village elders. Like, it's a completely different dynamic now because they realize that money is more important to them than conflict. And we're out there. So as long as they can be good boys and girls and not stir up the fucking hornet's nest, we're going to be out of there in time. We're going to be out of their fucking way, out of their poppy fields, and they can go run a fucking muck like they do. They focus, I'd imagine, on their government contracts, their drugs, and the things that made them hella bank, because it costs money to run fucking wars. And once my guys started to see that, they started to empower that belief system and make sure that our partner forces were good to go. You know, we supported them numerous combat, you know, mortar mission operations, drone operations. So we're supporting them. I just try to teach the guys like, hey man, we don't have to be the ones doing that. That's the perks of being soft, is that we use our fucking minds to fight a fucking war, because we're not in this like foot to ground environment anymore. We're more like, let's use our minds to create the fucking battle space that we want to, not walk into something that we don't. And it was just that new era of life. But it all worked out. It all worked out pretty well. All those guys were studs. I think they all appreciated what's going on. But at the time, I realized that there was a big conflict, and it was with me and the team leader. And it caused a lot of rift in the dynamics of the team. A lot of sides were being chose.
Yeah.
And that
Polarizing.
it's very, and it sucked because I was part of that. I was contributing to that. And at the time, I thought I was just and mighty. And whether that's true or not, which I believe is still true to this day, how I handled it wasn't the best, but that would be years later till I figured that shit out. I did what best I could in a combat situation. Well, standing up for what I believe in and standing up for my men caused me to be in 2 investigations on deployment. So now my team is getting all this visibility. So now we're this team from this one battalion attached to this battalion in Afghanistan, and there's investigations going on. There was a bunch of witch hunting operations happening. And what I mean by that, people were looking for reasons to get me out of there. Because I put up resistance. Because I used my mind and I trained my dudes to do the same thing. So when you weigh the numbers of like who's on what side, it was very apparent that something was fishy. There was not a clear-cut pace thing. And I hated that for my guys. To the point where I'm like, yo, you can take me out of country right now, but take this guy with me and let my team be safe. But if you take me out of here, they're in fucking danger. This is not going to be good. There's going to be bad decisions that be made. And that was the war that I was willing to fight for. That was my necklace story. This is where I said, you know what? This is where I fucking stand. And I still stand behind it. Because at the time, if you bend over once, you will always fucking fold. You will be known as a person that folds. And I did everything in my educated fucking powers to adapt and to evolve to the environment that I was handed, to the situations that I was dealt with. But it still caused friction. So now this deployment, now I'm trying to keep my guys alive, try to use them to use their brains to do other fucking things and make sure they're still maximized and being fulfilled and contributing how the best they can. Now I'm dealing with this whole administrative fiasco. And now, little do I know, my name is just being smeared all back home. Because I'm the guy that's in conflict with an officer. And we wrap up this deployment. I come home. My team crushed it. My team crushed so many things. They did so many amazing things. And all I was told was, you're under investigation again. I'm like, what about my team? They fucking crushed things, dude. Where's their credit? Where's their like attaboys? And no one cared.
Damn.
And I allowed that to victimize me for a long time. I was really pissed off and hurt. But one thing I learned, because I learned from that deployment too, one thing I learned is that we're here to adapt and evolve. And even in conflict, you can adapt and evolve. And it took me years later to get over this hatred, years later to make amends with this individual. But this dude is like my friend now. I learned from this guy. He learned from me. We learned together. But at the time, you know, that wasn't the case. At the time, that's not what came out. And so looking back at all the career, I just think about like, you know, we always have an opportunity to do something different than what we're currently doing. We might not feel it. We might feel like this is the direction that we must go, but there's probably another way that we can do it, but no matter how just you feel. And those perspectives took me a long time to figure out. A lot of healing, a lot of forgiveness to occur to do that.
I mean, he's really your friend?
He is my friend now. We're not still homies on the phone, but he actually was my retiring officer because I have respect for him. Because during this whole evolution, dude, MARSOC smeared my name for like 4 years. I was like blacklisted, it seemed like.
So you were the honor man of 4 different things. I called around a couple of buddies about you. I think you're the fastest guy to ever make E8.
I picked up E8 in 11 and a half years.
Which hasn't been done before in MARSOC, correct?
In the Marine Corps.
In the Marine Corps.
Correct. And
now they're smearing your name.
Yep.
Interesting.
Because I was in conflict with an officer. And that does not go well. And so I finish this rotation. I go back to the team. I finish my investigation. I get acquitted of everything. But I'm getting case studies are being said about me and this officer. All these horrible things, and you can definitely know that the case study is about me, even though it's supposed to be anonymous. And I'm attending these safety stand downs, these mandatory training events, and it's about fucking me and this officer. And it was fucking embarrassing and demoralizing. And watching
this was fucking big.
This was a fucking very big deal. It was 4 years total, 2.5 years total, 4 investigations, acquitted of everything. But they were substantial to the point where I literally got fucking put on the sideline. I had to go to our operations shop to wait my time out while these investigations were going on. So I got pulled from my team when I came back. And I was just, fuck the world. I was pissed off. And I was pissed off not because I was in this timeout position. I was pissed off because these other officer friends that I put through school, that I've known through my Marine Corps career, turned their fucking back on me. Some of my senior enlisted friends turned their fucking back on me because all these allegations I was accused of. And all this like flack. And then it all goes away. I get acquitted. I get a sheet of paper that says, if you ever do something like this again, you're in trouble. And the commander that gave it to me is like, you can throw this away after we're done talking if you want to. I'm like, roger that. And that's what I fucking did. And I went back to work. I kind of had a chip on my shoulder, but my chip was like, I'm not going to fucking stop. I'm going to go even fucking further. I had visions to take over MARSOC. That was my goal. I wanted to be the top. I wanted to be the boss. I wanted to be the leader there. I had a lot of great mentors that were leaders above me, a rank above me. Then I also had some that weren't very good, but that's everywhere. So I'm learning from all the things I liked, what I didn't like, and all these amazing men that helped me get to where I was at, that looked out for me, that covered for me, that had my best interests, even through these darkest times. Like, I'm forever grateful for them. And these were all lessons I was able to learn and bring into when I was in power, when I had that level of influence, where I got to pay it forward. And anyone can screw anyone over, but not everyone can take care of somebody. You can, but that's a choice not everyone's willing to make at times, because it's hard, and you will segregate yourself from the fucking pack. Well, that's what these leaders did for me, and that's what helped me become who I was. So I'm in charge of a team again. Everything is fucking done. I deploy to Germany. I work a desk job there. They're like, hey, go do this and you can come back to your team. So it was like an additional punishment. I'm like, okay. So I go to Germany and I fucking own that thing. It was easy. I learned a completely different thing. And by the same time, it's helping me out. I'm building my resume, not even knowing it, because I'm open-minded. I'm there learning all sorts of new aspects. And I'm afforded an opportunity to grow and expand. I wasn't a one-trick pony. All these opportunities that didn't really look like opportunities at times transformed my life. I just didn't see it because I was holding on to grudges. I didn't see it because it wasn't the cool thing at the time, but it was really setting me up for true success as a leader. Because sometimes as a leader, you do shit you don't want to do. You do the boring shit. You do the shit that you don't want to do. You don't get to hang out with the boys. You don't get to go fight with them. You got to do this other shit. And I was really picking up this pace, and I was like, fuck, it was kind of uncomfortable. So I go to Germany. I work out there. I think I was there for like 2 months. Our focus was to operate for Africa. So I'm managing teams in missions in Africa, reporting back. I'm another liaison guy, just at a higher tier now. And that's when I meet my son's mother, my eldest son. He's 7 years old. And I start this relationship, all this type of stuff. That's what happens. That was basically that whole thing. I come back home. I start this company again, this team again, and I get a phone call. I get a lot of phone calls.
Yeah.
And it was like, do you want to take over a company? And I said, fuck yes. And I hung up the phone, and I went up to my boss's office. Because I've been asking, now I'm a master sergeant. I was already selected. It took me a year to pin on because I was so junior. I was at free fall school. I found out that I got selected for master sergeant, but I was so junior down the list, it took me almost a full year before I even saw the rank. Because now I'm waiting through all the numbers, waiting for my number to be called. Well, I'm like Bush League number, like baby back bitch number. And I pinned like weeks before this. And I actually did it for a free fall. I made it a big fucking deal. My other buddy of mine, he picked a master sergeant, so we're fucking doing halo jump, and we like do our fucking thing. We fucking Velcro these big ass chevrons to our peak kit, I was wearing my combat cry uniform, so it's got Velcro, so I slapped this big ass chevron on it, and we fucking jump. And I'm like, I landed, and I was just like, bro, king of the world, bro, because it all changed then. Because now, Now you can't hold me to yesterday's standards because the proof is in the pudding. And the thing is, I was told when I got selected, Cody, don't fuck up. Keep your mouth shut. I was told that specifically from a lot of my senior leaders because they knew that people were still out witch hunting me. Because, dude, I'm a very verbal guy. And I'm like, okay, I can fucking do that. And when I pinned on, it was game over. And I get this phone call like, hey, you want to take over a company? I'm like, fuck yes. And I wanted a company, but I was never looked at it because I was told I was too young. And I was told that how I interacted with officers wasn't of their liking. And I'm like, that is the most immature, fucking unprofessional thing I've ever heard in my life. You know, and that's the thumb the man tries to put on you. And I've dealt with that my entire life. You're too young in charge of a sniper team. You're too fucking young. I'm running combat missions by my fucking self. You're too young. You're doing this. Like all these things, it's like that was the most uncomfortable aspect of being in the military, at least in my career field. Because I'm like, what is good enough? Do I need to get fucking blown up more? Do I need to bleed more? Do I need to see more horrible things? Do I need to brief more? What do I need to do? And now I get this shot. And this shot wasn't the first pick. The guy who actually had the seat put in his retirement package because he was like, fuck that. I'm not taking out a company. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I will, because I was the alternate for it. And I get all these spills and all these briefs of like, you better not fuck up. I'm just like, bro, where's the belief in me? But my OG leaders that are above me, these are the E9s that valued me, that respected me, that looked out for me. They were like, go fucking crush it, dude. So I check into our 2nd Battalion. So now I'm one of the only few guys at this point I've deployed and been part of every Raider battalion. I've been part of the fucking schoolhouse. And now I'm checking in to the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Marine Raider Battalion, and I'm taking over Fox Company. And this company was savage, straight war fighters, dude. Like they have like a lineage of straight, like even GWAT lineage of like straight gung-ho, make shit happen. And that's the company I'm checking into. These dudes are fucking savage. Like they have the stare that they earned. You know, they have that because they earned that discernment. And I show up as the fucking new guy here. And they're like, who is this tattooed guy? And bro, it was a game changer. Now I'm in charge of 4 special operations teams. I'm in charge of like 100 fucking enabler support personnel. I'm managing all these officers. I have an amazing company commander. I have amazing operations officer. Dude, I have the perfect situation you could ever ask for, dude. And we dominated. We fucking crushed it, everything. All of our training, crushed. All this flack, oh, he's too young, crushed. Dude, my guys were the best equipped, well-trained outfit in all of MARSOC. And you could not sway me otherwise. It was undeniable. And my team's making headlines. They're doing amazing training. I mean, it's amazing what happens when you empower people. When you tell people, I respect you. I know what you're here to do, and here's your left and right limits. Go execute. That is empowering to people, and they make shit happen. These dudes bend over backwards. My support people, they bend over backwards to support the team guys. Like I'm talking about 3 hours one way in a van empty by themselves in case one of the birds went down, you know, because they were having some prop malfunctions. In case the birds went down, we had to insert our guys, you know, via van. 3 hours one way, 3 hours the next way. Like these dudes working 24/7, working their ass off for shit. And we're getting all this limelight. Well, we're going down rage because we're using a new technique to how to target people that was not done yet. It was a very big deal. We're this new form of information operations that we're running, completely new way that we gain target acquisition on the battle space and acquired our targets, like building true target packs. And so it got a lot of high visibility. Well, my sergeant major comes to my office and he's like, Cody, I know the commandant of the Marine Corps is coming down to see your team, see your company, but I'm gonna need you to sit out on this one. We're gonna have him go act as the company operations chief and have you sit here. I'm like, what the fuck?
What?
Because the commandant wasn't a big fan of tattoos. And I'm just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. And my whole Marine Corps career, Cody, you should get your tattoos removed. No one's gonna take you seriously. Cody, you should remove some of your tattoos. Or how can you be a leader looking like that? This whole time, I'm like, bro, you know the Marine Corps was founded in a bar? Drunk ass fucking dudes? And you're worried about my fucking tattoos. I'm good for war. I'm good for fucking death. I'm good for my fucking soulless fucking trauma. But my tattoos, that's the foreign thing to your mind? I'm the youngest EA in the Marine Corps, and you're gonna hide me? You're gonna hide me from this? I'm not gonna go speak on behalf of my men, who I give a fuck about, who no one's gonna talk about them like I'm gonna talk about them? Because this guy would be the main guy speaking on behalf of all these dudes. And I was so pissed. I was so hurt. I'm like, dude, this is fucking jacked. So that happens, we move over, my guys fucking crush it, that was the main focus. Then we deployed to Iraq. That was our main mission. I sent a team to Jordan, I had a team in Lebanon that I'm managing both, and then I have two teams in Iraq. Well, I'm also in charge of all the special operations team in Iraq, because now I am the special operations task force operations chief. So now I'm managing ODAs, SEAL platoons, Raider teams, various assets, various liaison shit. And it's getting real. Like, it's a whole new level of responsibility. And this is during the Mosul push. So 2016, I believe, 2015, 2016. And so much responsibility, so much red tape, and so much bullshit. And it broke me the fuck off. I'm standing behind $70,000 screens, watching Kill TV, watching drone operators not get their shit together, being denied strikes as my team is getting fucking assaulted with Mad Max, armored VBIT, vehicle-borne IEDs, to the point where the non-armed drones that we see are watching these guys getting fucking welded in so they can't escape. So the only thing they can do is BIP themselves, blow themselves up. And I'm watching this shit, and, we had limited air assets. Syria was a big thing at the time. Syria had a lot of assets, but we could only have so many assets in Syria and Iraq at the same time. And so to get an airstrike, to call it troops in contact at this point of the war was a big no-no. Because we were in this whole advise and assist, not accompany. We were fighting the entire time to get that last A, that accompany aspect. Because what we were finding out is, we have to do command and control. You cannot command and control a battle space by not being on the fucking battle space. You just can't do it. Not a partner force. Not people that don't speak your language, have your same communication, have your same desired end states, have your same why, and even why you're showing up. Soft guys are force multipliers. It's what we do. That's who we are. We have to be out there. And so my guys were just crushing it on all fields. On our targeting aspect, we have tier 1 units coming down to get targets from us because we're the only ones producing and executing. We were such a big deal. And it was amazing. It was amazing. And because of all that hard ass work, we finally get that A mission. We finally get that accompany mission. And so my guys get to work on a whole new gambit of things. And my role is a support role. I'm watching screens. I'm texting them. I'm calling them on the radio. I'm calling back at home. I'm yelling at generals. I'm yelling at colonels. I'm yelling at people. I'm trying to get support. I'm bartering. I'm trying to do anything I can to support my guys that are forward deployed, because they are literally in harm's way. They're deploying in soft skin Ford pickup trucks with gun mounts in the back. They're doing all these different various things, and it's a different battle space. And then we started to take more casualties this way too. As the Kinetic environments picks up, we started to take more casualties, and watching that shit on the phone, on the screen, it hit me hard. I was working 18-hour days, stress eating Oreos and frosting because I was so fucking stressed out watching war on TV, yelling at people on the phone to get assets, and being told to fuck off. While my guys are out there just in the fucking suck, duking it out, and they're worried about assets. They're worried about waking up the general to get permission to clear, to launch something.
Damn, dude.
Around this time, we have a Iraqi helicopter because we first started partnering with the Kurds in northern Iraq. Then we hit a phase line where they reached their biblical birthright, so they say. And then we transitioned from the Kurds to the Iraqis. That was a very dynamic thing in the first place. Some of the motherfuckers that we were fighting back in the day We're fighting alongside now because now we're fighting, ISIS. And you're just trying to make sense of it all, but it is what it is. An Iraqi helicopter goes down, like a little news helicopter. Pilot lived, they got shot, he was able to put on the ground, but it was still a big deal. And so they had this big no-fly area where they weren't going to allow medevacs, Kazovacs into the airspace to pull guys out. Well, one day, my SEAL platoon, they get in a tick. They declare a tick, and I still was getting denied assets because at this time they rolled into basically an IED belt, and the EUD tech, as he's trying to problem solve the situation, he got fucking smoked, and the SEALs are fucking pinned down, and they're in this whole IED belt, and they're like, we're fucking making a move. I'm like, roger that. And they fucking start beating feet out of the area. I'm on the phone trying to get a Kazovac to come pick this guy up. And they're like, the team needs to meet us at like fucking all these clicks away. I'm like, unacceptable, non-negotiable. Get them fucking here now. Here's their fucking grid, go. And dude, it was this whole fiasco. A bunch of shit talking, a bunch of yelling. Unacceptable. Having to do that to get support? For a bird to come in and pick up a fucking KIA.
Damn.
And you add years of violence before this, you add years of traumatic brain injury before this, and then you watch years of fucking being smeared before this, all this sacrifice, what all these men go through to fucking be out there in the battle space, and you're getting fucking denied basic stuff. And being the person that's watching it all unfold, you're just like, fuck, it fucked me up. And those 18-hour days of watching the craziness happen, stress eating myself away, taking ranger naps. I wasn't realizing, but I was taking ranger naps like every second I could. Little fucking, I got 5 seconds? Okay, I'm ready to go. And what I didn't realize at the time was my body started to shut down. My body was playing catch up to me, and I learned during my workup that I was really playing catch up. My body started to shut down before I even deployed. I was just really tired. I thought I was stressed. And this deployment brought it out of me. Not seeing the sunlight, eating shit food, always constantly staring at a screen, constantly being stressed out that if I'm not in here, my guys aren't getting support. If we're not in here fighting for our fucking guys, they're not going to get what they need. Just shit, unnecessary stress. Because war's stressful enough. And this war concludes. We get to the point now where we're doing a battle space turnover, and my company crushed it. The SEALs crushed it. The Green Berets crushed it. Everyone crushed it. They did so well. And we come home, and we do this thing called home location decompression. And they ask you have to talk to the chaplain, you have to talk to like physical therapist, you have to talk to your administrative person, make sure all your pay is squared away and all this type of stuff. And it's my turn to go talk to the chaplain. And he's like, how was it? I said, fuck that deployment. And he's like, really? I'm like, I dealt with so many people looking out for awards for themselves. That's the shit that broke me. So many fucking times told no on a fucking phone because it was fucking dinner night. That shit fucking broke me. Being told no that I couldn't get a fucking helicopter to extract my fucking dude. That shit fucking broke me. Giving blood to, I went on a mission with one of my teams, one of my Raider teams, and my dude got, one of my dog handlers got shot in the fucking head. Feeding him blood from my fucking body, hearing him fucking scream for his fucking mom, fucking broke me. Being so exhausted, but still showing up, broke me. It all just started to add up. And I was fucking done with every aspect of the fucking military. Every fucking thing, it broke me. I was done. I wanted to play no more. And to the point where now I'm talking to the psych. In this home location decompression, supposed to be happy, stress-free. And he's like, so Cody, tell me what's going on. I'm like, fuck you. And he's like, excuse me? I'm like, listen, bro, I've talked to plenty of you before. I've asked for the same shit. Nothing's ever happened. I'm like, you get me help and I'll fucking tell you whatever. I'll talk to you. He's like, well, what do you want? I'm like, I want Adderall and I want my fucking sleep fixed. I want my sleep fixed. He's like, okay. So he helps me get this packet going. I determined I needed an Adderall because I was a space cadet. I could not hold the fucking conversations, hold the sentence. My brain was all over the place and I was so fucking drained, so tired. I needed uppers in my life. I couldn't remember shit. I couldn't focus on anything. I was just done. Cognitively, I was just fucking crashing down. I needed my sleep fixed because I wasn't getting quality sleep. I felt that I could sleep 12 hours and still be fucking tired. I could drink 12 coffees and 12 fucking monsters and still pass out. My body was shutting down. And at this point, I was beyond desperate. And so he's this dude, and he's a fucking phenomenal man. He starts getting me these point of contacts. And I find myself now, I'm done with this deployment, and I was asked overseas. He's like, hey, do you want to do another company operations chief deployment? I'm like, no. And he's like, it'd be really easier if you did. I wouldn't have to find someone else. I'm like, find someone fucking else. I'm done. And I'm like, I can't fucking do this, dude. And I come home, that story happens. And then I'm checking into the schoolhouse now. So now I'm back at the schoolhouse my second time. I'm a senior ass. I'm an E8 now for 3.5 years. A lot of experience on the deployment. Now I'm fitting a role that was a made up job for an officer billet. Because what we were lacking in MARSOC was these key officer billets that made them competitive to their special operation officer counterparts. Because, we have MARSOC, we have officers enlisted in every role that you can be in the special operations joint environment. And I found myself in this made up fucking job to support a made up position to make it look like it's something bigger than it is. And I went from 100 miles an hour to 0. And it was fucking difficult. I wasn't above anything. I wasn't above cleaning shit, doing shit. I wasn't above that. This wasn't an ego thing. This was, I need stimulation or I'm going to fucking explode. Because I just had 6 months of straight 18-hour days, at a minimum 18-hour days I wouldn't see the fucking sun, right? Not a woe is me thing, but just how it was. Sun is very crucial for us. Sleep is very crucial for us. And once you up past a certain limit, you don't get that time back. You don't, you sleep for 6 hours, you rejuvenate. That isn't how it works. You're cognitively, you're depleting your brain. You're literally fucking up your process the longer you stay up, for the longer than a threshold that you actually have. And I blew this threshold. I found myself blowing up a lot. I was very aggressive. I was very stressed out about the dumbest shit. Like the stupidity that I encountered, I would just lose it and just fucking go ballistic. If you were a civilian working in my job trying to tell me what to do, I fucking lost it. If you were a douchebag trying to tell me what to do or not wanting to do your job, I fucking lost it. I was like, dude, what's going on with me? I went to the point, I'm finally getting Adderall now because they're like, oh yeah, you have ADHD like a motherfucker. I'm like, no shit. We all do. This is not normal. And when are we gonna start connecting dots? We can't just mistreat ourselves and abuse ourselves all these years and expect us to be fucking chippy and cheery forever.
Yeah.
And I think there's this phase line around that 11 to 13 year mark in the military where, at least for me, I started to shift pretty hard. It really started to, all my TBIs, all my stress, all my fucking whatever started to catch up with me. I remember busting into my naval commander's office. He was our medical officer. And I'm like, give me something that's going to keep me up or I'm going to go fucking do meth. I was desperate. I would pass out on the fucking floor. I would pass out in my car. I would be late to work because I'd drive down the street and not even know how the fuck where I was. I would just wake up and I would just like start crying because I didn't know how I got in the middle of the road. I didn't know where I was going. Everything was just system overload. And so I'm able to fill out this packet to go to, we call it Intrepid Spirits. Most people call it a TBI clinic. And, they were grade A stuff. I list all my issues, and how they work is you have to go get evaluated before you're even able to be seen by them. So you have to have all your ducks in a row before you can be seen by them, and they make it super simple for you. And so my main thing was attention and sleep, because dealing with other things in life, I wasn't really privy to those words to even how to describe them. I thought I was just being an asshole because I was fucking super tired. I thought I was, running behind schedule because I was tired. I wasn't connecting any dots. I ended up doing like 9 sleep studies, 3 different places. And all 3 of them came back with, or all 3 places said that I wasn't narcoleptic. And I was praying that I would be labeled narcoleptic because there was a medicine for narcolepsy. And I'm like, I'm not making this shit up. I'm tired as fuck. I can literally I was on like 40 milligrams of various uppers. There was some that were like 100 milligrams. I'm on Dexedrine. I'm on Adderall. I'm on Provigil. Shit that they give guys to go on 3-day patrols. Mm-hmm. High-risk training type of medicine. I'm on all these at the same time. And I wasn't hitting that 3rd and last REM cycle to be considered narcoleptic. And I could sleep 24 hours, still wake up tired as shit. And at this point now I'm confused. I'm like, dude, am I making this up? Am I lying to myself? What's going on? I went from this hero machine, Superman, 100 miles an hour to dragging ass. I rode motorcycles at this point in time. I'm falling off my motorcycles. I'm getting off them with them running and the kickstand's not down. I'm falling over at gas stations. Speed, I couldn't handle speed, so I'm riding really slow, which is even more dangerous. I was getting lost everywhere I went, and just constant explosions of fucking anger. Uncontrolled, and I was having uncontrollable adrenaline spikes to the point where I stopped my free fall pay. Because I couldn't maintain jumping out of an airplane, because jumping out of an airplane already fucking gave me dopamine and adrenaline by the time I landed. And you ever do jumps and you're tired afterwards? At least for me, that's how I was. Well, now that I'm having I could just be sitting here and just like get amped up. And then my crash was just low. It was hard hitting. And my fear was I'm going to fuck up a dude in the sky.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be able to deploy my fucking chute, lower my kid. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Fuck that. And diving, I was still doing diving at the time because I was in a controlled environment. I had a dive buddy, and most of my dives were just for requal, so I'm doing it in a pool. Very simple. But everything about my life was fucking changing. I didn't know what it was. And I just started getting more and more pissed off. I got more and more uninterested in even showing up every day. And I got tired of playing games. I got tired of being someone else's puppet. I got tired of being, dog and pony. Look the part to make this made up position look like it's something. And granted, a lot of those observations were how I felt at the time. But at the same time too, I wasn't training. I was taking naps whenever I fucking could. I was looking out for my dudes, but I had master sergeants that I was in charge of, and they were taking care of their guys. And so luckily I had this strong network of like leaders because my position really wasn't necessary. It was a fictitious position. Maybe now, hopefully it's something. But I go to my boss and I'm like, dude, I need no responsibility. And he's like, what? I'm like, I need no responsibility. And I fucking said it sternly. He's like, what are you talking about? Like, dude, I can't fucking do this job anymore, dude. I need no stress. I need absolutely no stress in my fucking life. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I'm getting hounded on how many more medical appointments that I have. I'm like, this command signed the document saying that I'm going to be gone for weeks. And I'm getting harped on the phone. Why did so-and-so get a DUI? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Did you ask him? Where's that TPS report? I don't fucking know. Did you ask that leader in charge of that section? Like, why are we this stupid? You clearly see that I'm here trying to save my fucking life, and I'm just being constantly bombarded with dumb shit. And I told him, I can't handle this, dude. I need no responsibility. The smallest thing is stressing me the fuck out. And I'm yelling at civilians. I'm huffing and puffing down the hallway of our schoolhouse. being disrespectful, and throwing away everything I fucking bled and fucking fought for. I'm fucking going out of control. And my friends are turning their backs on me. They're like, it's not really that bad, Cody. You know, I wake up on the floor on a Friday night at my headquarters building, and my friends were still challenged, like, Cody, are you really that bad? I'm like, it's 7 o'clock at nighttime. You think I want to stay here at 7 o'clock at nighttime on a Friday or any day? And so my boss, he looked out for me. And he's like, okay, we'll move you. So I found a position that was in our human performance section for MARSOC. They didn't have a rep there. And they're like, well, fuck, this guy gives a shit about mental health type of stuff. So we'll use him. I'm like, okay. So I leave the schoolhouse. I check into our headquarters unit, and I do this job, and I find about all these different medical practices that we have: neurofeedback, breath work, cognitive function therapy, MERT. I found out about all these things. I'm like, why the fuck don't people know about this shit? They're like, well, we try to tell people, but they're not interested. I'm like, that makes sense. I remember getting those PowerPoint briefs, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. Well, when you foster an organization that does nothing but checks in the box, you're going to get whatevers. They make you fill out these pre-deployment site surveys before you deploy. How many cans of vegetables do you eat a day? God forbid you drink more than one fucking beer or you're an alcoholic. Well, no one's going to say they're an alcoholic on these forums. These guys are putting away cases a night. Mm-hmm. You're not going to say you eat a can of beans. You're going to say you eat 6 cans of beans because you're not going to get hit for like some poor nutrition. You're going to do whatever it takes to get the job done. And so those are when those lies start becoming truths. I got this. I'm good. Well, at this point, I wasn't good, and I was very vocal about it. And throughout this whole time, I get told by this doctor, he's like, hey, he's my neurosurgeon. And he's like, what if I told you you couldn't be a Marine anymore? I'm like, fuck you. That was my ego. Then I'm like, what? He's like, what if I told you you couldn't be a Marine anymore? I'm like, why do you say that? He's like, well, I mean, you meet all these requirements that says you should not be here. And at the time, I had no idea what he's talking about. I'm like, hey, man, I'm going to school in Florida for a military education for my soft equivalent rank. And I'm like, can we have this conversation when I get back? And he's like, absolutely. So I go there, and I'm there with a bunch of like special mission unit guys, and we're learning leadership shit, basic big check box stuff that everyone's got to do in the soft community at this rank. Very impactful, very educational, very great rank course. And I find myself super motivated by these caliber of dudes that I want to be around, because those dudes weren't fucking their friends over. They just, hearing their stories, I'm like, man, your command treats you like that? That's dope. Damn, if you say you have a family problem, something fucking happens, something actually happens, like, that's fucking dope. It was this whole new perspective, because now I'm not asking questions about their gear or guns or mission. I'm talking about like real shit. And they're like giving me feedback. I'm like, fuck, this is crazy. I'm like, well, we don't have that. We should have that for sure. And I come back from this opportunity with this whole new wealth of knowledge, and I'm really inspired by these guys. And at the same time, I still have my childhood dream. I want to go to Delta. And I've spent my package multiple times in the Marine Corps, was told to eat a dick. Through MARSOC, you're too senior, you can't go. Dumb shit. White lies, truth, doesn't matter. But I get this email, it was sent to all hands saying, no rank restriction, no restrictions at all. If you meet the requirement and you get invited and you get selected, bon voyage. I'm like, this is it. And so I call my commander, I call my boss back at home, and I make sure, because I've submitted my packet before. I'm like, hey, is my packet still good? He's like, you got to come back and you got to rerun your PFT. I'm like, okay. So I come back from Florida. I run this PFT. Fucking smoking. I'm in the best shape of my life. Before this, I just did a bodybuilding show because I was so fucking depressed. I came back from that deployment when I'm doing that how you feeling story. And my wife took me to a bodybuilding show and I saw her friends up there and I'm like, this is weird. But at the same time, you had to have like discipline to be up there. You had to have like, you couldn't have social anxiety and be up there. And I had all sorts of fucking things. I couldn't go bar, Walmart, out in town. Driving was stressful enough. Like everything was too stressful for me. And I'm like, damn, even the worst shaped person up there had to face a shit ton of demons to get up there. I'm like, I need to do that. And so I went to go do that. And then that ended. I'm like, I'm fucking depressed again. So I'm trying to do all these things, trying to fill all this. I'm like basically taking this bucket. I'm trying all these new categories of life, these new challenges to like find value and respect for myself because I'm just tanking. My relationship's tanking, everything, my work life is fucking tanking, my views on everything is tanking, and I'm hurting inside. And I just have this bucket and I'm just pouring water, you know, scooping water out of my boat, it seems like. And I come back from this Florida trip and I go to my neurosurgeon. I'm like, hey, I have an opportunity to go to this selection and I've been wanting to do this forever. And he's like, okay. Well, do you think it would be a liability there? And so I fucking paused. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking would. You know, and I'm flashing back to Florida where I'm with these guys. We're having dinner. I'm like, hey, can you guys drive at nighttime? It's really hard for me to see now. Hey, I'm not gonna go to that amusement park with you guys. I'm gonna go fucking take a nap. Back at home, before I went to this human performance section, I had opportunities to shoot in the shoot house every day. Had opportunities to fucking do all this training, go all these different events, and I didn't want anything to do with it. And so when this doctor asked me, do I think I would have been a liability? It all like just came to me. I'm like, yeah, I fucking would. And that's when I fucking said, fuck it. I'm all in on getting better. Because I was realizing I was just lying to myself. And I repeated that same thing 7 years prior. Had a chance to go to selection. Didn't get to go. But I was also had a chance to go to this TBI clinic 7 years earlier. And the doctor at the time's like, hey, if you go to this clinic, they find anything about it, it could fuck your chances over from going. I'm like, okay, fuck that. I'm not going to go then. And I'm like, Cody, when are you going to stop lying to yourself? And when are you going to start facing reality? So 7 years ago, I was having these telltale fucking signs that I was avoiding because I was a fucking robot. Because I was trying to fill a fucking void. I was chasing my ego. I was fulfilling what I thought was my destiny. I'm making my vision board at a fucking young kid come to life, and I'm doing all these things, and now I'm being fucking told by my own body I can't do this anymore. And these words of like, I need help, they're coming out of my mouth. I never said them before. And I'm asking and I'm begging and I'm fucking crying and I'm pleading and I'm doing anything I can to get assistance. And this is all new for me. And coming from the special operations community at this time of life, it was not normal. A lot of people thought I was full of shit. A lot of people started talking shit. Friends, units. I'm just like, fuck you, man. Like, I'm trying to fucking live.
Yeah.
And
what are they talking shit about?
Oh, it's not that bad. Cody, everyone fucking goes through some hard shit, bro. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Because I knew, because I was really being challenged at this point. I had an opportunity to like challenge myself as in allow someone else to tell me what my truth is or to remind myself what my fucking truth is. I knew what kind of leader I was. I knew what sacrifices I made. I knew what my belief system was. I knew what mission I did. And nobody was going to take that away from me. And so when I'm in this fight for my life to survive, because I'm fucking going downhill. I couldn't boil water. I'm fucking lost in a 2-bedroom empty apartment. I couldn't navigate with the fucking GPS. Like, it was gradually just plummeting until I would just cry all day. And like fucking question why. I mean, like, what am I doing? And through this nonprofit called Operation Healing Forces, I signed up for it while I was active duty. And essentially what that was is my wife and I got to go to Vail, Colorado and do this like skiing, all-inclusive healing retreat with 3 other soft couples. And through that event, because I had no confidence, I didn't believe in myself. I was a fucking grenade. I was destroying everything that I loved. I was swearing to my mother. I was just being a real shitty, sad victim person, because this is all new territory for me. And through this, I met a colonel, a Green Beret colonel, and he told me about this amazing treatment that he had in Tampa called Merc, because I made this guy fucking cry telling him my story, because he's like, man, I went through a lot of these same things. I feel for you. And this dude really cared about the troops. And so I get my command to pay, to green light me to go to Florida, to go to Tampa to do this experimental treatment called MERT. I don't remember the exact acronym, but it's MERT. And it was only for special operators, because it was a trial. So why not fuck these guys up or see if it works before we unleash it to the forces? I'm like, this is a hope. Sign me up. Because if you sign up for the trial, you are guaranteed an active treatment. You're guaranteed, I think it was like 20 active treatment sessions. So I had the potential of getting like 40 sessions, because you're going down there to do it's experiment. And so you have a placebo case, you have your control, and you have your placebo. And they didn't tell us which one we were, but I had a chance to get 40 fucking zaps to my brain to re-stimulate my neural highways, to reconnect my pathways, and to have a fucking chance to like be normal, it seemed like. And I was desperate as fuck. And I'm like, I gotta go do this. So I did. And it was this magnetic machine that sends these zaps, and how I was explained to it, it depletes your glucose in your brain. So I was always even more tired afterwards. But it stimulates, they do these brain scans, they figure out what part of your brain is not functioning, what's slowly firing, what's not stimulating you, what's stimulating you. And they hone in on those areas of your brain, those frequencies of your brain, and they send these tick, 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 these big Mickey Mouse ear magnets just zapping the front of my head, the back of my head, the top of my head, different sides.
Can you feel it?
Yes. Doesn't hurt, but because they all hooked us up to electrodes too. So now we're getting a TENS unit to our forehead, because the real machine, you can feel it. It's like like electricity. So everyone's getting a TENS unit, so whether you're getting the actual treatment or not, you're getting the same effect, because they didn't want you to, because placebo is a real thing, right?
Yep.
You can really cure yourself from a fucking placebo medicine. Well, for this case study, this trial, they wanted to make sure it was as like bottled up as possible, right? Take out as much, gaps and security as you possibly can. Keep it even playing field. And so I found out while I was out there, they couldn't tell you information because you weren't there to heal. You were there to be part of a trial. But they highly encourage you to look around. And they highly encourage you to read things that may or may not be on the wall. And I got one of these posters on the wall that was like, walk out in the sunlight between 7-Eleven, no glasses, no hat, fucking drink this water, do these things, reset your circadian rhythm. And I'm just like, fuck. This is real? And I did it every fucking day I was there. And I went from panicking. I was staying at a buddy's house in Tampa, and I had literally a straight shot to MacDill Air Force Base. Straight shot. You couldn't even make it up. You couldn't mess it up. I messed it up. I was 2 hours late because I got lost. And all I had to do was drive straight down the road.
Damn.
And I call my psych and I'm crying. I'm like, get me the fuck out of here. I can't stay here. I need to leave now. And he's like, Cody, he's doing an amazing job. He's like, Cody, I come out there in 2 days, see how you're doing. I'm like, well, bring some fucking drugs. Bring something for this shit, dude. And I wasn't taking anything for anxiety. I didn't want to take a bunch of medicine because at this point, I was so fucked up from all these uppers that I was on. And they just wanted to give me more. I'm like, I'm still passing on this shit. It's clearly not helping me. But I was desperate. I'm like, I'll do anything. And so he calms down, talks me off the edge, and I show up and I start doing this program. And dude, within a month, I'm using my phone. Within a month, I'm like, not cooking meals, I'm heating up meals. I'm still aggressive. I'm still an asshole. I'm still wanting to change and grow, but not really knowing how to do it. But I'm seeing some change in my life happen. I'm getting a little bit of me back. Not fast, not much, but anything was better than what I was going through. Because I was a completely different person. My wife and I were married 6 months prior to this, and when I came back from that last deployment, she's like, I thought I fucked up. She's like, you look and act like a completely different person. She's like, I thought I made a mistake. And so I was really scared because I came back and I was so different. And, you know, I lost the last bit of me that I was holding on to on that rotation. So now I find myself in Florida doing this treatment. And I'm still doing online college because I lived in fear. Because as a special operator, you're supposed to make 6 figures when you get out of the military. At a minimum, you have to. That's your norm. You have to have a degree because I had goals. I wanted to work for the agency. And I'm muscling through all this online college because I knew once I get out, I'm not gonna fucking do this shit because it was easy and dumb and it was just fucking stupid. But I lived in fear. I was trying to check some boxes and do what I felt and was always instructed to do. You know, you're a soft guy, you gotta get out 6 figures, have your bachelor's degree, and go crush life. Roger that. And that was the things I was holding on to. And then got to the point where my wife, she asked me, because I realized that the agency was gonna happen. My buddy who works over there at the time, he called me and he's like, hey, I'd love to fast track your pack to the top of the stack to get you an interview, to get you a seat to try out.
What did you want to do with the agency?
I wanted to go work for Ground Branch. I wanted to go fucking fight with my friends. I wanted the freedom and responsibility to fucking actually be unleashed and not be fucking imprisoned. He gives me this phone call. He's like, hey, brother, I hear you're retiring soon. Are you fucking interested? I'm like, I can't tell you how much this phone call means to me. I always dreamt that I would be called, that somebody would want me or have an invested interest in me to help me get to someplace. And it happened. And as I'm talking on the phone, I'm wiping drool off my face because I just passed out of my truck outside my headquarters building. And I'm like, I'm going to have to say no. He's like, are you sure? I'm like, yes. And I felt like a bitch. Because I wanted to do this one thing and everything about my life is fucking changing and I have no idea who I am. And my wife asked me when I'm in Florida doing this treatment, she's like, if you had 4 weeks left to live, what would you want to do? Because I was panicking. What are we going to do when I get out of the Marine Corps? How are we going to make money? How are we going to live? What are we going to fucking do? And she asked me that question and that set us on a path that we are here today for. I said, I want to take pictures and travel around. And she's like, let's fucking do it. So I'm in Florida with the little bandwidth that I do have. I'm researching trailers, vans. We were even thinking about buying like an old school G-Wagon and like making like an overland rig and putting a tent on top and doing all these things. And then I caught wind of this van life. And I sent her this link. Vans were pricey back then, but they weren't what they are now. They were half the price they were back in the day. Fully kitted out, a bed, kitchenette, all this type of shit in a Dodge ProMaster cargo van. And she's like, let's fucking do it. And so that's exactly what happened. I finished my treatment in Florida. I come back home, and while I was gone, my wife picked up the van. She drove to Maryland, picked it up, drove it back to North Carolina, and we just started downsizing our life. At this point, we sold our...
Hold on. We've covered a lot. Before we get into this new phase of your life, let's take a quick break.
Let's do it.
I love to talk about my meat. And so what I'd like to do right now is show everybody what I'm packing. Don't get too excited, ladies, because I'm talking about Good Ranchers. You see, Good Ranchers has premium meat cuts. So, how many of you are tired of going to the grocery store and you look at the meat aisle and it's empty or it just looks like garbage? Because that's what it is. It's garbage. That's why you get Good Ranchers. It gets mailed. You get meat, premium meat, mailed right to your front door. So ladies, you can get excited about that. Who doesn't want meat mailed right to their front door? Like on call, literally, on delivery. Anyways, comes to your door. They're all individually packaged like this. Some good looking meat, right? Throw it in the freezer. You thaw them out. You never run out of meat for dinner. So you can have meat every single night. That's right, carnivores. So what I need you to do is go to goodranchers.com/Shawn. You're gonna get $30 off your first order, and they're gonna ship you your meat for free. It's like a dream come true. So anyways, once again, go to goodranchers.com/Shawn and get your meat shipped to your front door today. Hey guys, let me tell you about this subscription service that I've been working real hard on called Vigilance Elite Patreon. Basically on Patreon, we have it broken up into 3 different tiers. We got tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Let's dive in. Our tier 1 patrons get all the behind the scenes footage of the Shawn Ryan show. That could include behind the scenes photos, that could be side conversations that we have in between breaks, that could be specific questions that our patrons give us for the guest on the Shawn Ryan show, and a ton of bonus content that doesn't really fit into any specific category. For our tier 2 patrons, they get access to our tactical training library, which consists of well over 100 videos. We've broken those videos up into separate categories, and those categories are rifle fundamentals, pistol fundamentals, drills, tactics, driving, gear and weapon setups, and everybody's favorite, mindset. Also on tier 2, you will get a live update from me on the 1st and the 15th of every month, where we talk about the upcoming guests on the Shawn Ryan show, plus all the benefits of tier 1. Our top tier, which is tier 3, gets full access to all the other tiers, plus they get full access to me, where we do video teleconferencing, VTC, once a month. We discuss anything from tactics to current events to who's coming on the show. I take suggestions, and it's very interactive. No matter what tier you choose, the support is greatly appreciated, and it is the only thing that makes this show drive on. So thank you for all the support. See you on Patreon.
All right, here we are. Now we're getting to the stuff that I really want to hear. The van.
The van.
3 years, right?
3 years, the van. Yeah, so basically she's like, hey, if you had a short amount of time to live, what would you want to do? I said, travel, take pictures. So we started to lean towards that, create that reality. I found a van in Maryland. It was made by a van company. We figured out how to get the funds. Because our main thing was like, how can we go do this off my disability? That was our main focus. What can I do to live a fucking life as simplistic as possible to figure some shit out? And that was our main goal. So at this time, I sold like my dream truck, my classic dream truck. I sold that because it was the only liquid cash we had at the time. We sold our big, very large house that I was into that life. You know, for retirement, I wanted a Panerai watch and a Land Rover. That's all I wanted. Very obtainable goals, meant something to me. And my wife, she really worked all these budgets to help me try to get those, but I knew inside that that was just these attachments to a life that I was stepping out of, and that didn't define me. But it was really hard to like kind of like struggle with these things, even these materialistic things. But we sold our house, moved to a good friend of ours, his name JR. He took us in, dealt with all my BS, and if he's watching this right now, he is probably saying yes. I dealt with so much, dude. I was a grenade, such a grenade.
Who's this guy?
He was one of my old teammates, and we were his roommate. When we sold our big house, he let us move in with him. So we're renting one of his spare bedrooms. And then I found myself living in an apartment shortly after this. And we're working on this downsizing thing. We're selling all of our stuff. My wife went on all this list and things and to try to like, 3 bins. You put the things you want to keep, the things you want to sell, the things you want to donate. And she coordinated everything because I was not a team player. I wanted to. I did the best that I could with what I had, but I wasn't making it a reality as much as she was, really helping us push towards that way. She was packing everything. She's a fucking trooper. And around the same time, she is looking at how pathetic I was. And she's like researching what all these pills are that I'm on. And she's like, you're literally killing yourself. We used to go to the grocery store and buy whatever we wanted. That's before we learned how to go to the grocery store. And you stay away from the center and you only buy from the outside. These pills, I quit cold turkey. I was straight addicted to these uppers. I could not function without them. And I was still passing out on them to the point where the doctors wouldn't give me more. I'm just like, you don't care about me? So I said, fuck that. And I quit all these pills cold turkey, and I just dealt with it for a few weeks as I detoxed from a very not fun withdrawal.
Yeah.
And then she started looking at like heavy metals, and she started doing all these research. So now we're downsizing her life, transitioning to a van, but my wife is researching hundreds of freaking man hours and heavy metal detoxing. Why heavy metal detoxing? Well, because I was a brilliant guy that packed so many dips in my mouth while throwing flashbangs and loading ammunition and cleaning my weapon system without wearing proper rubber gloves. A lot of things that we are exposed to that all added up from the food that we're eating, the hormones in the meat. I was so inflamed. So not only are we downsizing our life, we're changing everything about us. We went vegan for a bit. We stopped eating meat. If we don't know where the meat came from, we didn't eat it. Because we started to learn about energy. We started to learn about all this. Literally opened up a whole new slew of like parallel for me that I didn't even know existed. Energy, healing, self-love.
Who cracked that? Who cracked into that? You or your wife?
My wife cracked into the holistic aspect. I cracked into the self-love and energy aspect. She felt both of those, but she really led the charge with the holistic aspect and detoxing. And I had this yearning to want to find healing. I'd hear about, things like mushrooms. I'm like, oh, there's a possibility to change. I learned about cannabis. I'm like, fuck, I can do cannabis and not have to do all these pills and have a similar effect. I learned about cold showers and meditating, things that I've been exposed to before, but I didn't have the mindset or the belief system to follow through with any of them. And so we get to the point now where we're downsizing our life. So I'm like not helping, I'm not participating. And I'm just observing because I'm like pretty fucking useless. My wife made it happen for us to do it, planned everything out. We never had a plan on where we're going to go in the van. We just had a plan, like we had to be out of this apartment by this time.
That's it?
That was it. We had no plan.
Weren't you guys talking about where you wanted to go, what you wanted? Nothing.
That's stress, man.
We got to be out of this fucking apartment in 30 days.
That was our only guiding principle.
Holy shit.
And we were all about it because I knew that if I don't fucking change my life, I'm going to end up overseas carrying a fucking gun for money. And that will surely lead me to my death. I felt it inside. I had a friend tell me years before I was active duty, he's like, bro, I really hate for you to see over there. He's telling me stories about his friends that amazing military career, amazing fucking dad, first rotation, gets fucking smoked by a fucking artillery round. And I'm like, yeah, that doesn't sound fun. But I wanted it, but I also knew I had to do the extreme opposite to combat this yearning desire to go do this one thing that I had my mindset on at a very young age. And so we find ourselves in this van and we're eating different, we're doing different shit now, and I'm like, I fucking hated it.
Wait, so you left? So
we left.
Where are you going? Were you just driving around?
First, we wanted to head out west.
Where?
We wanted to head to the Utah area.
You didn't have a fucking destination. You're just like, just get in the car and fucking go west.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it. We just made it happen.
What are you guys talking about?
While we're driving?
Yeah. Where are you leaving from?
We're leaving from North Carolina. We drop off some stuff in storage because we have like some family heirloom stuff that we didn't get rid of, but everything else we damn near downsized. Packed out our rig. I loaded it like a tactical vehicle. Two is one is none of everything. Tomahawks, flashlights, chem lights, med kits. Like, dude, I went berserker. And we talked about going into Canada before. I'm like, well, shit, I'm not gonna bring my guns because how do I deal with that while I'm on the road? And so I'm like, okay, what other weapon systems, security platforms do I have with me? And I'm thinking all these combat, tactical scenarios, worst case scenario stuff, which is overcomplicating the process. So we head to our in-laws' house that lived in Wilmington, North Carolina, said, au revoir, and then we took off. We headed west. And our mission was to go on a small maiden voyage to work out the kinks, because at the time our van had a shower and a composting toilet. It was fully decked out, but we weren't really sure how we wanted it all set up. It was just a kind of a shanty on wheels at this point, which is a hot mess. And we get to Utah. I got a few friends out there, and I found myself just wanting to like be in their home and use internet, and I wanted to be on the fucking phone, and I was addicted to technology, and I needed dopamine, and I needed attention, and this is the phase of life that I was in. I was so empty and lonely inside. Even though I had an amazing wife, I was trying to fill voids. Mm-hmm. I was trying to fucking just escape the suffering that I was going through. Because at the time, I didn't see the value of suffering. Because I forgot all that hardship and suffering that I went through in the military, because I literally was a different person. I went from not being able to, or functioning, to not boiling water. That was a real psychological, mental fuck to me. And I'm just trying to survive. So we get to Utah, and I'm not happy. I'm kind of miserable inside the van because I don't want to be in nature. I rejected nature. I'm like, I spent all these years in nature in the military, getting rained on, being cold. I don't want to do that. Victim. Pouty pants. My wife said, well, fuck, you can stay in the van if you want to, but the dog's not going to walk away. I'm like, fine. So I stay in the van. I get high. I'd make music on my computer. If I had service, I'd fucking disappear into the matrix. I just really played a big victim game. Then we linked with my friends in Utah, Salt Lake City, and one of them, he's like, you thought about mushrooms? I'm like, I have, but I wasn't ready at the time. He's like, I can hook you up. I'm like, okay, what do I do? And he's like measuring, and he's like, oh, okay, take these. But this would be like one journey. So split that up throughout this pile that I give you. I'm like, okay. And so that was all the information I got. I'm like, roger that. And my wife knew that I wanted to do this, and it came about. I seeked it, I felt it, I wanted it, I visualized it, and it appeared, oddly enough. And we find ourselves in this BLM land. And I told her, like, hey, I'm going to go do this. And she's like, okay. So I bundled up. I grabbed my journal. I wrote down intentions, not expectations, intentions. Basically, I just wrote down all the things that were weighing me down in life. Everything.
Who told you to do that?
Me.
Your buddy, or you just did it?
I just did it.
No shit.
I got into journal a little bit before this, and journaling helped transform my life. It helped me communicate with myself. And it helped me find a place to be honest, because I wasn't very honest at this point in my life. I was very internal. So I said a lot of I'm fines, I don't care. But actually I wasn't fine. And in fact, I cared a lot. I just didn't really know how to articulate these things because I was so hurtful. I felt unworthy of love. I felt unworthy of an opportunity to live. I felt unworthy of a lot of shit. And so I wrote these things down, And then I fucking blast off to the abyss. And this experience transformed my life forever. I did about 4 grams maybe, nothing crazy. But for me, being a newbie at this, it was pretty significant. It was enough to take me over the edge where I had a breakthrough and I had these epiphanies and these aha moments. And
where were you?
I was in the middle of the woods looking at the full moon, tripping mad balls.
What are you seeing?
At first, I saw what I would consider the universe. I'm like blasting through space.
You got eyes open?
My eyes are open. I'm just like, all this is playing in my mind. I'm not moving anywhere. But the interpretation from my mind, my consciousness to what I think I'm observing, I'm blasting through space, star jumping, just Mach speed. I'm being showed what's possible. I'm being showed no boundaries. At least my interpretation. And then it just hits me, and I have all these self-internal reflections of things that I wanted different in my life. And what it showed me from this very first journey was that I could change my life if I wanted to. And before this time, I didn't know if I was strong enough to do that. I didn't know if I could change my life. I thought this was it. I thought I was just going to be a piece of shit the rest of my life. I thought I was going to be a sad person the rest of my life. I thought I was going to be a hateful person the rest of my life. I thought I was going to be a victim the rest of my life. I thought I was going to be ungrateful the rest of my life. I didn't want to be any of those things, but that's the soul trap, the mind trap I felt myself in. And then I reintegrated back with my wife, and I journal this whole process. Mm-hmm. I journal every experience I have. And I come up with this sentence that I'm living a life without me. And I reflected on that for a little bit, didn't really know what that meant. I looked at a picture we had hanging in our van. It was a picture of me and her, my wife, and I'm like, I don't fucking like that guy. And I'm still kind of like on the up. I'm coming down, but I'm like still pretty fluffy and feeling light. Very stress-free, very communicative. I'm talking, making eye contact. And my wife's just sitting there. She's just there for the show.
But you're still feeling the effects of the
but I'm on the calm down. I'm not peaking. I'm not blasting off. I'm not having all these introspective things anymore outside. I felt that it was coming to an end, and I come back in the van because I'm hungry, and I think we had like a fucking pork chop or something, and I ate it. It looked like a buffalo, and made a really big deal about it. Looked at a picture of me on the wall. I'm like, I don't like that guy. I don't like him. And she's like, what are you talking about? That's you. I'm like, I don't fucking like that guy. And she's like, okay. And then I went back to journaling. And the next day I wake up and I could fly. I had no stress. I had no anxiety. I felt happy for the first time in a very long time. I felt like I had a fucking chance. Well, since healing was all new to me, I rode that wave. But what I didn't do was reinvest into myself. I didn't take the money earned, the energy earned, and redeposit into me. I broke the cardinal rule. I only took, but I didn't give. And what I learned through all my other experiences is that I have to give that back. What I gain, I have to put back into me. And what that momentum I get, I have to put that momentum back into me. I have to take advantage of the space that I've created, where in this situation, I just rode the wave. After 30, 45 days, I got depressed as shit again. Super anxious again. Very limited on what I wanted to do in life. At this time, I didn't know what I wanted to do.
Before we go into that, who's the guy that gave you that suggested that you try psilocybin?
He's a Marine buddy of mine. He's a civilian dog handler.
That's all. I mean,
yeah.
So it worked for him.
It worked for him. He had his demons still, but he's like, hey, man, these help. And I was desperate where if you would have said, eat your own poop, it might help you, I would have tried it.
How long did the psilocybin trip last?
This particular one was about 5-6 hours.
Okay.
And I'm journaling the whole time. I'm like staring at the moon the whole time. I'm like I'm just coming up with all these aha moments and epiphanies and holy shit, that makes sense. And at the same time, I'm coming up with this logo. And I didn't know what it was. I just drew it out. And so I leave this opportunity, I leave this journey, and I feel just refreshed. I feel fucking reincarnated. I feel like I have a chance. And I'm looking at my journal, and I have this logo drawn down, and I have this idea to start a company out of nowhere. And company is the company I own today, is We Defy the Norm. And the logo I drew was my symbol for my brand. And what I learned from that experience and that symbol, my symbol represents the Trinity, the mind, body, and spirit. But in the center, I have a time glass, an hourglass. And what I learned was that if we align ourselves, we can maximize our time. If we are unaligned, our time maximizes us. And what I mean by that is if I align myself, if I invest into my mind, body, and spirit, and I actually put an honest effort, energy towards that evolution of self, I can now utilize my time. If not, my time utilizes me without me even fucking knowing it. See, there was a point in my life where I thought tomorrow would come. There was a point in my life at this point that time will heal this. And then I realized after this experience that was all a fucking lie. We're not owed anything. Time is not guaranteed. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. And if anything, time is short. And we don't have much of it. And that our time is our true power and our true energy. And with our time, we can change our lives or we can be a fucking victim. And it just propelled me on this new course of life where I wanted to fucking heal and I wanted to share everything about it. Because it was so profound, and I just looked at my entire life completely different from that moment forward, that I was like, I have to do this. This is my calling. This is it. And I didn't know it precisely at the time. But that epiphany of realizing that time is so fucking short and that I'm going to die one day really put it in perspective. And I told myself, I'm like, Cody, you can go through all this shit that you've gone through and fucking just give up and live a mediocre fucking life where you can be a victim. You can feel sorry for yourself. You can do nothing different with your life. Or you can go face the fucking unknown. You can do this shit that's hard as fuck. You can do the things that make you uncomfortable. You can put yourself in positions and situations you never once imagined for a chance. Or you can have the fucking norm. You could have an acceptance of what you currently have. And I realized that really sucked. And I didn't want that life. And I realized that everything leading up to this point was all by grand design. You know, everything. Retiring early from the military. Being able to do this brain treatment. Being able to get this van. Being able to live on a very, very, very small paycheck. Having a supportive wife and a partner to help navigate this for us. And I felt empowered more than I ever had before at this point. But I was still struggling. I was still hurting. But I had this little flicker of light that said, okay, you can say you want to quit all day, but you know you're really not going to. So say what you got to say, do what you got to fucking do, and let's go. And that's when I started diving into like finding me. Because I didn't know who I was. And it made me ask questions of who are you and what do you even want in life? And I didn't have the answers for that. And so we're traveling around. We leave this beautiful place, this beautiful campsite, and I'm fucking high on life, dude. I love the fuck out of life. But I disobeyed the fucking golden rule, the unsaid rule. At the time, I didn't know this. I don't even know it's a real thing, but that's how I'm interpreting it. Because now I do it completely different. Because it wore off after like 30 days. This high went away. I was noticing that my brain treatment that I did was going away. I was resorting back to what happened, where am I at, what's going on, and I was kind of deteriorating. And then that sent me back off into a victim mindset. I was feeling sorry for myself, feeling sad. And so we start traveling around. We're just traveling around. We have no purpose in place. We spend much time as we can in BLM land. I'm connecting more to nature now. I'm not rejecting it. My wife is finally getting me out of my comfort zone because I wanted to stay in my little bubble. And now I'm doing more nature activities. I'm walking outside with dogs. We're jumping in streams and creeks and chasing waterfalls, chasing fucking rainbows, living on the edge of cliffs until we run out of water. Like, we're fucking doing it. And all this happened about like 2 months. And we're like, you know what? Let's change the van up. We've been in this bitch long enough. Let's change it up. Let's make it ours. So we haul ass back to the East Coast. We do a bunch of modifications. We head up to Maryland, do some more modifications, head up to Canada, get some custom bug screens made. Like, we're set now for success. And through this process, I run into more plant medicine. I do more psychedelics. I do more psilocybin. And
is it all psilocybin?
All of it is at this point. And the messages are becoming more profound. I'm expecting to blast off and look at this beautiful universe, this limitless, infinite, abundant place. And I'm just being told, fuck you, bro. You're going in. And I'm being repeated, these repeating patterns. You're living a life without you. I'm not me. I'm soulless. All these weird things. I'm like, fuck, dude, because I was still feeling empty. No matter how much I wanted to save myself, I was still being destructive. No matter how many aha moments I had, I was still falling on my own sword. I was still being disrespectful. I was still being selfish and rude. But I was making this 2 steps forward, 1 step back process. So it was very confusing. I'm like, fuck, dude, we're going to heal or we're not going to heal. And I didn't know, I was navigating all this by myself. None of my friends were into this stuff. I wasn't really into books, reading books outside of like The Alchemist at this point. I wasn't diving too much into anything. I was still pretty entry level into energy. I was still pretty entry level into nutrition and detoxing and the whole aspect of like the water you drink, purified water. I thought all that stuff was for yuppies. I never really saw how it benefited me until I stayed consistent with it. And then I started to see my life change more. And I find myself in Tennessee, and I was there probably 4 or 5 months earlier at a friend's house, and we're talking about, I'm telling him about all these great epiphanies. I mean, I'm kind of having this like semi-God complex where I'm like, I feel like I know all the answers to the universe and what life is all about, and it was a really conflicting time in my life. There was a lot of new perspectives gained, and I was having a hard time applying discernment.
Sorry to cut you off, but did you have like a schedule? I mean, what was the determining factor of you
to do more?
Taking more psilocybin? And how long, was there any schedule? Was it, all right, I'm going to do it every 30 days? Just whenever you felt like it?
Whenever I felt like it.
Did you feel like it all the time?
No, not with mushrooms.
Okay.
With mushrooms, those were kind of a violent ride for me. Very profound, very helpful, very opening. But I was probably doing 3 to 5 gram journeys, maybe every 2 or 3 months at this point.
Okay.
I was curious. I wanted to know more.
Yeah.
I was absolutely fucking curious of a new world that I had no idea existed.
Were you learning new things every journey?
I was learning meditation. I was learning chakras. I was learning energy. I was learning about words. I was learning
about yourself, I mean.
Oh yeah, all these things. I was learning that, how deceptive I was to myself and how I was the root cause of everything in my life and how the power to change was all me, not anyone else. And because I was always asking for help and I was always reaching out, but I really needed to reach in. And the more I did, the more it told. And the more it told, the more I explored. Because I would take that momentum and put it right back into me. I'm like, I'm feeling really good, feeling really chippery. So let me do more of these practices because it gave me the space to find different modalities, which then helped me write down different words in my journal, which led me to different avenues in life, which led me to different opportunities and experiences. And it was all interconnected. And I find myself talking with a friend once. We're talking about ayahuasca comes up, and I'm like, I'm not ready for that. He's like, oh, bro, you should go do ayahuasca. I'm like, dude, I ain't ready for that shit. And I was scared because I was tasting what change could be like, but I wasn't ready for change. because it was called a commitment, and I was not willing to commit.
Why? Why weren't...
I was scared.
I mean, it sounded like it was all positive things that are happening.
But I was scared.
You were scared of what? What's in front of you, or scared to leave everything behind?
I wasn't worried about leaving anything behind. I was scared to have to create change. I was scared of what I could become. I was scared that I could be happy. And I was struggling with a lot of self-inflicting wounds where I felt unworthy to even have this opportunity. So I was struggling with a lot of self-sabotage and limiting beliefs, like I'm not good enough. And I was struggling inside. You know, I had all these epiphanies or these messages saying like I'm living a life without me. I have no soul. And I started to believe that. Because I felt it for a long time in my life. I felt I was soulless for a very long time. And I kind of attributed that to these open contracts that I put out in combat. Oh shit, get me the fuck out of here. You know, these silent things, these verbal things. Dude, I was just putting that shit out into the universe. I don't know who the fuck I was talking to.
Yeah.
I was saying fucking anything to survive. I was fucking thinking anything to survive. And so I don't know what kind of contracts I fucking dealt with back in the day. And at this time in my life, I believe in ghosts. I believe in energy. I believe in this shit. And now I'm like, damn, bro, it's time to pay the piper. You fucking did some contracts. Now it's time to pay up, bro. And I'm realizing, well, shit, well, how do I rectify this? How do I change this? So I find myself in my friend's house. This is a few months later. We're traveling around in the van. I mean, I'm loving the van. It's great. It's fun. But I'm still being a jerk. I'm still being poopy pants. But the van, the great thing about the van was we weren't tied to anything.
So hold on, just backtracking. So you're saying that you believe whatever you threw out in the moment into the universe, you know,
got answered.
Combat. Now, because whatever you threw out happened, I want to get the fuck out of here. I want to live. You're out of there. You did live. You think
I don't know. I'm open
you
to
owe
it.
for that.
I was open to it all. You know, I had a lot of life and death situations that I've walked away from. Cutaways, shot in the helmet, planes fucking having explosions inside, like a lot of unexplainable things. Very explainable, but a lot of weird shit. And at this point in my life, I was stepping into a new evolution of self. I was asking much harder questions than I never even contemplated them. So I found myself at my friend's house a month later, and I show up, and lo and behold, my friend asked me, he's like, hey, are you interested in any mushrooms? My friend has some. I'm like, yes. Because I learned this one thing about coincidences a long time ago. They're not a real thing. They're opportunities. So you can say they're coincidences and doubt them and judge them, or you can have faith and believe in it. And so I chose to have faith in this aspect, especially when it came to plant medicine, because I was desperate. And I do another journey at his house, my friend's house, and it's all inside, some of the same things on repeat, but at the end of it, it said, I'm ready. And I didn't know what the fuck that meant. I came to the campfire. This is like 5 hours later, 6 hours later. People are like, how was it? I'm like, I told them what's going on, what I saw, what I felt, and obviously it makes sense to me. To them, they're like, dude, this motherfucker's psychotic. But I'm like, dude, it's telling me I was ready for the next level. And they're like, okay, whatever. I thought the same thing. Well, the next fucking day, I get a phone call at 10 o'clock from a buddy of mine who said, hey, are you interested to go to Peru to do ayahuasca? And I said, yes. He's like, well, here it is. Here's the deal. And he tells me this deal. And at the time, I have this opportunity to go take this job in LA to make hand over fist money, work in the cannabis industry. And this all worked out before I was going to go do this. And at first, I told my wife, I can't do it. She's like, why can't you? I'm like, because I'm scared. How am I going to afford that? She's like, we'll find a way. Because I wanted to, but I was scared. I was scared to invest, especially financially invest. Because I had, luckily, a nonprofit, Heroic Heart Projects, took care of me. They've specialized in soft veteran community. I just had to pay for my ticket. And so 2 weeks later, I find myself in Peru. I'm fucking terrified. I'm fucking traveling cross country by myself. I am fucking terrified. I'm having to like do these things and speak up and raise my hand and get a ticket and do this. And I'm going to a country I don't even speak their language. I'm terrified. My confidence is zero. You know, my operator skills are fucking diminished, and I'm still a hot mess. And so I find myself in Peru. I link up to this tree. It was a very well-known one. His name's Dennis McKenna. Him and his brother Terrence McKenna, who's deceased. They're huge in the psychedelic world. The fathers of it almost. A lot of the aspects, a lot of the research and the studies and the papers and the laws and policies pushed for him. And he was hosting this event. And I go there and I link with a shaman. We do this whole thing and we're getting ready for our first ceremony the following day, this first ayahuasca ceremony. And I'm like, fuck, I don't know what to expect. I was just hoping I didn't shit myself because I heard these horror stories like, oh, you purge one way or another. I'm like, oh my God, worst case scenario. That's who I was. Worst case scenario guy at the time. And so I go to my first ceremony and I'm like, I drink my brew. It's my time. And as I'm waiting my turn to get my cup, people are already flopping on the ground, making all sorts of weird ass noises. I'm like, holy shit, this is the real McCoy. I get my brew. I meet my ranger buddy there. He gets his brew. And I'm like sitting there. I'm open-minded. I'm waiting. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. Not a fucking thing. Some rumble guts. Couple of purges. I don't see anything. I hear nothing. I feel nothing. I go to the shaman. I tell him what's going on. And he feeds me like two more cups. Nothing. And I went to him the next day and I asked him, am I not worthy for this? And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I told him the story of I felt like I was living a life without me, that I was soulless. And he looks at me, he grabs my hand, and he's like, tonight, meet me upstairs at the yoga room at like 6 p.m., whatever, after dinner. So I go up there, the interpreter's there, and she's like, what's gonna happen is the shaman's gonna perform a soul retrieval ceremony on you. I'm like, what? She's like, he's gonna perform a soul retrieval ceremony on you. I'm like, okay. So I strip down my underwear, I fucking lay on the ground, I lay in this like pentagram, my body, and he puts these cups around me. He puts these glasses of water. He's like, measures them up, my head, each point of my hands, each point of my feet. And he starts at my left leg. And she's like, stay absolutely still. Whatever you do, don't move. I'm like, okay. I'm not on medicine. I'm not on any narcotics. I'm not drunk. I'm nothing. And this dude starts singing his iccados, starts doing his chants. He starts on my left side and works, would be clockwise. He works clockwise around me. By the time he got to my right arm, I'm fucking profusely shaking. I'm doing some like poltergeist shit. My eyes are in the back of my fucking head and I'm crying. And I'm like, what is fucking going on? And she's like, Cody, don't move. Don't move. If you move, you're gonna break the circle. I'm like, and my back is fucking killing me. I got this pinch in my back and it is fucking, I wanted to move. But I knew I came to Peru to surrender. I came there to fucking go all in. And if I fucking moved my foot, wiggled my butt, if I did anything but my best, I'd have thrown away this opportunity of a fucking lifetime. So I was committed to the fucking death. And I'm like breathing all heavy. I'm doing a bunch of weird funky chicken stuff. And I'm like crying. I'm like, what's fucking going on? I'm conscious at the time. My eyes in the back of my fucking head. She's like, Cody, don't move. And he gets to my left hand and he finishes his singing. And he puts his hand on my chest and I have this big release, this big exhale. And I just feel so at peace. And he says this prayer over me. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? She's like, well, he entered through your back, your pain point, and that's how he accessed you. And he said that your soul was buried very deep down inside you by a bunch of dark entities. And so he had to fight them off and he brought it back to you. So when he placed his hand on your chest, he brought your soul back to you. And I'm like blown away, dude. I'm like, this is some like magic shit.
Yeah.
Almost a disbeliever. And I'm like,
But it worked.
what do I do now?
Did it work?
Well, the next ceremony, I felt it. I didn't have the same experiences, but what ayahuasca showed me from this experience, how it was all collective, was it showed me to reconnect to me, to find me. It showed me how to clear up the headspace, the carousel of movies and thoughts that were playing nonstop in my head that I was always holding against me, not allowing myself to heal and grow and move forward. It showed me how to address that. It showed me how to feel myself and how to connect to energy. So in my second ceremony, it showed me how to clear the space up. My third ceremony, it showed me how to connect to energy, how to charge myself. So now, when the shaman was singing his ikatos, because he's on brew 2 at this point, he's tapped into all of us, and he's singing, and I'm just getting charged. And I'm just feeling all this just life just come to me, and I'm feeling everything that I've never felt before. I'm just like, I feel this dude singing. I feel his energy. I fucking feel it. And we finish. And they're like, okay, no red meat, no drugs for like 3 weeks. I'm like, that's it? I still felt like I was missing something. And so when my ranger buddy there, he had access to changa, which is, my understanding, it's like a flower-based DMT. Like you smoke it, like it looks like flower, right? Like cannabis. But it's a longer lasting than DMT. DMT, 5 to 10 minutes. Changa is like 20 to 30 minutes, depending on how much you hit. And he's like, bro, this is the cherry on top. I'm like, what? New to all this. I just did a soul retrieval. I just did ayahuasca. I don't know, dude. I'm junior boot as fuck. This is all new to me. But I'm like, I came here to find self-love, and I don't feel like I found that. I smoked this changa, and I'm like, what do I do? He's like, ask it what you want to see and experience. I'm like, I don't fucking know. He's like, ask it to show you the coolest thing that you've ever seen. I'm like, okay. So I ripped this bong, and I'm fucking gone, dude. I'm fucking gone. Visual, I'm in a different dimension. Mm-hmm. I come out of this thing like 30 minutes later, I'm like, whoa! He's like, right? I'm like, dude. He's like, you want to do it again? I'm like, yes. Because like I went there and I asked it to show me the coolest thing. Guess what? It showed me the coolest thing. But that's not why I was there.
What was it?
What was I there?
What was the coolest thing?
The coolest thing, dude, I fucking saw a different dimension that I can't see with my own eyes. I saw happiness. I saw freedom. I saw feeling. I saw emotion. I saw fucking chance. I saw opportunity. I saw limitless fucking abundance. I saw the mountains fucking smile at me. They waved at me. I saw the fucking sky like it was the first time I've ever opened my eyes.
Did you actually see?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Or were you seeing everything that you saw before you smoked it? But it was just another perspective now.
It was like the
exact same thing.
Same thing in a different perspective. The same people that were there, I saw them. They're like fucking plant people. They're all tall giants. I'm like, what the fuck? It was weird to look at people in the face. Looking at the smiling, waving mountain was trippy. I was like, oh shit. So I'm gonna go look at these people.
Oh,
shit.
So you actually, okay.
My eyes are open. I'm seeing this all.
No.
And then I'm spinning in my own head at the same time. So I rip it again, and this time I wanted to find love for me. And I lived my whole entire life, everything about my life, I lived it all over again. And how everything in my life was leading me to that point right now where I was at right now. All these people that I met here, all these different faces were all part of my life, and how everything was connected to one. And how everyone's just a mirror of us, and how everything that we encounter in life is something that we must see to move on to the next phase. Or we can see it as normal, just a person, just an opportunity, just a coincidence. And it dissolved all that delusion that I had. And then I ended up spinning in this fucking abyss of hell, this darkness, falling. And as I'm falling, I'm seeing words, and I'm trying to speak them into existence. And the words are, I love me. But they're coming out very broken. Like my very first radio transmission when I got shot in the helmet. It was, I love me. And I'm like, that's not good enough. That's not a fucking sentence. Those are 3 separate words. And as I'm spinning further and further and further into this endless, bottomless pit, just falling, I'm fighting so hard to say the words, I love me. As soon as I say the words, I love me, and I open my eyes and the trip's over. I knocked over a chair in the process. I'm sitting in this beautiful garden in Peru. I knocked over a chair as I was flocking around on the ground. And I got in the chair and I just started to cry. And I fucking cried about everything. I literally had this love for me that I never experienced before. And I realized that all this other love that I thought I was giving and thought I had none of it because I had none of it for myself. And I realized that if without me, none of that is fucking possible. I can't give what I don't have. That's why I wasn't growing. That's why I wasn't evolving. That's why I wasn't healing, because I didn't even know what I was growing and evolving from. I was an incomplete puzzle fucking piece. And I was just brought back together and shown that you are here for more. And my life changed. I went home and I was happy, but my environment wasn't the same. My environment was a product of my existence previously. And so then I spent the next years changing and rewriting my story so I can grow and heal. Because now I fucking truly, I felt connected. I had my soul back. I fell in love for myself, and I'm willing to fucking fight for that.
Can we go back for just a second? You mentioned the environment that you had created. Is that how you worded it before?
Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
Well, I think I know what it means, because I felt it after my Ibogaine 5-MeO experience. So I'm just going to share.
Yeah.
But, what I noticed is what I noticed, the first thing I noticed was how my wife was acting when I got back from that. And my wife is a very positive person. I'm a very negative person. And when I got back from my Ibogaine 5-MeO DMT trip, when we would be out in town, I've noticed how my wife was, and I wasn't like that anymore. And I realized that was, I mean, essentially that was me rubbing off on my wife, all that fucking negativity. And as happy as I was after that experience, it made me sad, because I knew I fucking did that. I was like, fuck, man. She's judging those people because I fucking judge everybody. And all that kind of stuff, you know. She's being negative because I was so fucking negative. And so many things that I observed that I saw Katie doing that I felt guilty, because I knew, I was like, if she never would have met me, she wouldn't be fucking acting like that. And I didn't realize how much of an effect that had on her until I got home from that. And it was basically, you know, you're fucking cleansed of that shit after an experience like that. And so I had to recreate my environment.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Oh yeah. You know, I put my wife through the ringer for years. And as I was healing, she was holding space for me, allowing me to do what I needed to do, supporting me in every aspect, but just taking it to the face every time. You know, just being hurt, being let down, being disappointed, being mistreated, being disrespected. And here I am happy. Here I am actively pursuing starting a business, actively pursuing healing, and she's suffering. And that sucks. That sucks to watch. But she's still with me. It is what it was. I couldn't change the past, and I realized I couldn't heal either until I started to forgive myself. You know, I couldn't keep on being mad at myself for fucking doing this shit to my wife for all these months and all these years. Because if I did, I was never going to let go of that past. I'm never going to let go of that version of me, that story. And then I was always going to repeat the same shit. And so I had to forgive that version of me so I could become who I am today. And, you know, it's tough on her because it didn't stop with ayahuasca. I learned about DMT. Then I learned about acid, LSD. Then I learned about 5-MeO. Then I learned about all these other things. And I'm like, I felt so called to them. I felt so called to put myself out there because I realized that self-healing, mental health is a weird space and people don't like it. Because I realized that I have the opportunity to hold a mirror up for people. Anyone can point a finger, but I hold a mirror up for people. And I can show you your true self. And that is not a comfortable thing for people to see. It's also not a comfortable thing for people to see what they can be, because it must cost you your old life for the new life. And I realized that these experiences with psychedelics and these self-explorations and these pondering sessions and these amazing cannabis evenings where I'm filling up journal upon journal of fucking information I call downloads and these things that I feel called and compelled to say, I'm like, I have to do something with this. And I know that everyone's into plant medicine. I know that everyone's not into cannabis. I know that everyone's aren't into these modalities and even healing. So this whole time I start sharing my story online, what I'm going through, my pain points. And I realize that I have this ability to help people see that, you know, what the medicine has showed me was that I'm the medicine. And so for someone out there who's not courageous, or they don't want to, or it's against their belief system, or they're just not about that life, because it's very taboo. You know, if you have a society that is only fed red apples their entire life, and then you come out of nowhere and say, I have a green apple, are you interested? They're like, what the fuck is that? That is a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Because some people are like me, where they don't feel like they're worthy to change. They feel like they must pay their fucking karmic debt, stay in the hell loop system and cycle that they're in, and never fucking evolve. And that's all they're worthy of. And that's simply not true. If that was the case, why do we even exist? Why are we alive? Why do we have a thing called time? Why do we age? Why do we evolve? Why are those things there if that was the case? If you fucked up once, why will we have the opportunity to continue on? When we feel so unworthy of being happy and to be loved and to share that love, why will we just stop? You know? And so that's what I really respect and love about the plant medicine, is that it might not be for everybody, but healing is for everybody.
Yeah.
And they might not go through the experience that I go through, but if I can share my story, if I can share that glimpse of hope and belief, like, yo, bro, just because you suck today doesn't mean you got to suck tomorrow. Just because you want to quit doesn't mean you have to quit. You know, just because times are hard, just because you're suffering now doesn't mean it's not worth it. We rise through the suffering. My whole life has been fucking suffering. I've smiled a lot. I've enjoyed a lot. I've had fun a lot. But there's been a lot of suffering along the way. Even now, I can still suffer. I'm human. But that is what separates us from who we were yesterday to who we can become today, is that suffering process. And through all these different psychedelic experiences, modalities, and I haven't tried them all, but I've definitely tried a lot. It's always shown me that I am limitless. I can create anything I want to, and I am the fucking power. I am that energy. I am that light. I am all these things that I seek in life. I just have to give myself permission to fucking accept them and acknowledge them. I have to give myself permission to be courageous for myself and say, like, I need help. I need to take a knee. I need your assistance. You know, and that's not easy for dudes to do, especially dudes. Dudes are the worst. Veterans are the worst. And getting out and sharing these stories and going through all these experiences and people thinking I'm fucking crazy because I'm like posting. I speak differently. I love philosophy. I speak and live philosophy because that gives my life purpose. Because if I'm not expanding, I'm fucking dying. And if I'm dying, why am I trying? Well, I'm constantly dying. So how can I flip the script on that? I'm dying the day I was born. My time is fucking short. So am I going to suffer in silence how I was taught, how I was raised in the system of indoctrination? And you're indoctrinated through fear, through shock and awe, and through discipline. How can I recreate that same pattern but opposite? So I started diving into conspiracies. I started diving into fucking the universe, the energy. What is God? I started to seek out in this belief. Like, what is belief? I had no belief. The stories don't really make sense to me. I never really bought off on them. But I knew that I had no belief in anything. And I knew that was a huge hindrance in my evolution of growth and self. Because if I didn't fucking believe in anything, why would I even try? And now I actually want to fucking try because I'm seeing traction in my life. I'm like, okay, Cody, you can't stop. So I kept down this fucking path of like trying to explore my own life. And I realized that through especially DMT, especially LSD, there was a different reality taking place right now, right in front of us. And it's the same perspective of you go outside and it's raining and you're like, oh shit, it's raining, my day is ruined. Within 30 seconds, the rain clears, the sun comes out, you're like, oh fuck yeah, the rain's out. What? And so I take realities and perspectives like that and apply it to the psychedelics, and I see the cross-reference and see everything as perspective. I can be a victor, I can be a victim. I can say I'm happy, or I can choose to be unhappy. I can take these gifts of opportunity, these gifts of wisdom, these gifts of chance and time, and I can apply them to something bigger than myself, or I could be selfish and do nothing with it and ride the wave and wondering why I keep on going back to the same place that I fucking started at. And I lived that cycle for a couple of years, learning, exploring, educating myself. I had no one to talk to, lost a lot of friends. My circle was extremely small, not by choice. And as I'm navigating these systems, these loops, I'm like, wait a second. One, no one knows anything. Two, I only have is my truth. And three, I can only control my thoughts and my actions. And if I know I can control my thoughts and my actions, I can forgive myself for my wrongdoings and fucking grow and evolve. If I control my thoughts and my actions, I can choose to rewrite my fucking story and then change who I am through that story and how I tell that story. Because at the time I was a very victim, wondering why am I not changing my life? Why is my life not growing and evolving? But I was telling the same old story, doing different shit, expecting different results. Same old story, doing different shit, expecting different results, always ending up back where I started from because my story was never changing. And then I started diving into fucking cognitive and quantum field and Joe Dispenza and the subconscious mind and realizing that we are programmed from a fucking childhood state to live in fear, to be suppressed, to forget our power.
Yeah.
And if you can look at that, you can look at, well, what happened? What went wrong? When did we stop believing in ourselves? All my trips almost, I feel like, play more, be a kid more, have more of this feminine energy. Feminine energy to like the Instagram commandos, like, what? Wuss. No, player. I had too much masculine energy. I'm task oriented. I got to do these things. I have these goals, these tasks. I wasn't setting time to play and to be and to exist. I wasn't letting go of control and just going outside with no intention other than to be outside. Going on a fucking walk without my phone. Walking my dogs and actually talking to my dogs vice fucking getting lost in my mind. You know? Having no true purpose, not being present. Now I hold my kid, I look at that fucking dude in the eyes. I'm connected to that kid. I don't fuck with my phone with my kid. I don't get distracted with my kid. He's my kid. I'm with him. And then I struggle and I fight for space to be present with my wife. I struggle for space to be present with the task at hand, with my goals and my dreams, my visions and my clarity. You know, and now I take all those years of suffering and I apply it to the suffering that I'm doing now. The suffering of, you know, limiting beliefs, doubts, evolution, growth. What is healing? Are you even fucking healed? Is that even a thing? Can you even be healed? And I've come to this conclusion that it's not I'm healed. I've learned that it's about the destination. It's not the destination, it's the journey. I've learned it's about the journey. And the journey that I've committed to is this fucking path of fucking unknown. It's the, I'm never going to stop growing. I'm never going to stop evolving. I'm never going to stop. My belief system in what I believe in, that's unwavering. That is my why to exist. But my belief system of how I feel, that's always up for debate. Because how I feel could be an emotional state of where my ego is controlling my day, vice my heart, my love. And I realized that I'm never above this expansion of self. And I realized that the more I work on me, the more I rewrite my stories, the more the stories that I have lived and impacted other people can change also. You know, me working on myself has given my wife that space to work on herself in the ways that she finds fitting and needs to. And now our roles are reversed where I'm fucking being there for her. And it sucks, it's uncomfortable. It's not fun. But that's the price. Because through the suffering is what you seek. And I see that now. Suffering is like, I want it fixed. I want Amazon Prime. I want happiness. I want now. I want dopamine. I want instant gratification. There is no, I did this one thing and I'm cured for life and I never have to ever invest in myself again. No. Because your wave just might be bigger than mine that you're riding. We always have to invest in ourselves continuously. We're constantly under attack. Our minds are constantly under attack. We're constantly being poisoned with the things that we eat, consume, we view, we listen to. Everything is out there literally to get us. Because when you are it, when you are that thing and you're suppressed, you're a slave. When you don't think that you have the power to change your fucking life, you'll never change your view system on how you see the world. If you're too weak to stand up for yourself, you'll always be a fucking slave to someone else who's more powerful than you. It's all by grand design. And I realize that I'm extremely fucking powerful, and so is everyone else. And the main thing, my business, We Defy the Norm, my coaching group, Defy Tribe, all these things that I do is to help people find their true power back and claim it and do anything with it. Because you're fucking limitless. I'm fucking limitless. There is no price tag to the mental capacity that I possess inside. I might not know the answers. I don't know a lot, and I learn a lot, and I fail a lot, and I fuck up a lot. I still do to this day. Till today, I didn't even want to go to the gym. I wanted to sleep in because I stayed up writing last night, but I still went. I still struggle with real shit. But the thing is, I know the difference. What separates me from what I want to be tomorrow is what I do today. And in my years of trying to get into the healing space and evolve, I was missing the action part because the action came with commitment, and commitment is fucking scary. When you commit to your life, the fact like, I'm gonna fucking die one day and I'm not gonna go out like a bitch. I'm not gonna fucking give away this fucking, I'm not gonna survive a fucking gunshot to the helmet, a fucking cutaway on a free fall fucking jump, a fucking airplane that almost fucking crashed. I'm not gonna survive all these things, put people through all this hell to fucking live a mediocre, very basic average life where I have this calling inside, I'm saying fuck you, suppressing you, and putting a thumb on you. Why would I do that? Because now I become a product of my environment. Because if you allow your environment to control you, which I allowed the environment until I stood up for myself to control me for so long, I just relinquished my power. And, you know, to me, healing is reclaiming your power. It's saying, who do you want to be today? Create that vision board as young Cody did and go build and fucking live that life. If I did that as a kid, uneven knowing it, why can't I do it now as an adult? Why can't I do it now with my business, We Defy the Norm? Why can't I do it now with my coaching group, Defy Tribe, where I'm literally helping people by showing them a fucking mirror? And if we can heal ourselves and give ourselves permission to fucking grow and evolve, dude, we'll change the world. And through all these psychedelic experiences and all the books that I read and all the belief systems I have formed and the aha epiphanies and all the things I do in life, that's what it's led me to. And that's what I do and why I do what I do today. I'm still figuring it out as I go, but I'm not stopping because I know that the keys to the universe is through suffering. Because if it was easy, everyone would have it. If self-love was fucking easy, there wouldn't be depression. There wouldn't be kids on fucking pills. There wouldn't be all this sad drama shit. People would turn off the fucking TV, would live a better life. But people live in fear. They want to be controlled. They want a daddy. They want to be governed. They want to be told what to do. You have to go to a doctor to be told that you're sick. What ludicrous is that? That is a powerless person. And at some point in our evolution of self, we lost our fucking power. And at some point in evolution of self, people fucking forgot that they have a say in this life. And that's the message that I share. It's your life. Live it on your fucking terms. Defy the norm. If the norm to you is doing nothing different with your life and it sucks and you're unhappy with it and it's hard and you want to quit, if the norm is you fucking bowing down to that master, then fucking defy it. Defy that conformity. Defy the fact that that is your go-to thing. And the only person that's going to fucking make a change in your life is you. Medicine will only show you the wave. You got to do the work. The medicine will give you the fucking wave, but you have to fucking ride it, and you have to keep on paddling to find the next wave and the next wave, because every fucking day is an opportunity to invest in yourself. And the more this world requires of you, the more tokens you have to fucking give it. What happens when you're depleted? You end up back where you started from. And that's where depression, anxiety, stress, fucking self-limiting beliefs, self-sabotaging, all this shit comes about. And so if you can look at your life as the fact that you have an opportunity to live and to go all in, do the scariest shit you've ever imagined in your absolute entire life, to do things, to think bigger than you've ever thought before, to fucking plan some really big objectives in life that you don't even think are fucking attainable, but you're doing it in the first place, that is going all in on life. And you can't do that. You can't have that thought process if you think you're fucking weak, if you don't think you're good enough, if you don't believe in yourself. Because if you don't believe in yourself, how can you put and instill belief in anyone else? And even in my lowest time in the military, I fucking believed. But at some point, I forgot. When I chose to be a victim, I forgot. When my life turned upside down, I fucking forgot. When I felt sorry for myself, became a fucking pill addict, I forgot. And then I fucking started to remember. And I come to this conclusion that life is literally about, we've already lived this before. And our life's purpose is about remembering our worth, remembering our power, remembering that all that hardship that we went through, all the fucking tears we shed, the blood we fucking spewed, the bodies we fucking carried, that wasn't for nothing. It was for who we are today and who we're gonna fucking become. And we can either be fucking victims and feel sorry for ourselves and blame the world, or we can take extreme ownership and we're like, oh, fuck this dude. I don't give a shit how dark and scary this fucking road is. I don't care if I never see a fucking light. I'm walking that way because I've been walking this way and this way sucks. This way leads to dopamine rushes and a lot of crashes. This way, however, I haven't gone down that way. And if I apply logic to my life and I give that a fucking shot, there's limitless possibilities over there. And that's been my involvement with psychedelics. That's been my involvement with reading. That's been my involvement with journaling. Because there's so many limitless possibilities, and the only person that really puts limits on it is us. Your pain points is you. Your suffering is you. Your struggle is you. It's not your job. It's not your environment. It's your mindset. It's your belief system. They're not aligned. You have none. And being able to share that with people now through my brand, people like, Cody, you're another vet company selling fucking t-shirts. I'm like, nah, bro, I ain't selling t-shirts. I'm sharing a fucking message. People just buy my shirts because they believe in the message. My shit's not telling you to fucking kill bodies, stack bodies, do cool guy, alpha male things. My shit's telling you to believe in yourself. It's telling you to fucking live now, die later. Oh, I'm waiting till the right time to start that business. Bitch, there is no right time. You're not even guaranteed tomorrow. Our fucking friends on the battlefield, they fucking thought they were gonna come home. They really fucking believed it. Guess what? It didn't happen. So am I gonna disrespect that lesson, that wisdom, by disrespecting my own fucking life now when I saw truth? Or am I gonna do something about it? And as I started to take my power back, I started to fucking believe all these things. Like, bro, I don't mourn for my fucking dead. I live for my fucking dead.
Good for you.
Because to fucking mourn, to feel sad, you just give your power. And so I changed my own story, man. I struggle. I'm not a perfect being. I fuck up. Sometimes I listen to gangster rap 90s music. Sometimes I listen to Rufus the Soul. I'm a fucking mixture. I wear leopard print fucking shoes that are embroidered that said my life, my terms. Because I decided that I can live my life that everybody else wants me to fucking live, or I can fuck around and find out. I can see what I'm made of. I can see what I'm truly here for. I get a question, Cody, how do I find my purpose? By fucking putting one foot in front of the other. You can't stay in the same ambush spot and expect not to get hit again. And so I take these lessons and these wisdoms from the ultimate prices that were paid through those hardships and those hurdles, and I now redefine my life by looking at them not as the suffering, but looking at them as opportunities to fucking evolve. And to me, that's the ultimate honor that I could ever do for my friends that are no longer here. For all my friends that fucking kill themselves because they were too afraid to ask for fucking help. They felt too weak to fucking go get assistance, and they're fucking dead. Because they chose the only opportunity they thought that was real. They chose the only escape they thought was fucking available. And it's fucking old. I hate the fucking phone calls. I hate seeing the post. So how do you change that? Well, if I can only control my thoughts and my actions, well, I fucking change myself. And hopefully that's enough for someone else to change their fucking selves. And then that person changes themselves. And that person inspires someone through their actions to change themselves. The fact that someone else is defying conformity and investing in themselves, taking the fucking hard, dark, long road that has no guiding factors, no guiding principle. There is no fucking lighthouse for you to see. It's just a fucking dark abyss. But people are afraid of the dark. I was afraid of the dark before, but I realized that it is the light path that takes you to salvation. It's that fucking dark, unknown space that you are fucking too scared to go into. That is your mirror. And I jump into that thing all the time. When I'm feeling like a bitch, when I'm doubting myself, I find the nearest mirror and I remind myself who I am. When I'm fucking sluggish, I hop in a cold shower and I fucking freeze my fucking nuts off. I snap out of it. Because I know that I will always be challenged, I'll always be tested, and I will always have the opportunity to be a victim. I will always have that opportunity. If I have the opportunity to be happy today, I have an instant opportunity to be very sad the same fucking second later.
Yeah.
And that's what I share with people. That's what I believe in. That's my philosophy on life. And that's how I, not justify it, but that's how I honor all these past lives, you know, these brave men and women that will never have a fucking chance to go all in, but I fucking do. And I'm not gonna fucking be a disrespectful fucking slug of a person by playing an old version of me that doesn't exist, that doesn't serve me, that doesn't enhance my life, that doesn't want to win big, that doesn't want to go all in, that doesn't want to fucking help change this world, to put belief back into people.
Well, that's a hell of a message, dude. That's fucking incredible. How many psychedelic journeys do you think you've done?
Um, 30.
30?
Yeah, 30-ish, 30. Various psilocybin, LSD, DMT, ayahuasca. You can even have experience with cannabis. Breath work, I do it with breath work. Meditation.
We've come a long fucking ways. Obviously.
Yep, and it's not a destination. It's just part of the process, and when I forget to invest in myself, all I have to do is look back at my own logo and be like, bro, are you aligned? Are you investing in your mind, body, and your spirit today? Oh, you haven't done it for the past 5 days? And you wonder why this is where you're at? To me, that's ownership. That's my mirror. My logo is my mirror. My company, my brain is my mirror. My coaching group is my mirror. My voice, my mouth, my ears, my eyes are my mirror. And I just create all these things to hold myself accountable, to remind myself, because if there's a chance, then there's a chance I can forget. And if life to me is all about remembering, then I must do what it takes to remember. And I can only do that by making deposits daily. And not all days are wins. Not all days are my greatest successes. Some days I'll just do fucking 20 push-ups, bro. And I kind of feel bad about it, but I'll go move my body. Some days I won't eat right on my meal plan, my diet. And instead of talking shit to myself, I'm like, all right, dude, let's button the fuck up. You know, I try to change the way, because there's a lot of rules and there's a lot of different, you need to live like this. You need to live so hardcore. If you're a dude or you're a vet, you got to be this. If you're a chick, you got to do this. If you're fucking lost in life, you got to do. There's so many subscriptions out there to do. And I try to do all of them. And I never felt, they were all like religious titles to me. I never really felt connected to any one of them. Sprinkles of them made sense. But as a whole, complete unit, I'm just like, ugh. It's like a fucking title. That's why I give myself a fucking made up name. I'm a mindset belief builder. One, I believe in it. But two, I don't need to have a title like anyone else. I'm me. How can I ever encourage you to be you if I say, hey, you have to be this label? You have to subscribe to this one thing. So I kind of take this approach of like, oh yeah, I'm into breath work. Hell yeah. I'm into breathing. I'm into hugging. I'm into energy. Bro, if I can't vibe with you, we can't hang out. It's just simple what it is. I work too hard to even have the feeling of what energy is to jeopardize it. You know, like all these different things. And I just have this toolbox. Instead of saying, I only do this. This is what I do every day. Because I tried that life too and I failed a lot. And when I failed a lot, I beat myself up a lot. So now I just pick and pull. I have this toolbox. Maybe today or this season of life, doing cold showers doesn't work. I took cold showers my entire winter off of well water in fucking the woods. Very cold. Not one hot shower. But I've taken hot showers in the summertime. Weird. But now I spend time in the creek or the lake vice my shower. So instead of holding a gun to, you have to do this, Cody, this is investing in yourself. I'm like, yo, how's another way to skin this cat? How's another way to do this? Oh, this is really hard. So I can psych myself on and be like, okay, man, I kind of want to quit this, but I know I'm not going to. But I'll say whatever I got to do to like make it happen. I'll play tricks in my mind because I will not be defeated. Because it's me that has to execute that, to say that. And I know from experience because I'm remembering that I don't have to be a victim. I don't have to fucking quit just because it's hard or scary or you want to stop. So I said, fuck it. And I'm just going to rewrite life how I fucking view it. And I'm going to share that. If it resonates with people, then right on. If they can find a snippet of it and change their life, then right on. That's what I'm here for. And I'm not even throwing spaghetti at the wall anymore to see what sticks. I said, you know what? Fuck it. Throwing spaghetti in the wall to see what sticks, that's for approval for other people. I'm like, I really only need approval for myself. And if I can believe in what I say, believe in what I do, and hold myself accountable and realize that I am human, I'm not perfect, but I can adapt and overcome and evolve from that state and to learn and expand my consciousness and to reprogram my consciousness and to find belief in things that I've only fucking fathomed. If I can do that, shit. Does it really matter if anyone cares? My spaghetti sticks to the wall?
Yeah.
So, and to me, that's being empowered. And through all that amazing life story that I have, a lot of doubts and insecurities and unknowns, through that suffering, this is how I got here. And here is just the beginning. Here is just the next evolution of self and life. And I have no idea what tomorrow brings, but I know that I'm going to give today my best as much as I can, even when I don't want to. I'm going to give myself some grace and some love, and I'm going to apply that love language from the medicine into myself. And I make those deposits. Now I can share that deposit with you. I can invest in you now. I can invest into this, that, and that person. But I'm making sure my cup is being filled by self-investment. So now I can give and give truth and not give insecurity, doubt, fear, scarcity. And my whole life has fucking changed because I changed my story. Tony Robbins says, you want to change your life, you got to change your story. It's absolutely true. If you want to change your life, you got to change your story. I went from fucking being an ultimate victim, couldn't be self-sufficient, to I'm limitless, dude. I'm fucking
incredible.
limitless.
Yeah.
If I can't do something, I find somebody. If I want something, I find a way. I don't have these hurdles like, oh, that's too hard. I find a way. Because that's what we're taught. We find a way. So if I can remember that, Baracha.
Yeah. What's next for you?
What's next is I'm finally working on my book. I want to help people. I don't want to tell them cool war stories. I want to tell them how they can transform their lives. So I'm working on this book. I'm revamping my coaching group. I run this mentor group called Defy Tribe. And it is straight up about empowering people. Some motivation, but more real tangible things to evolve your life. People want more money. People want better communication. They want better relationships. They want to look better. They want to feel better. They want to love. They want all these things. So I show them how they can have it. And starting this community, the Defy Tribe community, my online mentorship program, that's just a drop in the bucket. That's just the next phase, you know? And I'm grateful, and these people are changing their life, and they're believing themselves, and they have their fair share of suffering ahead of them. There is no, I did it, I fixed it, everything's perfect. But they realize that they can overcome it. They realize that they can remember what worked before and apply it to their life now with the knowledge that they have. They're master creators. And that's what I show people. And so that's what's next for me. It's like, how do I now taking that group to the next level? Dude, like, Tony Robbins, watch out, bro. You know, like, we're going to share a stage together. I ain't in competition with you, but I got a message to change the world also. And out of all the things that I really want to do or thought I wanted to do, that is the most that it keeps me getting pulled towards it. I got out, thought about wanting to make money. How do I make money? How do I survive? How do I feed my family? Let me go shoot some guns and teach people. Shit's fucking weak. It ain't for me. Because I do it and I'm good at it, but it doesn't fill my cup. It doesn't challenge my belief system. It doesn't cause me to evolve. Yeah, and I'm impacting on a very small level compared to how I feel I'm impacting now. And so what's next for me is the unknown, man. And I'm okay with that. And all I know is that the only way to navigate that unknown is just like put one foot in front of the other. And all I know is I'm not stopping. So that's what the unknown has for me. I do the things that I say I'm gonna do. It might take me time, but I do them. And I'm gonna continue that momentum. I'm gonna continue putting myself out there. I'm gonna continue being a staple of what a special operator could be to what he can be. And I realize that as long as I carry that proverbial cross around and I say, this is mine, bro. This is me. This is how I live my life. I'm not above you. I'm not better than you. I'm just better than myself yesterday. And if I can walk around with that truth and share that message, then fuck, man, that might change someone's life.
It will.
And so that's what's next to me. I want to get in front of as many people as I possibly can and share that one message they need to hear to transform their life, to realize that they're powerful and to bring their power back to themselves. And these are all taboo names. That's why I give myself a fake title, because I can do anything. But I realize that all I need to do is get around them. All they need to do is connect, tap into their source, apply their mindset to their belief system, and they're fucking unstoppable. But it's also that reprogramming of that, hey, suffering is part of the process. We are here to suffer. Because through suffering, we find appreciation and value and self-respect and self-worth. We're born into this earth effortlessly. We didn't earn it. We didn't fight for it. Maybe in the universe, maybe as a soul, finding a contract to come into the earth, to the birth canal and to be born, but we were given life. And we're given opportunity. And when you live with that mindset, you're let down a lot. And so if we can help people reprogram like, hey, suffering isn't a bad thing. Suffering doesn't have to be what it used to be. Suffering can just be part of the process. It can be part of the journey. Discomfort, that's part of suffering. Walking in the rain, that's suffering. Nobody wants to do that. But that's how you keep commitments to yourself. You said you're gonna go walk today, it's raining, who cares? You go walk. I don't give a fuck, it's 10 minutes. Go do what you said you were gonna do, because you continue to let yourself down. All the meditation, all the breath work, all the plant medicine you're doing, you're just saying, fuck you, I don't care about you. Because you're saying, I don't care about me to fucking do what I say I'm gonna do. And these are all these things that I've learned that are very true to my life. And if I can hold myself accountable, if I can speak my truth and live my truth, yeah, like I said, I'm not perfect. I'm not a supreme being, dude. I had a porn addiction before. I had a fucking pill addiction before. I used to fucking do all sorts of dumb, horrible things. I'm still capable of those things if I allow myself to, but I do my best to not do those things. I realize those things make my life worse than they make my life better. So instead of beating myself up, I just give myself power to fucking embrace the suffering. Oh, fuck, I don't want to get up. I want to just stay in bed. I'm so tired. Okay, and then be pissy all day because you told yourself you wanted to work out and you didn't work out? You really? You really want to live all fucking day doing that shit? See how well you're going to be present in your life. These are conversations I have with myself. These are realities and tests and trials and experiments that I ran with myself, and I don't like those days. So now I'm like, okay, how can I keep my word to myself today? How can I do what I said I was going to do for my wife? How can I maximize my time? How can I not be lazy today? How can I push myself towards the more unknown, the scary, dark abyss?
Yeah.
So.
Well, how do people find you?
Social media mainly. Social media and my website, We Defy the Norm.
Well, those will be linked below.
Yeah, those are my main ones. I'm working on a website right now, CodyAlford.com, basically to consolidate all my stuff. But We Defy the Norm and my Instagram, the Cody Alford. That's really how people get a hold of me, and I do my best to get back to people. And my coaching program is linked through all those programs also, and I invest in people who want to invest in themselves. You know, my time is limited, my energy is limitless, but my time is limited. So I have to find a good maximizing capability to provide and to serve. And that's why I focus on people who want to believe in themselves, who want to invest in themselves. And it's changed everything for me. Because now I attract the energy that I want. I'm empowering people through their own fucking power. And we're growing collectively as a team. And dude, that's been a game changer for my life, for my soul.
Well, man, that is one hell of a fucking journey that you've been on. And I just want to thank you for coming. It's been a real honor to interview you and get that firsthand account of your life. And I just wish you the best, man. You are a solid fucking human being. And I'm just proud as hell to know you.
Likewise, man. I'm very grateful and humbled to be here and have this opportunity to do this.
Well, it's been my pleasure. But best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I hope you enjoyed the episode. If you did, there's behind the scenes exclusive content with me and Cody on Vigilance Sleep Patreon. Go check that out. Also, if you haven't seen our episode with Eric Prince, everybody in this country should watch that. So, previews to follow, links in the description. Love you guys. I hope you enjoyed the show. I know you did. See you in a couple weeks.
To solemnly swear that the testimony...
Amid fresh reports of reckless behavior by Blackwater in Iraq, Blackwater's CEO, Eric Prince, made no apologies to a congressional investigating committee.
I disagree with the assertion that they acted like cowboys.
And it says 3 senators, Joe Biden, Chuck Hagel, and John Kerry, the future Vice President, Secretary of Defense, and Secretary of State, respectively, posed while waiting for Blackwater rescue.
Their U.S. Army helicopter got lost in a blinding snowstorm and set down in Taliban territory on the side of a mountain.
Do not ever discount the Iranian influence on the Biden-Obama administration then, as there is now. He said, Mr. President, give us the authorities and $1 billion, and in 3 weeks the flies will be walking on the eyeballs of our enemies.
Prince said his employees act with restraint and professionalism. He boasted that none of the U.S. diplomats he is paid to protect have been killed or wounded.
It was a great honor that they turned to us because it was a very important mission, right? Because the CIA is the ones who made that victory possible for the United States.
We've had a better response from Blackwater than we have from the State Department.
We fought back on all fronts. The one place that they had us over a barrel was with the State Department.
Witnesses say the 2 SUVs were ambushed as they drove through town.
Another convoy of guys that got ambushed and shot up on the Baghdad highway.
The contractors worked for Blackwater Security, a company that protects coalition personnel.
Knowing that the clowns at the State Department and the Obama administration did everything they could to block a program like that, because it's not something they directly controlled, it is such a mess. It is such a fetid swamp. Trump was right to call it a swamp. It is.
Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.